you doing, folks? This is Roger Hanson, phone number ringing, and
Just to change the
seeing, have you seen it? And if you have, how did the plant, how did it grow for you? Okay. We would like to know, we would like to know the, how it, how it, how it did in your area and all that, okay? And you see within the picture the seed and the plant itself, okay? A lot of places do not have where what the seed looks like for the plant. So we did the best we could. Want to share the information with everyone that's looking and trying to find out what seeds are from what, okay? Just like in different zones, different types of soil, pH level, alright? And what plants don't take certain like minerals, okay? Here it goes. This looks like for I don't know what that quite is, but looks like lettuce. I mean, not lettuce, but carrot top. These are pretty good from what I heard, I've seen. And you can see the seeds and the plant and the fruit. Now, have you seen them in your area? If so, let us know. Okay. You can use it. They say certain types of flowers develops into fruit and different things. Okay? That's a good part. We'll see and find out. Okay? This is where it shows the zones, our zone colors, and that. Alright. Only thing it don't show is the thing of like clay. Well, the zone anyway. It's important for the plants, but it doesn't show like from other places too, you know, like from Canada. It would be good to know if you buy something from Canada, what would that be like here? Would that be zone 3, 4? Be able to, would it be able to grow here in zone 3 through 5 or zone 6? Okay. Look at all that. And you can use it for a wide variety of different things. If people knows what this is, let me know. I know what it is, but look at the size of the roots on it. Okay. And they multiply pretty good. That's why you gotta have good soil, good fertilizer, and you gotta wait 3 years for them to mature. Okay? So, well, when all this is happening, and you can use them for making stir fry and all that, and that there are just different colors as well of these. Okay? Cucumber and cucumber seeds. different sizes of cucumber. Okay, and some for pickling, some for other. Well, and you can tell the difference. They look spiky. Some do and some don't. And that's what I was. Look at that. That's at winter time. All Brussels sprouts are growing like that in winter time. Look how thick, how round they are. Okay. Now that looks pretty good. And that's a hardy plant. Can handle the weather. If plants are like this, we would like to know about them. And especially what zone they are from. Where they grow like this in. Because different type of climate, you might add a little bit of wind to it and it might not be able to grow in certain things. It gets cold like this, and snow and all that. Only thing is, if the wind was there or not, who knows? No, that's cabbage. Would you like to have a 70-pound cabbage? Boy, just imagine. You can make your own sauerkrauts. You can have all the krauts you want. Alright? And make a bunch of different things with it. And you'll be able to break that down to separate that at least 3 times for 3 different families for one kraut. 71 pounders of kraut of cabbage. Tomatoes. And you see the tomato seeds down at the corner. And this is a plant here as well too, that insects, rodents, does not like the fragrance from it. Okay, it drives them nuts. To get better idea what, go on and look it up on the internet. It gives you more information about it. Always look for more than one person and see what they have to say. You never know. But the seeds are like the smallest they are. And cinnamon and bay leaf. And and you can tell, look at the seed color and how brown they are. They go from that to the size of what you saw roots, okay? Something that small to getting that big in, well, they probably won't get that big in 3 years, but if they do, that's pretty good size. And they multiply during that time too. And there's different colors of them for different, and you always want to check, and that's what I'm referring to, is your soil. Alright, this might not work in a sandy area or somewhat sandy. Alright, so always check and see what it would be like. Look at the size of that onion. Where you dip your onion in flour and an egg and then you bake it. Yeah, that sounds good. Just imagine that big of an onion. Okay, you can chop that up as well make into quite a different things. Dwarf trees. Okay. They say dwarf trees are where you get more space and you get more of fruit for what compared to when you have just small trees, okay, and regular trees. But you get just as much from a dwarf trees of fruits as well as you do from a big one. But here's the thing, you save in water, space, and in soil. Because when you think about it, how many, when you put them down, okay, how many can you put down side by side from one another? And when it cross-pollinate from it, okay, and like they say too, if it takes two, male and female, it would be good to have the space to do that. You always want to check and make sure about that. Because some plants you have to have a male and a female as well. And I got the, yeah, and you make tea from it, and the seeds from it make nice jams and all that from. So this is like what I'm referring to. You can find stuff like this where you have all the necessary stuff to make all things like jams, tea, and whatever else. You can see the seeds from it, okay? And corn, that baby corn, where you don't have to clean it, but it's soft enough that you eat it. I always thought that, I was surprised about it. And I see it, I like it. There's other crops like this that grows like this, okay? Like there's onions, carrots, real small carrots that grows full size, but real small. And you take the seeds from it and redo it. Okay? That's how as well. And you see how they look there. And you take the hair from it and the corn husk and all that, and you chop it up and all that, and you add it into the soil to keep your nourishment of your plants fed. The material will break down in your soil. And chocolate, this looks good.
also knew of his story that he was an alien super soldier sent to Earth to save humanity as well. Lash was diagnosed with cancer also, and gave instructions to his fiancée that when he died, his people would take care of him and to not worry about it. Not only was she told this, but her assistant was told this as well. Both females actually believed the story so much that on the moment of his death, they abandoned his body in a parking lot, fleeing to Oregon out of fear that Jeffrey Lash's associates would kill them for knowing too much. At this stage, the assistant, Dawn Vadbunker, apparently didn't let her family know that she was leaving the state, so they reported her as missing to the police. After 2 weeks, the 2 women came to their senses, though, and decided to return to Los Angeles. When they returned, they also went to the parking lot to see if Jeffrey Lash's body was removed, only to find it decomposing where they had left it 2 weeks before. Now they saw they had made a grave mistake. They then contact a lawyer, Harland Braun, asking that he contact the local police and report the incident. In the initial investigation, the police not only find the decomposing body, they find a cache of weapons and ammunition. 1,200 guns and 6 tons of ammunition was found, and much more is thought to be scattered throughout Los Angeles, all belonging to Jeffrey Lash. With no rational explanation for how he was able to buy these weapons or obtain the money in order to do it, he also had $17,000 in cash on him and owned 17 vehicles. Some of these vehicles were also militarized and capable of traveling on water and in harsh terrain. Though we can easily say that him being an alien is nothing but hogwash, what about the money? What about the guns and ammunition? Reports made from the police department say that nothing illegal was committed. These vehicles and guns with their ammunition was legitimate, and no crimes were committed in order to obtain them. The fact that a human body was able to sit in a parking lot in the middle of Los Angeles is strange enough. Now we come to the third category of alien believer. I like to call these the category that consists of the gray area. This area has a lot of people who are really smart and diligent in their efforts to find evidence of extraterrestrial, but are also mixing it up with folklore, conspiracy, and things of that nature. I watch videos done by a cosmonaut who monitors the International Space Station. He shows good evidence concerning lights that streak across space and in our atmosphere. These occur regularly. Some video evidence showed that these lights form from UFOs while they are being filmed. The problem is this: even though the cosmonaut has the video, he constantly talks about the Illuminati conspiracy too, without information from the people. Then he goes on into the spill about the dark government and their plot to control society. I don't care how smart you are, what you have for credentials, or what job you have had in the past. When the word Illuminati comes out of your mouth, all credibility is gone. With the first category of believers, they state that out of all the investigations they perform, only 5% are credible. To be credible, there has to be something that is not able to be explained. Most of the sightings that are found are either explainable or they are thought of as a hoax. There are plenty of people out there, too, who have this insatiable desire to come up with a good hoax. They will go the extra mile to convince people of a conspiracy, alien sighting, or ghost haunting, just so they can say that they fooled someone. I've found a few myself. One was concerning UFO sightings in Mexico. The video was supposed to show a glowing object racing across the video feed. The only problem is they had another smaller object that was glowing racing the other direction below the object. This is nothing more than a trick using a pulley in order to create the effect. In order to find good, credible evidence, it is always a good rule of thumb to attempt to debunk the evidence first. I encourage it on every post I put on my page. The classic model of scientific inquiry derives from Aristotle, who distinguished forms of approximate and exact reasoning, setting out the threefold scheme of abduction, logic, inductive, proposed assumption to a conclusion, and inductive, generalization, inference, treating combined forms such as reasoning by analogy, similarity. In 1877, Charles Sanders Peirce characterized inquiry as not a pursuit of truth. He considered it as the struggle to move from irritating, restraining doubts born of surprises, disagreements, and to reach a belief on which one is prepared to act. He framed scientific inquiry as a part of a broader array of varied but related ideas that goads and urges like general inquiry. He held mere verbal and exaggerated doubt as fruitless and outlined 4 methods for settling opinions that he ordered from least to most successful. The method of tenacity has a policy of sticking to initial beliefs, which leads to comfort and is decisive, but also ignores contrary information and others' views, leading to believe that truth is actually naturally private and not public. It goes against the social influence and usually falters when it is easy to tell that other person's opinions is genuinely as good as one's own opinion. Its successes can shine, but usually doesn't endure for any significant amount of time in history. The method of authority sometimes overcomes disagreements brutally with lofty success, but cannot work thoroughly enough to suppress doubts that are learned when discovering different societies from both the past and the present. The method of the priori supports conformity with less brutality than the method of authority, but fosters the idea that opinions are something of taste. It makes comparisons of perspectives in terms of what is agreeable to reason. It is based and dependent upon fashions of molds and standards with a specific theme and a framework consisting of basic assumptions on ways of thinking according to methodology. The scientific method purposefully considers itself fallible and tests, criticizes, corrects, and improves itself. Peirce held that the slow and stumbling process of reasoning can be inferior to instinct and traditional sentiment in practical matters. The scientific method of Peirce should be suited to theoretical research and shouldn't be hindered by the other methods and practical ends. Reason's first rule is that in order for someone to learn, he must first want to learn, and proposed conclusions should not hinder inquiry. The scientific method is by far the most secure method because it was deliberately designed to eventually arrive at the most secure belief on which the most successful practices can be based. Starting, of course, with the idea that people did not really search for truth, but the ability to subdue irritating and hindering doubts. Peirce showed that through struggle, people can admit to truth for the sake of the integrity of beliefs. Seek as truth the guidance of potential practice correctly to its goal and uniting themselves to the scientific method. For Peirce, rational inquiry represented presumption or an assumption beforehand, an antecedent condition that takes for granted truth and the real in advance. To reason is to assume, and at least to hope, as a principle of the reasoner's independent control, that the real is discovered, and the independence of our unprecedentable and erratic opinions. In this system, he defined truths as an exchange offered and suggested for consideration to its form, doing this from a practiced point of view and consideration with reference to their causes, antecedent conditions, and results. Without or not as actual majority opinion of some definite finite community, which suggests that to inquire is to poll the experts. Some users report intense erotic imagery and sensation and utilize the drug in a ritual sexual context. Distinguish from 5-MeO-DMT. 5-MeO-DMT, a psychedelic drug structurally similar to N-DMT, is sometimes referred to as DMT through abbreviation As a white crystalline solid, it is also similar in appearance to DMT. However, it is considerably more potent. 5-MeO or 5-MeO-DMT typically vaporized dose 5 through 20 mg, and care should be taken to differentiate between the two drugs to avoid accidental overdose. Detection in body fluids. DMT may be quantitated in blood, plasma, or urine using chromatographic techniques as a diagnostic tool in clinical poisoning situations or to aid in the medico-legal investigation of suspicious deaths. Blood or plasma DMT levels in recreational users of the drug are generally in the 10 through 30 upside down Hg/L range during the first several hours post ingestion. Less than 0.1% of an oral dose is eliminated unchanged in the 24-hour urine of humans. Side effects. According to a dose-response study of dimethyltryptamine in humans by Rick Strassman, dimethyltryptamine dose slightly elevated blood pressure, heart rate, pupil diameter, and rectal temperature, in addition to elevating blood concentrations of beta endorphin, corticotropin, cortisol, and prolactin. Growth hormone blood levels rose equally in response to doses of DMT, and melatonin levels were unaffected. Conjecture. DMT crystal at 400x magnification. Several speculative and yet untested hypotheses suggest that endogenous DMT is produced in the human brain and is involved in certain psychological and neurological states. DMT is naturally occurring in small amounts in rat brains, human cerebrospinal fluid, and other tissues of human and other mammals. A biochemical mechanism for this was proposed by the medical researcher J.C. Calloway, who suggested in 1988 that DMT might be connected with visual dream phenomena. Brain DMT levels would be periodically elevated to induce visual dreaming and possibly other natural states of mind. A new hypothesis proposed is that in addition to being involved in altered states of consciousness, endogenous DMT may be involved in the creation of normal waking states of consciousness. It is proposed that DMT and other endogenous hallucinogens mediate their neurological abilities by acting as neurotransmitters at a subclass of the trace amine receptors, a group of receptors found in the CNS where DMT and other hallucinogens have been shown to have activity. Wallach further proposes that in this way, waking consciousness can be thought of as a controlled psychedelic experience. It is when the control of these systems become loosened and their behavior no longer correlates with the external world that the altered states arise. Dr. Rick Strassman, while conducting DMT research in the 1990s at the University of New Mexico, advanced the controversial hypothesis that a massive release of DMT from the pineal gland prior to death or near death was the cause of the near-death experience, NDEE, phenomenon. Several of his test subjects reported NDE-like audio or visual hallucinations. His explanation for this was the possible lack of panic involved in the clinical setting and possible dosage differences between those administered and those encountered in actual NDE cases. Several subjects also reported contact with other beings, alien-like, insectoid, or reptilian in nature, in highly advanced technological environments, where the subjects were carried, probed, tested, manipulated, dismembered, taught, loved, and even raped by those beings. Basing his reasoning on his belief that all the enzymatic material needed to produce DMT is found in the pineal gland, moreover in substantially greater concentrations than any other part of the body. Strassman has speculated that DMT is made in the pineal gland. Currently, there is no published, reliable scientific evidence supporting this hypothesis. In the 1950s, an endogenous production of psychoactive agents was considered to be a potential explanation for the hallucinatory symptoms of some psychiatric diseases, as the transmethylation hypothesis. Though this hypothesis does not account for the natural presence of endogenous DMT in otherwise normal humans, rats, and other laboratory animals. In 2011, Nicholas V. Kazi of the University of Wisconsin School of Medicine and Public Health concluded that INMT, an enzyme that may be associated with the biosynthesis of DMT in endogenous hallucinogens, is present in the primate Rhesus macaque pineal gland, retinal ganglion neurons, and spinal cord. In August 2012, Stephen Barker, Ethan McElhenry, and Rick Strassman developed a new method to measure the three known endogenous hallucinogens and their major N-oxide metabolites in blood, urine, cerebrospinal fluid, oscular fluid, and or other tissues by using state-of-the-art liquid chromatography, mass spectrometry, LC/MS equipment. For the first time in history, they were able to detect the DMT/N/oxide metabolite in blood and urine. Legal status. International law. DMT is classified as a Schedule I drug under the UN 1971 Convention on Psychotropic Substances, meaning that use of DMT is supposed to be restricted to scientific research and medical use. And international trade in DMT is supposed to be closely monitored. Natural materials containing DMT, including ayahuasca, are explicitly not regulated under the 1971 Psychotropic Convention. Australia. This section's factual accuracy may be compromised due to out-of-date information. As of February 2012, the Australian federal government was considering changing the Australian Criminal Code that would classify any plants containing any amount of DMT as controlled plants. Also, as of February 2009, the Therapeutic Goods Administration and federal authority made a motion to not reschedule DMT or DMT-containing substances, as they may still hold potential entheogenic value to native and or religious people. The final decision was to be handed down May 2nd, 2012. Canada. DMT is classified in Canada as a Schedule III drug. France. DMT, along with most of its plant sources, is classified in France as a stupefying narcotic. New Zealand. DMT is classified in New Zealand as a Class A drug under the Misuse of Drug Act of 1975. In the United Kingdom, DMT is classified in the United Kingdom as a Class A drug. In the United States, DMT is classified in the United States as a Schedule I drug under the Controlled Substance Act of 1970. In December 2004, the Supreme Court lifted a stay, thereby allowing the Brazil-based União do Vegetal (UDV) church to use a decoction containing DMT in their Christmas services that year. This decoction is a tea made from boiling leaves and vines, known as huasca within the UDV and ayahuasca in different cultures. In Gonzalez versus O Centro Esperada Beneficente União do Vegetal, the Supreme Court heard arguments on November the 1st, 2005, and unanimously ruled in February 2006 that the U.S. federal government must allow the UDV to import and consume the tea for religious ceremonies.
So I was asking about, okay, so it looks like the direction of Minds is to keep Minds chat as closely to elements as possible and not diverge it in terms of implementing your own features. No idea, no plan to monetize Minds chat at all, right? Because I remember when it was first released, there was an onslaught of suggestions coming in, and I saw one of them was to make Minds chat monetizable somehow.
Yeah, I think that at the moment we don't really have the development power to do
Right.
that.
Okay.
Because it might require like one full developer. Like if we make changes to the element, then we might like we will need to keep up with the updates, and it will just require half or one full developer just working only on the chat.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. Fair. Anybody else want to jump in? I don't want to ask Bashi all of my questions yet.
No,
Anybody? Mr. Robot? Did he drop off?
I don't know. Am I still on here? Let me check.
Oh, it looks like he did. I don't see him.
Yeah, I think Mr. Robot drove off. Alright.
One thing, if we are sharing links, I might wanna promote a thing we are doing on Monday.
Sure, go
So I
ahead.
share the link.
Yeah, go for it.
So we are going to be doing a live stream.
Oh, what happened there?
Oh, she just dropped off. Did she?
Looks
Oh,
like
there
it.
she is. I think she's coming
Not
back.
too fast.
She's coming back. You there?
Okay, what happened? Did you click away
Yeah.
from Jitsi?
No, I didn't touch anything, but I'm at my parents right now,
Oh,
and
I
they
see,
have
okay.
bad internet.
Uh-huh.
I'm surprised I'm able to call with video. Actually.
Oh yes. So this link that Bashi sent, I remember seeing it on her post. So this is about a live stream session conducted by Mind Inc. Have you guys seen it?
No, I have not.
And whether if you're interested in attending, be part of the live stream.
Let me make sure I get this correct, because I actually took time and effort.
Bring
to
it up.
set this
Bring it up on your browser and share your browser on the video, man.
I'm trying.
This one is actually not asking if people want to join, but this is the first session, which is going to be with Chris Dogood.
Oh, I see.
And I got
Right,
it.
And-
right, okay.
I've got it posting on the video too, so actually I don't need to put that extra one on there. They started doing that install app for Google now, and like they have their complications. I'm still working through, but I've got it to where
Yeah,
you're talking about do-gooder, right?
The do-gooder.
Yeah, the do-gooder. He's got a Chris Do-gooder. Do-good.
Do-gooder.
Mine's Live Episode 1. That's cool. And that's going to be Monday, September the 18th, 1 p.m. Eastern Time, 5 p.m. UTC.
Cool.
Yeah.
So what? This is a new live stream.
It says, we are excited to announce our first episode of Mine's Live with Chris Do-good. Come on Monday. This is a new live feed series where we invite members of our community to come chat with the Minds team about interest topics like what they are working on, what the Minds team is up to, and anything else
Okay.
you want to discuss. All episodes will be live streamed directly to Minds, and recordings will be posted to the Minds channel. If you're interested.
Will we be able?
Oh, sorry.
Will we be able to view this live stream, Bashi, or it'll be like a pre-record thing?
It should be live stream, and then it's going to stick around on Minds. I still need to clarify with Jack if we are going to do it on at Minds, because it should be on at Minds, but it might. I don't know.
It should be using
yeah.
Mine's live stream, right?
Yeah, it should be at Minds. We just
Okay.
need some clarification on that internally.
Okay, so
And yeah.
I can do the screen share thing with it. Just give me a second. We are excited. Yeah, there we go. I can put it on my screen share.
There you go. Yeah, just good. Okay. So I was talking about the I guess the email before this one. So apparently Chris has volunteered, and the first session is going to be about him. So is this going to be like an interview, or what's the format of the live stream going?
The brief format that is right now what I'm thinking of is a brief introduction of the person, then discussion of like topics that want to or need to be discussed. So for example, if we have author, they might want to promote a book, or maybe someone wants to talk about state of the world. We do have some topics from Chris, what he wants to talk about, and then some closing of the stream, maybe promotion of something he wants to promote, some channels, some initiatives, and yeah.
Okay.
It's very brief, but it will probably differ from person to person.
Right. So you basically give them a forum to voice their feedback about the platforms and provide suggestions?
No, it's more about like providing a space for people to promote themselves.
Oh, okay.
So it's more of a promotion of a community.
Oh, okay.
Like
So it's
showing off who we have.
It's about
in
him.
mind.
It's about him,
Yes.
not about you. Okay. Okay, that's cool. Because you also have something else going on where you have a call with the community member where they provide you feedback, but that's not on a live stream, right?
Yeah, that's community initiatives. Yeah, I have had some calls with community where we discussed, like what possible initiative we could do. And after discussing with team internally, we came down to this, doing live streams like this. So, yeah.
No, this is cool. I think Roger, you should definitely sign up.
Well, the thing is though, like, what are the plans with live stream and video in particular? Because like this is a good start and stuff, but like, are there plans for like giving people with video playlists or anything like that, where? Because, like, don't get me wrong, I've managed to create a system to where I could keep track of all my videos, my posts, and schedule them appropriately. But
You mean like a tab called like live stream videos?
playlist where you can like go in and actually like have a playlist set up for for this round table right here. Have a playlist set up to where I can actually keep it in a playlist from episode 1 to whatever episode we're on, to where if somebody wants to watch it, they can go back and watch episode 1 by clicking on the playlist.
Well, I guess for now you can tag your post, right?
Oh, it's the only thing that's worse than this is what they got on Odyssey. Odyssey's just horrible. Like
Really?
yeah. But
How bad is it?
oh, it's on their profile page. On your profile page, you go in there and it tells you when your next post is, and that's basically it. And then like when you upload videos, they don't put them, in a manner to where they're freaking manageable. You have to literally scroll back through each page on the videos that are scheduled to make sure that they're all freaking timed right. Like on here, all I gotta do is go on my profile and I can hit the little freaking clock symbol on there, and it'll show me all my scheduled videos. So then I also, in my information, I have my schedule written out on what videos get posted on what day and what time of the day. And all I have to do is use that.
Roger, I think for the moment, the best thing you can do is to create a post or a blog article referencing all the addresses of the videos that you want to promote, and again, add tags, hashtags to those videos so they're in some sort of order. As an example, I've got I've got a load of posts that are related to what I'm calling an overview of technology. So various subjects in relation to how computers work and so forth. And what I've done is I've tagged them as overview, and I've also referenced all the previous posts within that section in the current post. So each post will be able to link to each other.
That would be nice. Yeah, and then.
But you have to do it manually right now. Right?
I'd have to figure.
You have a post of a table content kind of thing, right? Basically, and a new episode comes out, you update that post.
But then you could also pin it on the profile as well.
Yes, that's right.
Pin it, and,
at least it'll help us keep track which episode we're doing, man.
Now, if they go that route, if you want to go that route, I mean, make it to where we could pin more posts or a profile other than, I think it's 4 at the moment. But if you could, like, give people maybe 10 freaking pin, you know, I mean, make it to where they could at least pin at least 10 posts to where...
I think you can pin 10 posts as plus.
Why would you want to pin so many posts? It gets crowded on your channel.
That's very important. Those views, man, when I pin a post, okay, I can see how many people see that view. And it's sitting there
but then you unpin it after a while. You don't want to leave it over years.
When I get another one to replace it,
Yeah.
Like I make my schedule out on when I'm posting my videos or the topics I'm doing, okay? And then when I have to change that day's schedule, I'll freaking post a new one in its place. See what I mean?
Yeah, but you know, it's a double-edged sword. It could get annoying if you start pinning so many posts. I want to go to your channel and I want to see what's the latest. I don't want to have to scroll through 15 pinned posts to get to your latest post, right?
I mean,
I think it's just a matter. I think it's just a matter of being logical and being somewhat conservative about what you pin.
Yeah.
Yes.
Really?
Well, I mean, I'm talking about like if you're gonna go that route instead of playlists. You know what I mean? Because like playlists, there's a big advantage with it because you can actually have easy access to the videos that you're putting on. You know what I mean? And people
I see. You were going. I was confused where you were going with the playlist thing, but you're thinking of like a YouTube playlist for videos.
I mean, that's the pretty much the next step because like like right now we're just now getting live stream, and that's a good thing. You know what I mean? But having playlists to go with it.
We don't even have a video tab on the channel to begin with, right? We have a gallery that has both photos and videos. Actually.
Yep, but you can sort by video.
Her equipment, that'd be cool too, you know. So
Yeah. Hi, talking of which.
she coming in.
Yeah, she's just there.
Cool. I'm putting everything together now. Started the stream up, getting the audio tested out, Sonya.
So far, it seems good. There we go.
Howdy, y'all.
Howdy.
Howdy. Sounds good on YouTube. Sounds good on Rumble. D Live sounds good. I'm not testing the other ones because I think they're worthless. They're not worth even wasting my time on. I checked D Live. It had audio and everything set up. Now, Mark Watashik said he's going to be in here too, but
Oh, yeah, we're supposed to remind him.
I did.
Oh, you did? Okay.
I just seen 50 million messages from Roger on Teams, on MS Teams.
He's getting frustrated because I called him Big Daddy. No,
He is like Big Daddy, huh?
Yeah, I mean, I was seriously thinking after that, and I'm like, maybe we should say Big Daddy and the Don from now on. Mark Edworthy as the Don, and him as Big Daddy. Say, we got Big Daddy and the Don in the room.
Okay, it makes us sound like some sort of troupe, some sort of I don't know, stage troupe.
Well, I mean, it worked. Yeah, I mean, listen to that, like Big Daddy and the Don.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, have you got? It sounds like our audio's bleeding out on you.
Yeah, do you have the speaker up?
Yeah.
I do. I can change it.
Well, just you can turn it down or turn it away from the microphones.
Yeah, and I've got 12 fans going.
Well, the fans, I can't hear the fans at all.
No?
Well, don't change it so that I can hear the fans. That's not how it works. You know, it's like, okay, let me take care of that.
Yeah.
Is it better or is it still doing it?
It sounds good. For
Does
me,
it?
it does.
Yeah.
Do a countdown real quick.
Yeah. Oh,
I can always...
maybe.
Here, let me put my headphones on. It'll probably solve everything.
It's quite faint. So it's not too bad.
There you go.
Yeah. Had to do the headphones. Which
Now,
I don't like these gigantic headphones, but whatever.
Yeah, I know. It took me a while to get used to them, too. Mr. Edworthy won't do it. He says that they aren't fashionable.
Well, no, my
fancy little mic like he's got.
Yeah, I've got good noise detection, background detection. Circuitry in there.
Now, I was wanting to ask you. I mentioned it in chat. Now, you want to show pictures and stuff, which I think that's cool. But do you want to show off your tools too, like your gun and everything?
I went and got them just now. That's what took me so long. So I do have them.
Okay, I just wanted to run that by you because I'm.
Yeah, why not?
So
it'd be cool.
I've got talking points too, or questions. So I'm going to ask you all the cool tattoo questions first.
Sweet. I am totally prepared for those.
Everybody is going to just be blown away when we start talking about tattoo and tattoos. Yeah, seriously, because I don't think the average person really knows the life of a tattoo artist.
Yeah, that's true.
I really don't think so.
Well, I'll save it for the show. I was going to start telling you, but I'll save it for the show.
Yeah, there you go. See, you're getting really, really good at this stuff, man.
Am I? Thank you.
Yeah, you really are.
I'm trying.
You are a pro.
Oh, thanks.
Well, everybody always has a problem when I tell them that. I was like, freaking save that stuff for the show because that's good content, you know, but they just like to spill their beans before they even get into the actual interview, you know what I mean?
Right.
So, and
well, it has to do with the interviewer too. You are a very good interviewer, if you ask me. So, the questions that you ask bring up all kinds of stuff because you're such a good interviewer. You know.
You know why though, don't you?
Why? Because you want to know?
Yeah, well, that too.
That makes a good interviewer, wanting to know, yeah?
You
What?
know, it's because I'm a sexy, sexy man.
Whatever.
Man, I should
No,
have known that one. That was an easy question, too, and I totally failed that one. Man.
Roger, no flirting on stream.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it
Is
kind
that flirting? I did flirting with himself. No.
of.
No boastering of one's
He's
ego
used to.
on stream.
Yeah.
I'm debating on if, or I was debating on if I wanted to say that. But thank you, Sonia. It's like, well, who exactly am I flirting with? It's like freaking.
Yourself, I guess.
Yeah.
You're used to doing things with yourself, so.
They call it self-love.
No comment.
Self-love. I know, right?
Self-love.
Well, like we all are, we all have to like be here with ourselves and eat and watch TV or whatever we're doing.
And sometimes that TV causes problems too.
It does. It sure does. I could write a book on that. For sure.
Now,
Oh, God, yeah, sorry.
Mark hasn't said anything yet in chat, which probably means he's gonna bail on me. He got a little frustrating, I guess. Debbie said she had to reschedule the show, so that kind of puts him in a strange position because of his channel, so or his stream. So
Yeah.
now,
So should I send you these pictures? I'm sorry.
yeah, if you want to send them, and I'll upload them straight into the stream and everything, get them all set up.
Okay, cool. Sweet.
Just upload the files, and then I'll put them into the
screen capture. Yeah, computer screen shots.
Okay, sweet. I can do that.
so we can get it on the way. And I'm gonna take my little head off of here when the stream starts.
Oh, how nice.
So
Yeah, that
because
that's sweet.
like I said, I'm gonna make, because I did this for Michael Paul too, where I edited it out to where it doesn't show any kind of sign of my channel. Like that live with Roger Hanson won't be on the copy I send you. It'll just be you and Mark Edworthy, the sexy English dude and the sexy tattoo chick. There you go. Go Vogue on me.
People both sides of the pond.
That's right. Oh, Sonia started going Vogue on me, started throwing up there we go. There, Vogue.
Right.
Oh,
Okay.
now, if anybody's listening, just be aware. And especially if it's the first time you've ever watched my streams, just be aware this is the kind of behavior that takes place on Live with Roger Hanson.
Yes.
This is actually mild. We're doing really good. We're behaving. Yeah. Did you hear what I did, censorship suck?
No, what'd you do?
I went on a show and I freaking told them about the intergalactic.
You mentioned that, yes, the whole Wednesday. Yeah,
the intergalactic proctology alliance and how it was in their.
What the fuck?
Yeah, and I said in their mission statement, it was their goal to freaking anally probe every single living creature in the universe.
Everybody needs a hobby.
All right.
Oh my gosh, so silly.
Well, then I broke it down to them too, and I was like, and I've heard a lot of people talk like, if they have all this technology, why do they still have to anal probe people? And I told him, I was like, well, you got all that technology just laying around. It's like, freaking, why not use it? Why would you want good technology to go to waste?
Okay.
If you have anal probing devices just sitting there, you might as well use them.
Ew.
Yeah.
That's what I said on there. I figured that because Willie wanted to know where you were,
Yeah, I think
So
Willie likes me.
well, he left on the show, and then I came in just after he left, and I said, "Man, I wish Willie was here," and that's when I started saying it. But it didn't start there or end there because I was sick,
Hey,
you know. And you shouldn't be streaming when you're sick. Oh,
Yeah, can't really say.
I can't. Yeah, it wasn't on there very well.
yeah, I was just showing her because she's calling me, so I want to let her know I'm busy.
Oh,
Cool.
oh, okay. So you were showing her us. She muted out. But yeah, I don't know if you got to see that, Mark. It was pretty bad. Like I actually felt bad about it because I was sick and I would just let loose. And I told everybody, I'm like, you can't handle the full freaking force of infamous OG. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to censorship sucks,
Hmm.
they just can't handle it, dude. It's just a little bit too much.
Yeah, yeah.
I was really surprised Nancy could handle it as well as what, or better actually, than what censorship sucks did. Especially when I started telling everybody that we hated Facebook and get the hell out of here.
Dan goes 50% of his viewership.
Boy.
Freaking Mark Watashik started sweating balls, dude, because
Sweating balls even.
because censorship got all upset. He's like, man, you can't be coming on here and telling our viewers that we hate them.
Yeah, he really loves his viewers.
Yeah, I
He
know.
says, you know,
He had to correct me. I thought about it the next morning when I was feeling a little bit better, and I was like, man, I really, really went a little bit too far there. So horrible. So are you enjoying the early show before the interview, Sonia?
yes, I am actually.
Giving you the full
It's
breakdown.
fantastico. You know, I have a lot of stories about these tattoos, actually. Like,
Good.
there's pretty much a story with every one of them.
Okay.
But
So
I'm throwing them into teams right now for you.
okay. Let me. Are okay? They're on. There we go. We got them. Now you just want to do those 4, or are there more?
I got a bunch more here.
Okay.
I got, they're probably over 40 there. Just kind of pick the ones you like, I guess.
Well, I mean, to be honest, we
Or
could.
the ones that look interesting to you.
We
There's
could.
certain ones I'd like to talk about.
Okay. Now, if there's 40 of them, actually, I could do a slideshow using freaking actually using
There's actually probably more than 40.
Teams.
I
Okay.
put quite a few in there.
Cool. Hold up. Let me set that up then. Because that would actually work out. Because I can use my OBS as an ingest. And because I've been wanting to do that for a while. I love using the ingest on here where I can do like the studio at the same time as using OBS for other functions.
Hmm.
And I've really gotten to where I like that. It's almost orgasmic. Well,
So when I just want to go grab some coffee, tell me when a good time is. Is now a good time before we actually start?
yeah.
questions?
Yes.
Okay, great. I'll be right back then.
Looks like Mr. Robot won't be able to join us.
He's on the way to the.
Yeah,
Okay.
on a gig. or something.
Well, it's cool anyhow because like he would have just run amok and just messed things up. Started talking about Hawaii and shit. I hope he's listening so that he can hear. Like he tried to blame us. You know what I mean? Like
Get melted.
He's going to go get melted. In Australia, that could mean a lot of things, ladies.
Yeah. But we both know what he means.
Yes.
Yeah.
We both know what he means. So I'm going to use the ingest on here for OBS, and I'm just going to connect Teams up with the photos on on the message between me and Sonia, and I can mute out. I can mute out on OBS with the desktop and the mic and stuff, and just do window capture and pull it up. So,
have we had any issues with last night's stream, especially on YouTube?
No, not yet. I actually was even able to download the stuff and get it going. So that actually turned out pretty good. I think. Huh?
Yeah, I was going to say on YouTube, considering last night and what was it, last week or the week before, we had a controversial one. They've lightened up a bit. Oh, but yeah, they must have.
That one didn't have any problems whatsoever. It came through. I really do believe that, though, that they had an issue or freaking they got their asses put in check is what I think, because they're allowing a lot more than what they used to. Just putting it out there. I mean, they really are allowing a lot more than what they're allowed to, or what they were doing. Okay, so now I have the ingest set up. I can just hit stream. And it should be able to do it. There we go. Now you two are going to be down on the bottom. If I do that, your little heads are going to be replaced.
Looks like Sonia is in the void, especially with the space down underneath her.
Mm-hmm.
Sort of twilight zone sort of thing. Come on there.
It's exciting and new. There we go.
That's better.
There we go. That's okay. So they need to let me do Duo first, and then what I can do is I can come here and pop that up underneath you whenever it's time to show your pictures and stuff. And you just tell me whenever you want to show the pictures, and we can get it on the road and going. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Whenever. I guess whenever. I don't know.
Well, I've got cool questions and stuff, and then when we get to
sweet.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. That sounds good.
Okay, so let me use the bathroom real quick. You talk to her and come up with just like meaningless shit to talk about, Mark. Don't you know what I'm saying?
That should be pretty easy.
Yeah, and I'll be back. I got to run to the bathroom and stuff, and I'll be right back.
Okay. So how the heck have you been, Mark?
Tired.
How the heck are you doing? Tired? Yeah.
Yeah. The last couple of days, I've just been grabbing sleep when I've been able to.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Busy.
Yeah, busy.
Well, that's good. Yeah. I guess I mean, at least you're doing stuff, getting stuff done. Yeah.
I don't know, getting stuff done, but not accomplishing anything.
Yeah, it's always a progress, isn't it? Like just, I know how that is. I finally got Jaffe's website kind of done. He won't let me redo the whole thing because he needs his old stuff, like from 2016. He has to have that. So I don't know how to do all that. So I just made a part and I linked it to new site, old site, and it's still a stage site, but that's okay. It'll work. It can still have traffic. It's got the forums and stuff, so it's kind of cool. I did it the other night. I don't know if he noticed it yet. So.
No, I haven't. I had a look at. He asked me last year, and I had a look at it. and I physically downloaded the entire site and went through the entire structure, and it's somewhat confusing. I was
It's
going to,
very messy. Very messy.
yeah,
Yeah, for sure.
I, I was intending to move it from WordPress to Joomla.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't used
The
that
other
one.
open source, yeah. I've been using Joomla for decades now. Yeah, and the amount of work that I could foresee done in there.
Jeez, it's
Yeah,
insane. Yeah,
he needs a full-time developer on that one.
he does for sure.
He's got one.
And
He's got one.
yeah, right.
Sonya's just busting hump, getting things done.
Yeah. Well, it's done as much as I can do it, as much as he'll let me do it anyway.
Yeah.
So, you know, and it's pretty cool. You guys will have to go check it out. I put a thing on the front that just says new forum site. You know, just click on that and you can jack around there for a minute.
WRPN.com.
I will definitely go check that out. And Sonya is still inside the chat. I don't know if she's around though, so we can catch up to her whenever she comes back on. That's pretty much how we usually run the show. We usually don't even do an introduction, but we had a special guest today for an interview, so that's the reason why we did that. It's usually laid back kind of scene like we usually did on Minds Roundtable, and I'm thinking we also did the same thing with Untethered. I'm not sure. Hey, there she is. Hello, Sonia. You're muted out, I believe. Not quite. Say something real quick.
Yeah, you're muted.
And she's muted. She probably can't even hear us. There she is. Yeah. There you go. You look good with those headsets on. Don't ever fool yourself, you beautiful woman.
Oh, you're so sweet. I just turned my sound on. That's the first thing I heard. How nice is that?
There you go. I said
talking about me, that is.
Yeah, I was.
You could have been talking about Mark. I don't know.
Now, you apparently heard me last night. I guess was it? No, it was the night before. I was calling Mark. Yeah. I called both the Marks beautiful. And DK, he's a beautiful man too.
Yeah, luscious hair.
The luscious hair. You know, and it's like they get all homophobic and shit. And they don't understand. They're like, no, Roger's just fucking weird.
Funny enough, I'm thinking of getting my hair cut in the next week or two.
Yeah, just trimmed, just the ends.
Yeah.
You don't want to
keep it nice and growing. Yeah.
you don't want to do it too much because that's where the women love you, man. Like, and you might get Nancy upset with you because she really
you can't have that.
No, Nancy loves your hair.
Yeah, so her hair is beautiful.
So we have a couple things, man, on the agenda. No, we don't really stick to any format, but I put stuff up for talking points just to kind of keep the conversation going, you know what I mean? But tonight I put some stuff up that I think I wanted to talk about. And well, the first one is something that Mark Edworthy want to talk about. And I don't know, maybe you would have a good point of view on this one, Sonia. This has to do with the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland data.
I know all about that.
It's an act, but
there is, it does link into the US as well. So
yeah, and as a matter of fact, that last one that you were talking about, that you freaked out about the Child Protection Act.
You got triggered.
Yeah, he got triggered.
The Child Safety, the Online Safety Act.
Yeah, well now now we have something trying to be pushed here in the United States that actually straight out says Child Safety Act. And according to what I heard from Naroki, it's pretty much side by side, identical, same basic act.
I did listen to a senator or a couple of senators talking about this only a couple of days ago. I was in the middle of doing other things, so I was deciding on the background, so I didn't take that much notice of it.
No, what I did do is I did go and grab that video that you posted up on your thing. If you want me to play that, I can.
Yeah, feel free to. It's not that long. It's only
5 minutes.
Less than 10 minutes. 5 minutes. Okay. Yeah.
It's like 5 minutes long. I can pop that up here after I figure out what the heck it is that I'm doing. Because you know how I roll. Oh,
yeah. Winging it.
Well, okay, here we go. Let me go ahead and do it the way it's supposed to be done.
Like Winger. From back in the day.
Back in the day, baby. Back in the day. Okay, can you guys see that?
No.
Okay, let me
no.
do it right.
Share my screen.
There we go. Yeah. Okay, so here we go. This is what Mark Edworthy sent to us.
Hello again. I rather suspect that there are still some people in this country who are unaware that ID cards have now been brought into existence and legally mandated. The reason that this might not be more widely known is that they are not being called ID cards. Their creation has been concealed behind a dull and turgid-sounding piece of legislation bearing the name of the Data Use and Access Act 2025. This has now passed through both houses of Parliament and received royal assent, become law. What does this new law cover? I cannot do better than to quote the long title of this bill, which tells us all we need to know about it. In the description to this video, I give a link to the government website so that viewers may check for themselves what I am about to read out. Ready? For it is a bit of a mouthful. This law is intended to make provision about access to customer data and business data, to make provision about services consisting of the use of information to ascertain and verify facts about individuals, to make provision about the recording and sharing and keeping of registers, of information relating to apparatus in streets, to make provision about the keeping and maintenance of registers of births and deaths, to make provision for the regulation of the processing of information relating to identified or identifiable living individuals, to make provision about privacy and electronic communications, to establish the Information Commission, to make provision about information standards for health and social care, to make provision about the grant of smart meter communication licenses, to make provisions about the disclosure of information to improve public service delivery, to make provision about the retention of information by providers of internet services in connection with investigations into child deaths, to make provision about providing information for purposes related to the carrying out of independent research into online safety matters, to make provision about the retention of biometric data, to make provision about services for the provision of electronic signatures, electronic seals, and other trust services, to make provision about the creation and solicitation of purported intimate images and for connected purposes. All this, and indeed the whole text of the Act, may be summed up as follows. This law will allow for the creation of a so-called digital identity. There will be no obligation on anybody to have such a thing, which will contain all your personal details. But if you do not have one, then you will be unable to buy a bottle of wine or indeed a packet of disposable razors, because this digital identity will be the standard way of confirming your age. You will not be able to register a birth, rent a flat, get married, buy a house, get a job, or register with a GP. Nor will you be able to obtain a passport or open a bank account unless you have a digital identity. Without a digital identity, you will be a non-person. What safeguards will there be to stop your personal information from this new form of virtual identity card getting into the wrong hands? Here is where we run into an old rule of mine which predates the modern era of digital communications and so on. Now that digital ID cards are a thing, the government is launching a campaign to assure us that there is no danger of our details getting into the wrong hands or being sold to somebody in China or America. The first step is that they will be publicising what they call the trust framework, which is essentially telling us to trust them with our information. It has for over half a century been a foundation stone of my dealings with others that certain phrases usually mean the complete opposite of what their words convey when somebody uses these expressions when talking to you. For instance, if somebody says, "I can change," that is as clear an indication as you could hope for that the person concerned cannot change. In the same way, anybody who says to me, "It's not what you think," is telling me plainly that it is exactly what I think. Perhaps the clearest example, though, is a man who says, "Trust me." This invariably means that one should not, under any circumstances or conditions, trust this person. When the government appeals to me to trust them, all my hackles rise, and I know they are up to no good. And so it is in this case.
Okay, so
Right.
that the first thing that crossed my mind is like, why don't you guys have state IDs? Like, we've had state IDs in the United States for freaking years.
Back in World War II, identifications were implemented, and I think they ended in something like 1955. Tony Blair brought them back in 2006, 2007. And then they were, and there was just a voluntary scheme at that point, and there was so little uptake on that scheme that it was discontinued in 2011.
No, that's not a weird question, okay? Because let me put it to you this: I actually agree with what your country's doing. Like, I'm 100% against us having state IDs here in the United States. I think that's bullshit. You know what I mean? That's straight up Nazi Germany shit. You know what I mean? Like, when you see those old movies where freaking Nazis are saying, "Let's see your information at the train station."
Lovely accent.
The Soviet Union just been. I'm not sure how many European countries do have identification cards, and I presume. I'm aware that Australia is pushing a bill at this present moment, which will, rather than be a voluntary scheme, it will be a enforced scheme.
What it sounds like to me is those real IDs they're trying to push here in the United States. Like, all that stuff that he was listing off, you know what I mean? Like, that is crazy. The first thing I notice is, like, in the federal government here in the United States, you can no longer use your birth certificate as a form of ID when it comes to,
technically, in the UK, it states at the bottom, this document is not used for, cannot be used for identification. But if you're looking for a job, as an example, there's a requirement to demonstrate that you are who you say you are, and a lot of agencies and companies will request a birth certificate, even though technically it's illegal.
I mean, it's like, I don't know. I feel kind of uncomfortable about the idea of them getting rid of the birth certificate like that. You know what I mean? And then they don't consider a birth certificate as state ID. At one time, you could use like a piece of mail with your address on it for a form of ID, I believe.
Well,
And
that can still be used in this country in conjunction with another document.
yeah, that's the way it is here too. Like we have social security cards. You guys have those?
National insurance cards, yeah, which
How-
is exactly the same thing in reality.
Because it's weird because like I was talking to you last night about you guys' election system, and that was weird for me whenever I first found out about how you guys elect people into office. And then like today I'm hearing like you guys haven't even had state IDs, and this is a country that has like a huge freaking license plate. You know, I mean, you guys' license plate stretch all the way across the front and back of your car, dude. We've only got a little bitty small one, you know.
Obviously,
Wow.
there's things such as certificates, and passports and various things. And there's been, even after the 2006 Act was dropped, repealed, there's some, let's say, government recognised private sector companies that will still provide identification cards for, let's say, the purpose of teenagers or young people wanting to go into pubs and nightclubs, so forth.
So you do have IDs set up for where people, if they want to go into nightclubs, they have to have.
Again, voluntary is a volunteering scheme.
So you don't have to go to like a state office to get a form of ID or anything for that.
Not as far as I'm aware. These are all done by private sector companies, Krangos and VET, NGOs.
Man, kids in the United States would freaking love to go to England if they knew about that stuff. Like,
And I don't think there's any legal requirements for pubs, or I know there isn't any legal requirement for pubs, but I don't think there's any legal requirement for nightclubs to demand
Really?
this one. I think it's on the premise of the owners. But obviously, if they are found to have underage drinking, then there's penalties and restrictions on that.
If I would have known that when I was a kid, I would have moved there like a long time ago. I used to change my birth certificate to get it at the Hard Rocks little bar they had in Oklahoma, Lawton, Oklahoma, right next to Fort Sill. I would change the number on my birth certificate. I just took a typed number and put it over it and photocopied it again and used that as my ID. They let me in all the time. I was only 14 or whatever, yeah. Or no, I was pregnant. I was 18, yeah. What's a drink, you know? But I wasn't pregnant while I was drinking, though, okay? Just saying that's what... And then I happened to get... Anyway, Pantera used to play there before they got big, actually.
Mm-hmm. Now, Mason Jar right there where you're at, if you... I used to do my dealings there. Like, it's easy to sneak into freaking the Mason Jar. I don't know if they're still in Phoenix or not, but...
I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised.
It was a pretty famous rock place.
Sounds familiar.
It's where Newstead... Isn't Newstead the one from Arizona? He came... The ugly dude from Metallica?
The ugly dude. Jason wasn't that ugly.
Oh, yeah, he was. He was butt ugly, dude.
No, he wasn't.
Well, anyhow, that's where he was discovered, and
guys don't get ugly.
They
They
don't.
just get more like refined and more like demure or whatever, you know? More dignified. They don't get ugly. That's how it
So,
goes.
so you being
Something that I just double checked on the World War II identification cards under the National Registration Act was introduced in 1939 and ended in 52.
so it ended in 52.
Yeah.
So that's weird to me. I mean, because like we've had freaking state IDs and everything here in the United States since I couldn't even tell you, to be honest. Do you know by any chance, Sonia?
No, I don't.
I don't even know if
This
it was a result of World War II or not.
I do know that the Mason jar turned into the Rebel Lounge.
Oh, that sucks. See, that sucks.
Not really. They look pretty hopping. They've got bands all the time and stuff. So
Well, as long as they're still popular, but like,
yeah,
you know what I mean? But
I just had to throw that in there. Thanks.
well, it's good that you did, because the Mason Jar was probably one of the best clubs in the country, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
Really?
I've even heard of it. Yeah.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
It's crazy. Well, you know, I do bring that bit of practicalness to the conversations.
That rock and roll chick that we all love so much. That's what it's all about, dude. Like you came onto your interview with a slashed up Megadeth shirt, dude, talking about tattoos. You know what I'm saying? You can't freaking, you can't top that.
And it's a real concert shirt too, not a fakie you can get from Walmart. I don't even think they have those at Walmart, actually. Megadeth, Dave wouldn't allow it. He'd blow up the Walmart that had those.
Intellectual property issues. Yeah.
Just that's what does Jaffe call it? Value added content.
So close to value, we almost have to call it porn.
Oh my god, that's hilarious! So bad.
Going back to the original subject.
Going back to the actual topic.
These things were the 2006 thing was pushed by Tony Blair, who was the Prime Minister at the time, and as we all know, Tony Blair Foundation has links with the WEF, WHO, the entire to the globalist institutions, and I believe that's I'm pretty sure that this new act has been pushed, been promoted by himself, and we could be seeing. This is the beginning of potentially what we see in China. The concepts of digital banking and everything being wrapped up into one sort of traceable package.
Well, for me personally, I feel that was always the agenda. You know what I mean? Like even back after World War II, and when they started building up the World Health Organization and the UN and all of this stuff. Okay, I really believe that that's what their plan was, even back then, to eventually create what they're doing now. You know, people like me, you, and Sonia, we're obstacles. We're a thorn in their side, so they have to learn how to trick us so that they can get their way. You know what I mean?
Very subtle ways too that they work.
You know,
sure.
Because I mean, think about it. It's a really cool idea of forcing people to freaking get insurance on their car. You know what I mean? Because of course, there's people who don't have insurance that are running around causing accidents. That sounds really cool. You know what I mean?
I got something to say about that. If you're interested in hearing a way different perspective on the whole insurance thing.
Go ahead.
Well, what's always tripped me out about insurance is I come from a place in my mind, or probably from a place too, where you're like conscious and you create your. No, this doesn't. It's hard to live in this place. Okay, don't get me wrong. And we're unconsciously creating everything around us, with together and alone. Of course, Walmart's only there because we all know it's there. If we all didn't believe in it, it's all the way for 1 second, it would disappear. That's just how it goes. Conscious co-creation, really. Anyway, so if we're consciously co-creating, well, if we were, it would have to be all of us, and we wouldn't have these accidents. But there, it just in the fact of having insurance and you're paying for it means that you're not consciously co-creating. So basically, it's just another way for the those who are running the world and who know, like the ETs or whatever, to hold back ascension, or people from like basically growing in their spiritual nature to realize that they are consciously or they're creating stuff, and to be conscious about it. But in any case, it's always been something like that for me. So paying insurance is like, ugh, because it's like if you're conscious about it, you're not creating an accident unless you want to. And there's reasons why all this stuff happens. It's really hard to see in 3D or to explain in the 3D thinking. But do you have any idea what I'm talking about?
Kind of.
Right? I'm sure studying all this stuff, you've ran into that concept before. So insurance is just I get it, though. I get it. So just wanted to throw that in there.
When you go from that direction and you look at insurance, it's kind of like workman's comp here in the United States, okay? And people don't understand this unless they are actually business owners who have to have employees, all right? Now, a business owner will tell you that he has to go out and he has to freaking set up all of this stuff for his employees, and workman's comp is one of them, okay? Now, even though he's got a company where there's nobody who's had accidents or anything like that, and he's had a safe freaking work environment, he still has to pay workman's comp on a monthly, sometimes annual amount. And he's paying into this, even though none of his workers are being injured. Okay? So
that's, same insurance concept,
same exact thing.
They're banking, man. They're banking.
So they're forced into doing this stuff instead of, and see, it would make sense if somebody actually had an accident and they had to pay out. You know what I mean?
Right.
But the thing of it is they turn around, they make them make payments on a monthly and sometimes an annual basis towards that workman's comp. And they're banking off that stuff. They're making money off of it. For
sure, lots of money too.
So that's one of the things that really sticks out to me. And then like when you go back to this whole thing on the ID thing that's going on in the United Kingdom, in Great Britain, that land of beauty and splendor that everybody loves.
It's probably why his hair looks so good. Just the atmosphere, it makes it all lusciously curly.
But for me, it makes sense. And excuse me. And for me, I really don't think that it's healthy for people to focus on China when it comes to stuff like this, in Russia and mentioning the Soviet Union, because I think the biggest threat is really the EU. You know what I mean? We need to stop looking at China and Russia, and we need to start looking at the EU and what they're doing. I think they're the biggest threat so far in the world.
China demonstrates a good example of where we could potentially be going. I'm not sure about the European Union. I would say, as I stated, there's a bill already in Australia looking at this. There's discussions about similar sort of concepts in the US, and I'm not sure about Canada. I haven't done any recent research on Canada, but considering that the British identification card is as was only announced or was only legislated in mid June, and it's going to take some time for it to roll out. In theory, the government is expecting it to be rolled out over the course of the next 12 months. But again, it will be a voluntary scheme for that. If this government survives for its entire term, which will be up till 2029, then we could see it being enforced. But that is a big if at this present moment, and who's to say that the next government isn't going to repeal that act as well?
Has that ever happened? Like, has that?
Like I said, in the 2006 Act, it was repealed. It was brought in by the Labour government under Tony Blair, and it was repealed in 2011 under Conservative government by David Cameron.
All right, so it only stayed in for like 5 years.
Yeah, roughly. Yeah.
Now, to be honest with you, that probably isn't a Chinese thing to worry about. You guys are probably experiencing something that we actually pushed on your country, to be honest.
No, I'm looking at it from a larger picture. There's been a lot of talk about centralized digital banking, cash currencies for a long time, hasn't there? And unifying a lot of internal governmental services and various other aspects.
We just openly allowed the real IDs to just go into force. Nobody even there was no resolution or anything like what you guys are doing over there. Like, just one day everybody heard, hey, there's this new great ID now that you can get the real ID. It'll help you travel across the ocean without having to have a visa and all of these.
The EU Schengen agreement, where you can go to if you're a member of the European Union, you can just cross borders without needing to demonstrate or show any passports.
Isn't that cool? Isn't that all I have to do is get a real ID, and I can just go to England, I can go to Spain, I can go to France, I can have sex with French women who don't bathe. They just use
carry on.
Oh my gosh, so cliche.
So cliche.
Yeah, but I hear you, Raj.
Okay.
The real ID thing, though, they've been pushing that for a while. Actually, here in Arizona, they pushed it. It's been years. They've been, as I have gone off of the DMV website several times. They used to have a site, Service Arizona, where you just print out whatever you want. You don't have to jack around. It's all online. They took that away because they're trying to get people to go into the real ID system, announcing, oh, you have to have it by August. Oh, you have to have it by July. Oh, you have to have it by this day. They've changed it like 50 times or, a lot of times, because people aren't really wanting to do that. And I think a lot of people know about that, how evil that whole thing is. But they want, of course, everyone to think that, oh, no, it's just what you got to do, and a lot of people, the sleepers, I guess you could say, they do think that that's no big deal. It's just for ease of everything. That's what I used to think back in the day with everything new that came out. Of course, you can't really blame them so much because they're ignorant, but it is a good idea to share this information to let people know that that's not something that is good for anyone. It's just another step in the process of the NWO kind of thing,
Taking over.
For sure.
One more government.
Yep.
Yeah.
That
Also,
kind of
if you
control
consider
system.
if you consider the controversy with the recent Online Safety Act in the UK, the possible stifling of language expression. And funny enough, only today I heard that Kent County Council is thinking of bringing in localised legislation or bylaw to implement fines for anybody swearing in public spaces, which is stupid, potentially illegal under Article 10 of the Human Rights Act, freedom of expression. But you can sort of see where we're heading with this.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I always thought that was a law you guys had already because, like,
It is. I think it's 2018. Yeah, but it's governed under the European Code of Human Rights, Article 10.
It's crazy. Well, I mean, even before that, though, wasn't there a time where, like, you couldn't say anything that was inappropriate in public? They had, like, a square. It was, or maybe it was a fountain that you could go to, and you could talk all the crap you wanted, and the police would leave you alone. But if you weren't at that fountain, they could arrest you for acting inappropriately in public.
I would think prior to the 2004 Communications Act, was fairly well. Such things wouldn't have been heard about. Again, wasn't it when Donald Trump came to the UK only a couple of weeks ago? There was a press conference with Keir Starmer, and Keir Starmer stated that we have always been a free speech country.
I don't know.
Again,
I remember.
Keir Starmer being a bit of a liar.
I remember American Werewolf in London, dude, and there was specifically.
Oh, you're talking about Lady Chastity's lover. But that was banned in the 40s in relation to, and it was actually banned in the US for a while under some legislation, some publishing communication legislation.
Well, I mean, I remember a part in the movie where he was trying to get arrested because he had found out he was a werewolf.
Okay.
And since he was standing at the fountain, running his mouth, making a fool of himself, the police officer refused to arrest him because he just wanted him to move on. He said, you know what I mean?
Okay, that's so. That's not really a speech issue. That's more. What's the word I'm looking for?
It's kind of like a safety area where you guys had your own your safe space where you could go
a public order issue.
Yeah, and what was it? The Beatles wrote about strawberry fields, I think it was, in New York, or was it? You remember that? That was what that was too. It was a safe space where all the hippies could go and just say all their love words and
baby.
The major issue that we've seen in the UK at this present moment is because of the Online Safety Act. The Office of Communication, which is a separate organisation with the government, so technically a Crango. They've been around since I think the 30s, actually, maybe at least since World War II, if not earlier. I think 30s, and their remit
has always been to regulate content on TV and radio. But because of the Online Safety Act, they've been given more powers to regulate the internet and content on the internet.
Yeah, I see.
And there is question about let's just say there's some question about the objectivity.
Now, this is just my take on it, okay? But I could be wrong, which I usually am. But like, I remember you remember me talking with you about how hard it was for people here in the United States to watch the actual BBC because in England, right, at one time. Now that was done on purpose because they didn't want people from outside of the country to be able to watch British television. Okay. Now, from my point of view and the way I'm taking it, I think England is kind of like taking the freedoms away from you that they started allowing you to have. They're pulling back to the way they used to be.
Technically, it's the freedoms the government allows us to have.
You're a lot more freer today than what you were in the 1980s. Trust me.
In some aspects, yes. In some aspects, less so.
What aspects less so? That's what I want to hear.
Again, freedom of expression, as we're seeing at this present moment.
Yeah. Well, they wouldn't put up with that kind of stuff back in the 70s and 80s. Like a lot of the stuff that you guys are doing now, they would not have put up with. Like they would have shut you down big time.
What do you mean? Give me an example.
Cuss words.
No.
All of the derogative language on television.
No.
Have you watched Shameless, dude? Shameless would have never been on television back in the 1950s.
Oh, I see what you mean. Sorry. Yeah. But yeah, that all those Ben Hill sort of things, all those Garnet sort of things. Yeah, they were all done in the 60s, 70s, 80s, and it'd be impossible to air them on TV now.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So, do you have anything to say about this espionage, Sonia?
I'm not good at espionage. I've been told by someone who I respect their opinions. So that's no. Thank you.
Who was it that told you this? That you respect their opinions?
Gary, number one in Texas. The guy I started tattooing on back in the day. We're still friends, of course. He's married, got 15 kids, and we've always been friends.
He said you're not good at espionage.
Yeah, he did. I was trying to tell my friend through text when he was visiting Arizona at one point that I was going to straighten his hair, but I was going to surprise him with it, and I accidentally sent him the text instead of her. I didn't realize it until he told me, "Oh, I see what you're doing. Yeah, you suck at espionage." So I'm like, "Okay, all right, I'll take that." I did.
So, I do want to bring up a topic that I've been wanting to mention or talk about for a long time, but I was wanting to do it in a different way than what a lot of people have heard about. Now, I know everybody's been hearing about Epstein, okay, but and I've never really told anybody my take on the whole Epstein thing. You know what I mean? And like when you sit and you watch Donald Trump and all this crap going on, don't think of it like that whenever I talk about this stuff. Because there's a lot of things about Epstein that goes a lot deeper that people aren't aware of. And that's something that I did want to bring up today. And Mark, you might actually know the first guy that I want to bring up because he actually had a lot to do with a lot of the stuff. Have you ever heard of a guy by the name of Robert Maxwell?
The newspaper bound.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you talking about Senior, the one that mysteriously died off in the boating accident.
Yes, in a boating
Yeah.
accident.
Yeah. Isn't there Robert Maxwell Jr., who is
No,
the current? Oh, I always get confused with that name.
he Robert Maxwell was the British media
Okay.
tycoon.
Yeah. I remember Thatcher and Margaret Thatcher and Robert Maxwell always had a fractious sort of relationship. Being the Prime Minister and him being the CEO of, or was it a CEO or was it just a chairman of the board? But he was a senior person. He run a number of UK newspapers at the time.
Yeah, and he actually he became very powerful and influential, like especially in the second half of the 20th century. Sorry about that. Now the thing about Maxwell too is like he wasn't an English citizen. He was actually born in what we would now call the Ukraine. And that was back in 1923. Okay, and the thing about this guy that's so interesting is like his life, man. First of all, he wasn't a very good man, right? And the reason why I'm mentioning him is because his daughter is the one that they're talking about right now, who is supposed to be releasing 100 names of people who were affiliated with Epstein. Okay. Now, there was a stream that was on about a week ago that I watched that I actually enjoyed it because they were the only ones who brought this stuff up. You know what I mean? And even though they brought it up, they still kind of like threw a lot of conspiracy theories into it. You know what I mean? But the whole thing about this story is you don't need conspiracies to go with it. It is just a strange freaking story. And I have a hard time with actually saying her name because it's really weird. Do you know how to say her name properly, Mark? You know who I'm talking about?
No. So sorry. Just to confirm something. Robert Maxwell Jr. Is a son of. I was right. Robert Maxwell Jr. Is either currently or has been the owner of the Daily Mirror in the UK.
The Daily Mirror.
Yeah. Mirror. Yeah.
The Mirror.
Yeah.
Is there any like controversial stuff that's coming out about the Daily Mirror?
No, but according to the Guardian, Robert Maxwell Jr. has been, let's say, allegedly involved in initiatives related to combating terrorism, and he was involved in financial dealings with his father's companies and faced fraud charges after the death of his father.
Yeah, and see, that right there is something about him that a lot of people don't know. Like right before he died, okay, mysteriously, he had literally freaking swindled. Well, I don't know how to say it. Pounds, I guess you'd say, millions and millions of dollars of or pounds from people who work for him. You know what I mean? So he ended up getting in a lot of trouble, I believe, for that one, didn't he?
Allegedly, he screwed people out of pensions.
Mm-hmm.
Allegedly. I don't know if that has ever been proven. I would have to do the research on that, but just for the sake of legality, I'll just say allegedly for the moment. But yeah.
Now his daughter's name is Ghislaine. or Geisling, I guess is
Ah,
how,
Geis, yeah, Geis, Ghislaine.
Mhm.
Lane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, see, the weird part about her is this: like, whenever back when they were trying to bust, uh, whenever they were trying to bust Epstein, he actually was able to make a sweetheart deal, okay, with the courts that to where four people, I believe it was four people that he named on the list, weren't going to be prosecuted for anything if he made a plea for a lesser charge. So he basically was able to con Florida into dropping freaking sex trafficking charges down to like hiring a minor who was a prostitute, and
And
he
she was actually found guilty of child sex trafficking and other offences in 2021,
right.
potentially in relation to Jeffrey Epstein.
And the only reason why she couldn't be put on the list was because she was located in New York. Okay. And then when she was subpoenaed to show up to court, she actually got away with freaking not showing up to court because she said that she was leaving the United States for good and that she would be gone. And then,
She says she's got dual citizenship with United Kingdom, France, and the United States.
and now the only thing that got her busted was the fact that they caught her at freaking Hillary Clinton's daughter's wedding, I believe it was, on camera. Okay, so this idiot says this stuff to the freaking U.S. government, and then after she was supposed to be gone, they find her at Hillary Clinton's freaking daughter's wedding or graduation or something of that nature. Okay, now this girl is the one who is the daughter of Robert Maxwell. Now the weird part about Robert Maxwell, like I said, he was born in the Ukraine, right? But then he had this weird name where it was like Ludwig Hyam or Hyman. It's a weird name, but he changed it to Robert Maxwell, and then he went to Britain, and he was in the British Army during the Second World War. Okay, now while he was in there, while he was in the service, he did earn his citizenship and status, and he also became like a war hero and stuff. Okay, but this is where it gets weird. He starts getting involved in a lot of espionage and stuff. All right, he had connections to Israel. As a matter of fact, when he died mysteriously, he actually had a full honored memorial service that was paid for by the Israeli government. And he had a company called the Pergamon Press, and the Pergamon Press is where he actually worked through when he was doing these things that were involved with espionage. They actually said that he could have possibly been not only a double agent but a triple agent, whatever that may seem to be. Okay, that's the weird part about that. Now this, let me remind you, is the woman who got busted for being associated with Epstein. Okay, and nobody.
Technically, she was busted in 2021 on 6 counts. Conspiracy to entice minors to travel to engage in illegal acts, or actually 5 counts, 5 out of 6. Guilty conspiracy to transport. To transport minors with the intent. transport of a minor with intent to engage in criminal sex activities, sex trafficking conspiracies, and sex trafficking.
They started cutting you off. They're like,
Reading. Okay.
They-
Yeah.
go ahead.
Okay.
No, I'm,
yeah. Let's just say that she was charged. She was convicted with 65 years in prison.
mhm.
She faces I'm reading a report dating back to December 2021. This report is saying that she faces a maximum sentence of 65 years. I have to do some digging to find out what she actually did receive.
I think she's still in custody though.
Yeah. She pleaded not guilty for charges stemming from an interaction with 4 teenage girls between 1994 and 2004. I'm not sure. Again, I would have to do some further digging to find out if all those interactions were related to the actual convictions.
Mm-hmm. Now this Paragon, Pergamon Press. Okay. Now the thing about this one is, it was a very influential newspaper. But where I'm going with this, whenever I say that name, remember this, because the thing about it is the Pergamon Press is specialized in academic journals and scientific literature. Okay. And this is kind of where things start getting weird, especially when it comes to his daughter and what she got busted with. Okay, so you had him. He was into the press. He became very powerful. He did serve time as part of government. He did hold a government office, I guess, at one point in his career, as well as have the thing. As well as have the press and the media and stuff that he became very powerful in, I should say. But when you said the part about, or when we were talking about the part about him having financial problems, they found out that he did have financial irregularities, and he had rising debt within his companies, and how the story goes is, like, behind the scenes, he was like moving large amounts of money to keep everything afloat, and he would do that through like secretive and unethical means, like using Swiss bank accounts and things of that nature. Now when he ended up dead, that was in November of 1991, according to what I've gotten. And he was in the Atlantic Ocean. Now, according to what was said, he apparently had fallen from his private yacht. And that was near the Canary Islands. So that's what really sticks out to me. Do you realize how many people freaking died from mysterious causes by just falling off their boats?
I would have to look at the stats, but I would presume there is, within the last 50 years, there's quite a high percentage.
Mm-hmm. What do you think, Sonia?
Well, that is a very good question that I could just guess 20%.
It's just a guess. Yeah.
That's my guess. Probably happens more often than, yeah.
Was the UK 1992 crash, financial crash, was blamed on the .com sort of issues? The boom and bust sort of in relation to the internet. There has been some suspicion that part of it was related to Maxwell. At least part of it.
Mm-hmm. You guys have heard of Natalie Wood, haven't you?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Sounds familiar.
She's the little girl that played on freaking The Miracle on what is that, 35th Street or 50 whatever, 51st Street or some shit. You remember that Christmas movie where Santa Claus is being put in court, where he has to go to court to prove he's Santa Claus?
Yeah.
The little girl on there, her name was freaking Natalie Wood. Okay, and she was a pretty famous actress. She actually got just almost as much recognition as what Marilyn Monroe did. And she ended up falling off the side of a boat and drowning too. And she was married to that one guy who played on Heart to Heart as the father, or as the husband. You remember him?
I've never seen Heart. I'm aware of it, and I know who you're talking about, but I've never seen the in the US then.
Now, Sonia, you're not as old as us two, are you?
I'm 53.
Yeah, you're as old as us. You should know Heart to Heart.
Yeah, I remember that.
It was the husband on there. She was married to him, and there was a lot of stuff that was involved with him that was pretty mysterious too. You know what I mean? And then, like with her, like the way she had died, it just really stuck out to me when I heard the story on how Robert Maxwell died too, because it was the same exact thing. He just mysteriously fell off of his yacht in the Canary Islands. You know what I'm saying?
Mysteriously. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So he got drunk, maybe kind of like that one movie Overboard, where that chick falls over and they
You're talking about Ray Milland.
Ray who?
Milland.
Oh, okay.
Being the father. Yeah.
No, the husband.
Or the husband. Yeah. I think you're talking about Ray Milland.
But yeah.
Maybe.
I have a question.
Maybe.
What?
It's somewhat off topic. What does politically moderate mean?
In what context?
Like if you were choosing that on your dating profile.
First of all, you don't talk politics on a date, dude.
No, but when you fill out the form, it's you can choose it. Some people choose I know what politically liberal means and conservative. Does that just mean not really either? Or
well, I mean, no, don't tell her that, dude. She's
what?
Freaking,
tell me what? Tell me, Mark. You have to tell me now.
I think politically moderate.
Dude, you're talking to Sonia. Okay.
Tell me.
Well, yeah, in between left wing or being in between liberal and conservative.
So they're basically not really into it too much either way.
Okay, look now. Okay. Let me just kind of put it to you like this, Sonia. Okay.
Yes, Roger. Yes.
Like when you're dealing with a conservative and you're sitting down at a dinner and you're talking to one another and trying to get to know each other, they kind of freak out when a chick freaking starts talking to them about freaking the spiritual realm and.
Are they triggered by that sort of thing?
Well, don't say triggered to a conservative. No.
It's like my reactions when Mr. Robot starts talking about his Christian shite.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'd probably rather want to choose maybe a moderate person who says they're moderate rather than one or the other. I'll just click past them if they're liberal anyway.
Is
So-
independent on there? Somebody who's an independent.
I haven't seen that yet, and I don't remember when I filled it out, but they don't even have to put anything if they don't want to. So the fact that they're even putting something means they're probably political a little bit either way, you know?
Yeah. Now moderate basically means like you're a moderate conservative. You're not like a full blown all the way to the conservative thing. You're kind of like a moderate in between. Like even though Hillary and Bill Clinton were Democrats, they were moderate conservative Democrats. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Which means that they weren't into the whole free. Well, they might have been into the free love, but they weren't into like the whole liberal woke kind of stuff.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They were
Yeah.
more. I guess that's the best way. And the same thing goes with conservatives. There's moderate conservatives, and then there's full blown conservatives.
So then the politically moderate by itself probably is pretty generic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good. I like that. That's fantastic.
All right.
We should probably do a video on how to fill out the best profile online dating.
I would
some
just put on there that if you want to be with me,
I didn't put nothing.
you better get
Oh,
naked.
Yeah, I think you should save that for the current goal part.
Yeah.
There's particular sites for that sort of material.
Yeah, there are particular sites for that. Yeah.
All right, Roger. I was thinking about the heart to heart thing. The person that we were thinking of was Robert Wagner.
Yes, Robert Wagner.
Yeah.
Exactly.
There you go.
And see, back then he had a lot of clout too. Like
He was a very famous actor that's been in the industry. Oh, I don't know if he's still alive. Yeah, he seems to be still alive. He's been in the industry since decades, centuries, even not centuries, but 1970s when he's 1975 is when his TV industry peaked. Since 1968. Possibly earlier.
Yeah.
66.
Mhm.
62. 60.
It's odd, and you find weird things too. Like one of the Kennedys actually was supposed to have had an accident where his car had flipped over in the water off of a freaking dock, and he was found sitting on the freaking car with his dead girlfriend inside.
Ew.
Yeah, inside either the car or some crazy stuff had drowned inside of the car, and he was sitting there on the trunk when the police officers got there. Some weird shit like that, and stuff like that always happen. And then you got this incident with Robert Maxwell where he fell off the yacht. That's the first thing that stuck out to me. You know what I mean? It was the first weird thing.
If I remember rightly, there was allegations that he was involved in Princess Diana's death. There was this entire thing about, if you remember correctly, it was related to cars going too fast. There was an allegation that the car that she was sitting in was driving too fast because of a journalist behind her.
Paparazzi.
Yeah.
Paparazzi. Yep, I remember
there was
that.
an allegation that he had Robert Maxwell Sr. had a influence in that. I don't think that has ever been proven.
Well, the interesting thing about that though is like I said, with after he died, a lot of other people did suspect foul play with it. Okay, and his body was recovered, and but after it was recovered, the weird part of it is it was given a formal burial in Israel. Okay, and you need to understand that he did have close ties with Israel, but he wasn't a citizen of Israel whatsoever. Okay.
Actually, correction. It would be in relation to Diana. It would be Maxwell Jr.
Oh, his
because
son.
she died in '97. Yeah, she died in '97. Maxwell Singer died in '91.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
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 And I pulled it up and I found out that Maxwell had misappropriated hundreds of millions of pounds from pension funds from his own company. So it was hundreds of millions of pounds. That would be like $5 here in the United States.
Maybe.
Now the revelations triggered one of the largest corporate scandals in British history.
Mm.
It was actually one of the biggest scandals ever in history, and this woman's father was the one who was responsible for that. Okay.
Actually, did I say 92 being the .com? That doesn't even make sense. I'm thinking 2000, see, on time. So yeah, ignore my .com sort of thing because that time frame doesn't work. Yeah, I was thinking 92, 2002. Yeah.
Now
I have another question that's kind of unrelated again.
Okay.
Go on.
If that's okay, Raj. If not, just let me know.
I'm just gonna put it out there, dude, because I love the last question you had.
I do have some off the wall kind of questions. I'm just curious if either one of you guys know off the bat if 6'4" and 147 pounds is a skinny person or just a regular person.
6'4" and 130 pounds.
47, 147. That's
Oh,
kind of
dude.
skinny, huh?
Yeah, that's tall and skinny.
Okay.
That would be
All right.
average.
Pass.
Yeah, like if you gave that dude a bowl of rice, he'd freaking choke on it, dude.
So rice makes you fat, huh?
No, I'm saying his throat would be so small that
Oh, it's
frickin'
it's okay, so tiny that a piece of rice would
cause him
wow.
to choke to death, dude.
Yeah, I've had it with the tiny guys, I'll tell you that for sure.
I just realised. Yeah, it was nothing to do with the .com bubble. It was the 1992 Black Wednesday recession.
What was that about?
Yeah. You stretch my memory now. Financial crisis that occurred in September of '92, when the UK government was forced to withdraw sterling pounds from the European exchange rate mechanism, which caused a recession. So yeah, there's a possible link between the Rupert Murdoch pension scandal and the Black Wednesday recession. Possible.
Now, see, the weird thing about Maxwell is like a lot of people believe that or they claim that he worked for like the British intelligence, and then there was others who also suggested that he had links here in the United States, that he was like the intelligence agencies and everything. And
He had links with the security services in the UK because he was a newspaper mogul. He was in charge of various newspapers. So these newspapers, these journalists would have tip-offs, and security services probably would come in and say, no, you can't print out.
Well, I mean, he would have been given access to like high level political and corporate figures too. You know what I mean?
Of course, that's been in his position.
And it didn't just include the United States and England. I mean, they even believed that he had connections in the Far East as well as in the Eastern European blocs, you know what I mean, during the Cold War. And that's where they actually said that he could have been not just a double agent, but he could have also been a triple agent.
Yeah, in his position, he would have been a newspaper mogul, as he was within the latter part of the Cold War. He would have had information about espionage, or at least would have information in relation to security, let's say security concerns in relation to the Cold War.
Now, I've actually heard rumors that talk about him saying that he could have been involved in like not only transferring like information to Israel and other countries, right? But he also was involved in like the transfer of advanced military technologies and stuff. You know what I mean? Like sensitive information, military technologies.
I seem to remember back in, but again, I'm not sure how factual they were.
Yeah, well, that's the whole thing. It's like whenever you look at that, you can't really tell if it's real or not. But like this guy, I mean, honestly, even just before his death, you could tell he was a scumbag because like pensions, you know what I mean? These are old people freaking who are retiring and they need their pensions to live off of. This guy was ripping them off, you know what I mean? Like giving the big old heave-ho. I bet you that makes Sonya mad.
Not really. I've been working on my triggers lately.
So now that we've actually introduced that word, what does that mean? Actually, like, what does it mean to be triggered? Is that what happens when you get mad or something?
Well, I think it's quite ridiculous, and I was thinking about this just earlier today, that say you're having a conversation with someone, and because they don't like your reaction or it doesn't agree with whatever their ideas are or whatever, they sometimes, and this isn't everybody, of course, but sometimes they will maybe not accuse you of being triggered, but will basically, like demand that you change your attitude because it's upsetting them. And I think this is all part of the whole woke culture they've been pushing, with the whole, like you can't insult someone else or whatever, so you can't have your own opinion. You have to conform to what they expect of you, which, if you ask me, is complete BS, because they need to just, in a situation like that, the person is in charge of what themselves, not somebody else. You can't tell somebody else, don't talk like that, or don't be like that, or don't express yourself like that because I don't like it. It's like, it's the bifurcation of souls pretty much that's going on, because people can do what they want to do, and they have to deal with their selves, not with somebody else's. You can't do shadow work for somebody else. You can't fix their innards of how they feel about the world and stuff. You could only do yours. So it's just frustrating when having to deal with someone who doesn't quite get it. Like they don't, like they project onto you what, you know, their thing is and make these ridiculous demands about, you know, so I find myself in situations like that having to just oh, okay. So I reduce my tone of voice and just not respond with how I really feel about the situation, because obviously they're not concerned with that. They're just
Right.
are concerned with how they feel about it. So just kind of go along with what they have to say about things. And then, I mean, that's not communication. That's kind of like strong-armed ass kissing, if you ask me.
Yeah, I agree.
You know what
We
I
are
mean?
seeing we've been seeing this issue in the UK where both under the 2003 Communications Act, the 2010 Equality Act, and possibly within the on this year's Online Safety, or 2023 Online Safety Act. There's points in those that's related to offence and perceived offence.
Yeah, you can't control what someone else perceives. I mean, come on. It's they're the ones who need to change their perspective, not the other person. You know what I mean? It's retarded, and so I found myself recently thinking about that whole type of thing,
There's
because
there's
it's
a
not right.
old saying I always go back to. You can't give offence. Oh, offence is not given. Offence is taken.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Now-
that's you know.
Now, I just want to tell you, like, everything you just said right there, okay? That is
Have you
something.
taken offense to it? No.
No, that is something
Kidding.
that is something you do not say to a conservative.
Oh, really?
Right.
Well,
So
how
when
about-
you're
Now you're
sitting,
trying to control me. I'll say
no,
whatever I want.
I'm saying it because I love you. Okay, no, listen, like
You're trying to spare me the hassle, is what you're
No,
doing.
if you're sitting at a table and you're having like dinner and trying to get to know this guy, and you say that, he's gonna freak out on you. He's probably not even gonna pay the check, and then
I'm sick of
If you say that
conforming.
to a progressive liberal, they will take it.
Well,
Right.
yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Don't see. So there, you're screwed. That's why I said, just go with people who are independent. Find out
Yeah.
if they're an
Well,
independent.
one of my rules is I can't date someone who votes anyway. I'm not going to do it. If you vote, then you've obviously you've lost your mind. So
That sounds like
Unless you're forced to vote, like you would have a real problem finding a
I know.
guy in Australia, as an example, because
Yeah,
you
I
are
have a problem
mandated to
finding-
vote.
yeah, right.
Yeah.
I have a problem finding dates as it is, so I'm, it would just blend right in with what I got going on now. So
all you gotta do.
seriously, oh my god.
All you gotta do is look them straight in the eye, and you just talk dirty. You say,
I don't want to do that with a lot of guys. There's some
"Well, I mean,
weird
just the
dudes
guy,
out there.
just the guy you're interested in." Okay, I'm not saying do
Yeah.
it to every guy.
Not only what's the sign I would look for in order to like let that fly, What's the
should-
sign?
If you get hard nipples,
You don't
you
let
know,
my body decide? Is that what
it's
you're
your
saying?
body.
Okay.
That's
That's
Okay,
a new
so-
approach.
So you on your first date, you in a nice restaurant somewhere, and then immediately, hello, I'm called Sonia. Yeah, and yeah. Jeez. No.
He's getting
Ah.
it. He's figuring it out.
He's figured it out, yeah.
He's figuring it out. It's like the first date.
The
Yeah,
first contact is, have you had a shot? Yes, then I bye, and then second, do you vote? Yes, bye. It's like, do you know what a
Here's my
chemtrail is?
checklist.
Because I don't want to have
Yeah.
to checklist. Yeah, we should make a dating site with checklists or some shit like that, because they're all
It's
super
already
gay at this
done.
point.
yeah.
Yeah,
Well, I mean,
maybe
we're
not
talking.
literally, but
Yeah, you were right the first time. Like we were just talking about being woke and being triggered. I mean, you know what that's all about. That's
You
all
figure
about.
these older people, though, because I'm looking for 50 and above, you figure they would not have fallen into that mess, you know?
Yeah. Well, see,
But,
they're the ones that started all that crap about safe spaces and shit. You know what I mean? Like
jeez.
remember back during the early 2000s, all these people were just running their mouth about having a safe space. Like they don't talk about it as much as what they do now,
Yeah,
or
I know
they
what you
don't
mean.
they don't talk about it as what they
remember,
do then. But
That's all
that
derived from fear thinking, you know?
remember that
Oh,
sort of
I've got
age
to get in a
group
safe
is
space. Fucking shut the fuck up, you know?
mm,
That's what I think. I'm a different kind of girl.
oh yeah,
I need a different kind of guy, you know?
different kind of love.
Yeah, right? For sure. Jeez. I mean, I get along good with everyone. You guys know that. You're my witnesses for that.
Yes, that's true.
But I just can't seem to find a guy.
Well, you can find them.
Started.
You can find them, though.
Where, Roger?
The thing of it is, you got to learn how to put out. You know? I mean, shit, dude. Like women don't know nothing. You know what I mean? A guy, freaking
Fuck ever,
guys.
bro.
The guys aren't really all that hard.
If I could find, well, they better be if it's like
well,
that.
Yeah,
you know?
I mean, I guess that's. It doesn't really take all that much to get a man, dude. All you got to do
I
is
would
kind of.
love to do that if I found a guy who could pass the mental test.
Well, that's
You know,
the
when I
problem.
was a kid, I didn't really have a mental test. It was more like, "Hey, baby, you're hot," you know, and then. But it's not like that no more. I gotta like be able to like talk to you.
Yeah.
You know, jeez, it's crazy.
wow.
So you telling me
Having a
you used to go out with
relationship
dudes
where
that you didn't
people-
have to talk to?
Wow, having a relationship
I
where you have
guess.
to have
I
talks
wasn't
to you.
interested in talking back then. Not like I
Yeah.
am now. You know.
Well,
What'd
you know,
say, Mark?
I'll tell you what. We actually are getting to the hour. I'm gonna take a pause for this so that we can all go grab some coffee, smoke whatever we need, and after that we'll come back because there's another dude that I want to talk about. I don't know if you guys ever heard of him, but it's Martin Novick or Novak. They called him. He was a
Haven't heard
part. He was a part of the whole investigation when it came to Epstein. And this is where shit starts getting weird. Like we've been talking about espionage and everything, okay, but it goes even deeper. It goes really deeper. You'd almost consider this a conspiracy, but the only problem is it's like real. There's no conspiracy there. This is like just straight 100% real. You know what I'm saying? And he's right there in the middle of it. Now this is just Epstein's associates. Okay, I'm not going to make any claims or anything like that, but it has been a lot of controversy surrounding these people. As you know, the woman that was the daughter of Robert Maxwell is one of the big people that are being spoken about in the media today. I'm pretty sure you even know that, don't you?
I try not to listen to all the Maxwell sort of. It's become a sort of in the US especially. It's become a sort of national hobby, if that makes any sense. It's been a sort of,
And I
to ignore all this.
And I will put it out there. A lot of the stuff that's coming out about Maxwell, his daughter, has to do with retaliation from conservatives who seem to think they have to defend something. You know what I mean? So when you hear about it, you're going to hear a lot of this stuff, but it's going to be so that they can kind of like put some kind of bad image on her, which I don't see anybody being able to do any worse to her than what's already been done. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like not even but the story about her and her father is very interesting. and it goes back years. That's so. Even though it is a bit of a drama, like you said, Mark, it did need to be told because it's really interesting. Her story. The weird part is, though, that really gets into Epstein is what's coming up next. And I'm going to be talking about Martin Novak, or Novak. It's spelled with a W, which I used to always call him Nowak.
German sort of thing, yeah.
But yeah, he's actually an Austrian-born professor, and he was a professor of mathematics and biology. Now he became a center of all the controversy that was taking place with Epstein, and what was taking place at Harvard University. Now, it had to do with his close relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. All right, this happened in the early 2000s, and during that time period, Nowak was recruited to Harvard, and that was in order for him to establish a new research hub. Now, this new research hub, it was really weird because it was called the Program for Evolutionary Dynamics. Okay. And if you've ever heard that before, you know that that's probably one of those programs where you don't want to go to, and you definitely don't want any of your kids going into any kind of program that has Program for Evolutionary Dynamics. Just off the top of your head, what do you think it is, Mark, when you hear that name?
Eugenics, transhumanism, especially looking at it in modern context. Darwinism.
Mm-hmm. Now the program focused on exploring mathematic principles between the principles that are behind like cooperation or altruism, the evolution of behavior.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
More sort of physical sort of evolution rather than
it's
evolution. Yeah.
Yeah. Is Sonia still here? Is she? She's in the thing. I think she muted out so she could go.
Yeah.
She had to go pee, probably.
Maybe.
I bet you she would have been scared whenever she heard that name, dude. She'd have been like, "Oh no, we don't have to go there." But anyhow, now the thing of it is like when this program was set up, Epstein had freaking made a donation of like $6 million to this program, okay? Because at the time, he was a pretty wealthy financier. You know what I mean? Now, the thing with Maxwell, okay? Remember when I told you to remember the name of that magazine? It was all about it was a scientific. It focused on scientific journals and intellectual stuff. You know what I'm saying? Scientific papers, things of that nature.
Mm-hmm.
And that kind of rung out to me because after hearing about Maxwell, because of his relationship with Martin Nowak and him being involved in this program and donating $6 million to it. Now, Epstein was known to finance other things, don't get me wrong, and everything. But this is a part of the story that gets really weird, and a lot of people don't ever really get to hear this part of the story. You know what I mean? Like, have you ever heard of anything about this guy before, Mark?
I've heard the name, but I've been trying to rack my brain what in connection with. But yeah, it's a memorable name, but for what reason?
Okay, now what happened was, if you remember with Epstein, like he had already, by the time this guy had started his program, he had already kind of accumulated a pretty clouded reputation. You know what I'm saying? But it was actually in the year 2008 that he was convicted of like soliciting a minor for prostitution. Now, despite this criminal conviction with Epstein, okay, his relationship with this guy and with Harvard at Novak's program continued afterwards for more than a decade, for more than 10 years, okay? From 2010 and 18, Epstein was documented visiting that program for evolutionary dynamics at least 40 times. Okay. Not only was he documented visiting there, but he was also granted an office, a key card, a phone line, and he even appeared on the program's official website. You know what I mean?
So what was his official connection? What was his official role?
Just as a person who donated.
Okay, just like, okay.
He was given all of those privileges, even though he didn't have the credentials, you know, that a person that would have that much clout should have had been given. You know what I'm saying?
A senior investor? Or...
Yeah. Because Epstein had no formal academic role in any of that. You know what I mean?
Mm.
And plus, you got to also think he had that criminal history too, because this took place after he ended up freaking getting busted for that teenage prostitution thing. You know what I'm saying?
And he was actually convicted.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And the weird part about Epstein is like what they've gathered from it. Okay, besides his his physical access to everything that I just mentioned, he also influenced like the intellectual environment when it came to that program as well. He arranged meetings with various like scholars, Harvard scholars, and he also orchestrated like intellectual salons.
Salons.
Yeah, they're like intellectual meetings or hangouts. You know, he orchestrated that. And
what was the subject matter of these meetings?
Well, that is that's what a lot of the suspicious stuff is about, because like not everybody knows for sure what a lot of these meetings were about. You know what I mean? They just know that he was able to visit more than 40 times. He orchestrated intellectual salons, and he did it usually through his proxy, you know, to the university, basically.
So he could have been talking about financial support for a specific department, or he could have been talking about anything. Could have been talking about the weather, for all we know.
Well, the thing of it is there was a lot of influential people that were actually included into it, like
Chomsky, Noam Chomsky.
Yeah.
Everybody's always big on talking about him. He was actually one of the people who attended one of these salons. He was there. There was a lot of people who were involved. What's the name of that one guy? We always talk about him all the time. The dude that uses that device or used that device. He's passed away now, but he was the astronomer. He used that device to speak with on his throat.
Oh,
You remember him?
Hawkins.
Yeah, Hawkins was actually, he attended one of them before he passed away, and then Chomsky was at another one.
So it could have been talking about finances for, I don't know, for departmental finances or finances for projects or.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Now, the weird part about it is like Epstein wasn't just like a donor; he was an active presence, within Harvard's like elite academic circles. You know what I'm saying? He was actually participating, bumping elbows with these people, everything,
Yeah.
And finally in 2020, I believe, after doing an internal investigation into Epstein's ties with the university, Harvard finally placed Nowak on administrative leave and said that he failed to uphold institutional standards by continuing to host and accommodate Epstein after his conviction. Okay.
Bringing the institute into disrepute.
Right. Then you got to remember too. This is in 2020. All right. And all of this started taking place in the early 2000s. All through everything that took place, you know what I mean? This guy was still able to get away with all the stuff that he had done, and or all the things he allowed Epstein to do is what I should say. So, but it took all
allegedly to do.
Mm-hmm. Now, the program for evolutionary dynamics. Now that was also shut down, but that one was shut down in 2021. Novak was prohibited from overseeing any new grants or advising new students. And that was for a minimum of like 2 years. And I believe now they've finally allowed him to go back and do all the stuff that he did before, but it's under supervision. So basically he just got a slap on the wrist, you know what I mean? This kind of shows you what kind of atmosphere takes place in the intellectual circles, you know what I mean? Like these elite.
I'm just thinking that we need further details on this.
No.
Yeah.
It does clearly tell you, like these people feel like they're in their own class, and that, because they got a little bit of fire on them, they had to take action. But
yeah, I mean details as in what these programs, the aims of these programs, and what these programs included. What was the?
Well, I mean, I've got the information on the thing. I just wanted to kind of bring this out before I went into all of that. You know what I mean? So basically, Nowak was penalized in 2001, and then, despite the severity of the situation, those same restrictions that were on him were lifted in 2023, 2 years ago. Okay. So basically, Harvard just quietly allowed him to resume advising and research responsibilities. You know what I mean? But they claim that he's going to have some oversight that's going to be put in place. So
Then you're going to have to clarify what are the specifics of the research and what responsibilities he has.
Sorry, I'm late.
Hey, it's fine. We're talking dirty talk anyhow. We're talking about Epstein. This is kind of stuff that
Ew.
women this is stuff that's so dirty. GPT don't even want to talk about.
Oh, wow.
You know what I mean? And you know how Chat GPT is.
ChatGPT's a bastard.
He'll talk about anything. He don't care.
Pretty much.
Why are you associating a sex with a
I wonder.
friend?
I wonder. Tells you a little bit about Roger. Roger's like, oh shit.
I don't know what to even say about that. I'm stuck.
Look at his face.
I'm stuck.
He was like, he's like, well, when I get offline here, I'll have to check it out. I remember when we were kids, I found this record, and this was back when there was record players. I was like, I don't know, 8 years old or something, and I found this record, and it had this chick on the front, a couple chicks actually, and it was just this album of nothing but you know, that kind of thing. You remember those?
Yeah.
It was crazy. Yeah.
What was that? 1970s and
I'm gonna sit over here next to me.
Yes, Chatham, wasn't it?
I usually saw those on the commercials, like, you know what I mean, late at night watching rock videos. There's always this
This was completely X-rated. Okay.
Oh, okay.
No, it's one of those albums that you got to get at the porno store. You know.
I never did that. I'm not that extreme. I'm not that hardcore.
Well, they just left it laying around the house, and I had a record player, so I was checking it out.
Yeah, like I remember the one were they 1-900 numbers where they had the commercials on there saying if you want to hear a sexy chick say all the cool stuff.
The sex talkers, yep, same kind of concept, yeah. For sure.
I'll be your girlfriend for 5 minutes.
For $5.99 a minute, no.
Yeah.
Yeah, always too expensive.
Mark's having a breakdown. Look at this face.
I know, right? He's very, very into figuring this out.
Now, this is probably where you're probably gonna not want to talk about sex anymore. Just to be honest, we're talking about this guy. He was a college professor. As a matter of fact, I think a lot of the issues that happened with Epstein in Harvard took place down at ASU, to be honest. So this is like in your stomping ground.
Well.
And this guy, Novak, was he was a pretty influential guy at Harvard, and Epstein ended up funding him for like $6 million, and he had complete and absolute access into this guy's program. He also would invite high-profile intellectuals to come to what they called intellectual salons, where they would like have like TED Talk, basically. You know what I mean? They would do stuff like that, and it was a think tank of intellectuals who would come together and start coming up with new hoity-toity ideas of smarty pants crap. So that was basically what was going on. He not only that, but like he had access to the facilities. He had his own freaking key card to get in, and other things of that nature. Now, that's basically where we left off, isn't it, Mark?
Yeah.
Okay.
And you going to go into information about what these programs actually
Okay.
consisted of.
And this is where we're at now. Now, NOAC started a program called the Program for Evolutionary Dynamics. Now, when you hear that name, Sonia, just off the top of your head, what do you think that means?
I think that sounds like kind of maybe gene editing or something to the effect of altering the evolution somehow
Oh, yeah.
of a species.
See,
Yeah.
you
It sounds
are
very NWO to me.
yeah. You're actually a lot brighter than what Mark was. You should have heard his answer. It was like whatever, dude.
You had to talk to the hand.
I sort of
What was
went
his
down
answer?
He
I sort of
he
went
was
down
talking. He was talking about like a cow or some shit.
I was talking about physical eugenics and
Yes.
Darwinism and so transhumanism. So I was sort of on
Sort
a
of
similar
right.
street. Yeah.
Well, you said transhumanism. She said NWO. So we're kind of in line there. Now I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna tell you what it was about again because you need to know this. Okay. Now the Program for Evolutionary Dynamics is what it's called. Okay.
Okay.
Now the thing about this program is that first of all, it was founded by Martin Nowak, and it was created to explore the mathematical principles guiding evolution. All right. Now, it was founded in part by like multi-million dollars donated from Jeffrey Epstein, which I was talking about before that. It was like $6 million. And the program became both a hub for like innovation and research, and it later became this whole controversy that started over Epstein and his association with this guy. Okay. Now the core mission for this program focused on understanding how behaviors such as cooperation, competition, and altruism evolve. And that's within like a biological or a social system. So they're looking at this stuff through biology and through like social systems, social interactions, and things of that nature. So that's basically what it is. Now, what's your take on this? What do you think?
That's pretty much the same. I mean, haven't they been doing that for a really long time, like subliminally and things like that?
Now, they were actually using complex mathematical modeling, though. You see what I mean?
Right. So it's more scientific. It probably the subliminal stuff's probably just as scientific. We just don't see the guts of it, you know.
Now, the weird part about this, though, okay, and you both
Yeah.
haven't heard, neither one of you have heard this yet. Now, the program actually investigated things like how individuals make decisions within networks. They also wanted to find out how trust and reciprocal. What do they call it? How do they say it?
Reciprocal.
Reciprocity or whatever the hell that word is.
Reciprocity.
Yeah.
Reciprocity.
Yeah. How and things like that. They wanted to know how all of that evolved. You know what I mean? And how strategies were for survival and success played out in populations. You know what I mean, over time. And whenever I heard that, the first thing that stuck out to me was being submissive. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like that's one thing that really did stick and it was never mentioned in any of the stuff that he did research with. Like he never did research specifically into the submissive behavior. You know what I mean? But that's something that just stuck out to me straight up when I heard that kind of stuff. It was like these people were researching on how to make people submissive, basically.
Sure.
You know,
Partially fluoride in the water. That makes you very docile. So
I also want to point out too that a lot of this actually drew off of game theory, and I know that's something that Mark's interested in. He loves talking about game theory all the time, or he used to be until I started rocking his world with cool stuff.
yeah, baby, that's what you did for me.
Yeah, I know. I
was so lonely and like, what's going on? I don't even know. And then Roger came and just straightened everything out for me.
He said, "Hey, baby, I want to hear about your tattoos."
Sorry, the song I was mentioning earlier was Jetem from Sarge Gainsbourg and Jane Birkin back in 1969. You probably would recognise it if I played it, but
so
player.
This had to do with game theory, okay? And whenever I talk about game theory, the type of stuff that they were researching was like studies about like tit for tat, and there's another one that's out called freaking the prisoner dilemma. I don't know if have you ever heard that one?
Oh, rings a bell.
Okay. They were doing research on tit for tat, the prisoner dilemma, and the evolutionary strategies that favored generosity, retaliation, or self-sacrifice. Okay, so by this point, I mean I was 100% convinced this was about being subservient. You know what I mean? But
subservient.
Yeah. How to make a person subservient.
And I just wanted to add one thing while we're talking about this. Do you notice online that a lot of the bigger companies and a lot of the, I'm sure Mark, you know this, a lot of the plugins or platforms that you get to build websites on, especially the ones that are front end builders, that they have a lot of the submit buttons where you have to submit your information. Yeah. And that's like a subliminal thing. It goes right along to help people be submissive to things, to bigger authority figures and things like that. It's very subtle. It's there.
I think you're reading a bit too much into that.
No, every little bit helps. These guys, they use everything they can to do that. Yeah, I mean, come on. If I ever on my websites, I always put send or post or comment rather than submit. And whenever I hit a submit button, I say out loud, usually, I don't submit to anything, bro. Not submitting. So yeah, it over time, it goes along with all the other programs they got going on. That's why they call it subliminal. It's above the conscious, consciousness.
Yeah. Maybe.
Yeah, it's a whole science, bro. Whole science. They got mathematics on it, I'm sure, like we were talking earlier.
We'll see.
That's my 2 cents.
But what I found that was so weird about this, okay, is like a lot of these intellects, what they considered to be so groundbreaking about this program is supposedly their effort to like elevate cooperation.
Oh yeah.
And when they said that, they would say it like it to elevate cooperation as a primary force in evolution. And then they placed it alongside mutation and selection. Okay, so
of course.
So
of course.
you have cooperation, then mutation, and then selection. So
Wow.
you tell me, man. So you have to selectively pick those women that you have to train into submission is kind of the whole,
Right.
or individuals, period. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? Just individuals, period.
Well, you want them easier to train, right?
Yeah.
Kind of like why fluoride's in the water, so nobody will question things. It's working pretty good, actually.
Well,
You
have you ever heard of kin selection?
Mm-mm. What's that?
Kin selection, I believe, has to do with like familial, uh,
Okay. Kin.
uh, genetics, basically, like on a biological level. You know what I mean? You
Like
know, like
inbreeding or something?
selective breeding.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
So whenever I heard that coming up, that's where I started thinking like Mark does about eugenics, you know, and things of that. Now the one thing that I didn't quite understand, they came up with the term direct reciprocity.
Reciprocity.
Yeah, reciprocity.
There you go.
I can't even say the name, dude. But,
You did. You did just now. You said it great. Reciprocity.
reciprocity.
Yeah.
Now, when they say direct reciprocity, what are they talking about? And then indirect reciprocity. You know what I mean?
So, go ahead.
And then
I
they
was
had
gonna guess. Sorry.
network reciprocity.
Okay.
So it's
Do you
like,
want me to guess,
yeah,
or
go
do you
ahead.
want to tell us what those are?
I have no clue. I'm asking
Well,
you.
reciprocity is something where you can leave it and then pick it up in another section, kind of thing.
Hmm.
So it's where, for example, if you're licensed in doing hair in one state, you can apply for reciprocity in another state. So it's kind of like that. So that right there kind of sounds like it would be. What were the terms again?
It was it was direct reciprocity,
Direct. Okay. Okay.
indirect
Indirect.
reciprocity,
And then the other one?
network reciprocity.
Okay, okay. So yeah, so they can pick it up anywhere is what it sounds like to me, either directly or indirectly. So it's pretty super easy to carry on whatever they're carrying on.
Okay. And
Apparently.
then group selection and kin selection is the last two that I.
So it's like a group of genes, either related genes or unrelated genes, kind of thing.
Mhm.
Particular type of group of genes. I would imagine that's what they're looking for, right?
Yeah. Well, for me, the like I said, you know, the program didn't like explicitly study subservient behavior. You know what I'm saying? But like the themes that it engaged with, it seemed to like brush against it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
They had like questions like why individuals obey, why they submit, or defer to others. You know, particularly within like hierarchies. That
Perceived
was
authority.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. That's one of my t-shirts. You are the authority, because you don't need anybody to tell you what's up about everything.
Well, I mean, when it comes to mathematical tools,
right?
You know, you can actually do research with what they're talking about as well, and it would fit perfectly with the whole subservient thing. You know, whole aspect of things. Like there's no reason why these questions, even though they're not like central to the program's output, why they couldn't intersect. You know what I mean?
Yes, intersect. Intersection. Sorry. I just get that way when I hang out with you for some reason. It turns silly. It turns silly.
That was kind of sexual, wasn't it?
A little bit.
Oh my God. Now, Mark
Could be.
Wojcicek just apologized. He said that
He did.
he said that his internet is out and
Oh my.
on data off phone now.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
That's pretty crappy, dude.
Pretty heavy, yeah.
Yeah.
For sure.
Didn't he have a problem? Yeah, he had a problem, 2 weeks ago? Or 3 weeks ago, and he had to cancel our Wednesday stream.
Yeah. Something happened.
Yeah, that's right. I remember that.
Something happened. I was thinking maybe it might have been a storm or something, but I don't think he ever said specifically what the deal was. So I'm guessing if it was me, I'd have been pretty frustrated because I hate when stuff like that happens where you have to give up on a show for an entire day. I don't know why it's that way.
Especially him.
Yeah.
With all his, well, you too, with all your shows. Yeah, you've got a bunch too. You probably have more than he does.
Well, the thing of it is like having all these shows, you would think I'd be like, oh, well, it's just a day, but it's not, man. Like, even one day that I'm scheduled to be on here irritates me when I can't do it because that means I didn't do what I promised myself I was going to do. And it's really.
Yeah. Doesn't that suck when you promise yourself you're going to do something you don't? It's like, oh my God, it's horrible, isn't it?
You know, it makes you feel like a married man, you know what I mean? You know,
when you're not even.
it's like
That's when I just
man.
give myself a break. I'm like, you know what, chick, you're so cool. It's okay. Don't worry about it. I got you. You know what I mean? So,
Exactly. You got to kind of pat yourself on the shoulder and say, get over it. You know what I mean?
Be all right, man.
It'll
You give
be
yourself
okay.
a pep talk. Exactly.
Right. Well, if you're like me though, like you don't really need to give yourself a pep talk. Just look in the mirror. I look
And
in
then
the
you're
mirror.
like, whoa,
I look in
bam.
the
Hey,
mirror and
that's
I'm
good
like,
stuff.
I look in the mirror and I'm like, hey, sexy man, how you doing?
It just all goes away. You can't do any wrong, huh? That's fantastic. That's great self-esteem. For sure. It is. Have you ever met someone who hates themselves? Like, who believes that they hate themselves? You ever met anyone like that?
Yeah.
It's crazy. I never even knew that someone could really, or I guess I just never thought of it because I knew people could do that, but I never met anyone who hated themselves until I moved in over here. I was like, really? Tell me more about that. I don't get that.
Well, see, like that kind of goes into this area too. Like we're talking about, you know, subservience and being subservient.
Oh, yeah, it does. Yeah,
You
that's
know,
right.
and like people who hate themselves have a tendency of kind of falling into that crack. You know what I mean?
They do. That's right.
And like us, the whole thing about being being subservient is like there's they carry like an adaptive value. You know what I mean? Like when
An
individuals,
adaptive value.
yeah. So like when individuals whenever they like depend or defer on a dominant figure, or they follow groups or the norms for a group,
Conformity.
there's a lot of adaptive value in that. You know what I mean? There's a lot of different reasons behind that. Basically,
Sure.
it may be to survive. It could be to gain favor.
Just like an instinct, really. The survival instinct is kind of stick with the group. So there's that.
You know, and in a lot of stuff like that, you know, it could be more easy for them to do that rather than to do things the hard way. You know what I mean? Like, in other words, it's easier to be subservient rather than to frickin' not be subservient in that kind of environment. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. and it kind of takes not having to make decisions kind of takes a load off of people to where they aren't worried about, or they don't have to be responsible, kind of thing.
And they just keep on hating themselves in the background.
Just keep on rolling with that. Yeah.
Because remember what I said, that's where a lot of people who hate themselves, they kind of fall into this category, you know what I mean? Where freaking they hate themselves so much that they're willing to just give in to other people's or, other freaking, I guess, group norms, like if you see a click, start clicking kind of shit, you know what I mean? Have you ever heard that saying before?
No, actually.
Yeah.
Shit clicking?
No, if you see a click, start clicking.
I haven't heard that before.
Now, I don't know what's your take on that saying, Mark. Do you agree with it or disagree with it before I make my statements?
Do I agree with it?
Yeah, do you agree with it or not? What's your opinion of that saying? If you see a click, start clicking.
It's a saying. I can't agree or disagree with the saying without knowing the context of what it's been used for.
Well, you know what a click is, don't you?
Yeah. Like group of, again, depends on context. A clique could include things like a group of people.
Right. If you see a click, start clicking.
Start clicking out.
So what you, in this context, you say, if you see a group, then join them.
If you see, well, I mean, a group, I guess you could say it. If you see a group.
I was part of the stoner group when I was growing up. The chicks, I used to wear spiked heels to junior high school. And I had big 80, like Nikki Sixx hair. Remember that?
Oh, yeah.
Baby.
That sounds sexy, dude.
It was very. I got laid often. But I was looking for love, so it didn't work out, man. Nobody wanted love. They just wanted to get laid.
Oh, trust me, they got love.
Yeah, maybe for a few minutes.
Looking for love in all the wrong places.
That's the song. That's it right there. You got it, bro. You got it.
Now, when you were gone, I was talking to Mark, and there's one thing that I think is important to bring up too when it comes to Epstein. Okay, though he was convicted, like in 2008, he was able to retain like special access to Harvard in the program. All right, and he did like dozens of visits over like the next decade, like next 10 years after he got convicted. And they also gave him an office space there. Okay. And all that stuff that we were just talking about is the kind of stuff that I think they were actually participating in and doing research on. You know what I mean? It's like I said to Mark, which you were going to, but it's like this is where things start getting even weirder, okay? And this shit has nothing to do with conspiracy whatsoever. You can actually go on the internet and check this stuff out, and this stuff is just everywhere, documented. You can find freaking articles from newspapers about it. You can find freaking personal freaking documents. I don't know how much of the court cases are actually out there because they sealed a lot of that, but this stuff isn't conspiracy. This is actually true. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So now I did tell you about what eventually happened with Nowak, I think, or did I? Because I know you came in right as we were talking at the end of it. Did you?
Yes.
Did you hear that part?
No, I didn't. Not that I was focused on.
Well, what happened was is the university did a review on Novak, and he was placed on leave, and that was in 2001. And then in 2002, or wait, was it 2000? And then in 2001, the program was shut down.
Yeah. I think you
And
said that. Yeah.
Good.
Mhm. And after that, though, the bad part is after 2 years, this university allows him back and gives him privileges back with supervision. Okay,
Mm.
and just as you were coming in, that's when I was asking Mark. I mean, how do you feel about that? What does that basically tell you about like the freaking educational system and freaking
Oh,
how these people feel like they're above the law, and you know what I mean, and they have some kind of privilege that they should have above everybody else, you know.
yeah. Yeah, the law doesn't affect them. And it's corruption for sure.
You know.
That's what it says to me. You know?
Now Mark is a college boy, so he ain't gonna agree with us. He's a college man.
I went to college too, believe it or not. I had two semesters of psychology is what I was majoring in. I wanted to find out what was wrong with me.
We remember U.S. college in.
It was a university.
There's a difference between college and university.
Yes, I went to a university.
And there is a bit of a complicated sort of relationship in the UK compared to the US.
Now,
University's way better.
See, at college, I had to find this out the hard way because of Mark. But I found out that like college back in the old days here in the United States was like a kind of like a campus where they would have like an all-girl school, what we would call an all-girl school now. They would actually call those colleges.
Mm-hmm.
All-girls college. And they were just average school age girls or average school age boys, and they were at this college learning education.
The term college
definitely an education.
Oh yeah.
The term college can be a bit confusing, especially if you look at from a UK compared to US sort of viewpoint.
I don't try to really, to be honest. I just like
I've had plenty of conversations with Americans about this.
Well, if you continue, I'm gonna have to tell you my stories about Catholic girls. Okay, just putting it out there, dude.
Is that suitable for where?
I mean, I'm just telling you. Eventually, it's gonna go there. You know what I mean? You don't. Do you really want me?
I know, right?
Maybe after the stream.
The end of the show.
Maybe after the stream.
Yeah. Just putting it out there, man.
Oh, well, I think people find that entertaining about you. I think that's probably why some people watch your show. Saying.
I don't know.
You should take a poll.
Well, yeah. See, Mark Edworthy keeps wanting it to be friendly, family friendly.
YouTube.
And I try.
We can do family friendly. We've done it so far without actually saying what we're talking about, but everybody knows, you know? That's family friendly. It's kind of like SpongeBob. Besides, there's probably no kids listening anyway, you know? Just saying.
Yeah. Anyway, Roger.
Okay, so the thing about it is it's like I was saying before with Martin Nowak and his program. First of all, it had to do with mathematics and biology. Okay, and yes, it had to do with evolution. But what really stuck out to me was the whole thing about game theory. Okay, and how he investigated, strategies like cooperation, punishment, extortion, compliance, and you know, and things of that nature. You know what I mean? So when you take that into consideration and you look at the fact that Epstein was going there regularly, you know, that's where things start getting weird. Because like Epstein, a lot of people don't know that he was really, really obsessed with like education. You know what I mean? He really was, and especially when it came to science, he was completely obsessed with it. You'll hear everybody always talking about how he was like a photo hound and he loved having people take pictures of him, But the truth of the matter is he was obsessed with the whole educational system, And that's one thing that really sticks out with me. Is that mark on there bugging you?
No, can you tell? I'm so sorry, but I just got $50 from actually helping with a website and a book and things like that. I have not ever really gotten paid. Nobody's T-shirts are selling. Blah blah blah. You know what I mean? So I'm just so excited. Oh my god! I'm like, whoa! It's like taking over my entire brain right now. That's so cool. Wow. So it's like all my hard work is like I'm actually getting money for it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You just won the lottery.
It's what it feels like.
You feel
like, oh my god, I can get cigarettes now. And probably a couple of years.
The biggest thing comes out. You don't have like one of those like, what do they call those ostriches? Those pink ostriches in your front yard. What are those? No, those.
What are those? What does that have to do with anything?
Like you're talking about, I can get a pack of cigarettes now and shit. You got like flamingos, like stuff. Those.
Okay, I get what you're saying.
Are you talking about those plastic models? Those very crass. Yeah.
No, but the next place I get, when I park my RV, I'm gonna stick a fucking plastic flamingo out in front where my little awning thing is. I'm gonna do that shit, Roger.
Oh, you're going full country.
I'm gonna give me a pink flamingo. Could you imagine? Everywhere I go park at, I set up my porch area and stick my plastic flamingo in the yard. That ought to give me a date for sure.
Oh yeah.
Good talking piece. Huh? Woo.
So, from what I've said so far to you guys, what do you think about that? Do you think that there was a pretty good connection that he actually was involved in that stuff? Because like I also haven't mentioned the fact that like there had been accusations made where Epstein had gone into this program and like made freaking like had demonstrated like sexual inappropriate being sexually inappropriate with like young women in front of people. You know what I mean?
Really?
Allegations of only allegations. You haven't got any evidence to back that up, have you?
They've got actual people who testified in court. The only problem is it's like that they say that it was said in court, but they won't state the name of the person who made the statement. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's actually a part of the testimony. It's just they aren't telling you who the person is, and they probably did that to protect the juvenile from through because they have to keep it anonymous.
I was gonna say there's really no way to know for sure. You know, it's all speculation, really. Right.
Right. Now, and I also find it odd with his research with this Nowak guy too, like because everything freaking that I've seen that talks about it has to do with being subservient, has to do with, and then they go real deep into it. They go into the whole aspect of instead of doing it because of just imitation or punishment, doing it because you have like a bad situation happening in your life. So it would be a lot easier if you just be subservient and go along with it rather than go against it. You know what I mean? So they're learning like different ways of making a person subservient, in my opinion. Even though they don't say the word subservient, that's what it seems like to me.
I'm sure they've got AI on that too. You know?
Well, of course. I mean, but we got to be careful. We don't want to make Mark Edworthy upset. Every time he hears the word AI, he turns into a bulldog and starts.
Yeah.
It gets really hard when you see his face pressed to the monitor, dude. There's nothing worse than it. He just starts barking like a freaking bulldog. I mean, like, you know you want to, dude. She said it. I told you about my buddy, dude, about whenever you said chicken wing.
Chicken wing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
when this dude had like freaking, like, you know, muscles underneath his armpits, they call them chicken wings, okay? And whenever you told him to show his chicken wings, he would freaking flex, dude. He'd show the muscles under his armpit, and whoever you told him to freaking show his chicken wings to, that was code word for him to beat him up.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Okay.
You'd say, show blah, 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 your chicken wings. He'd flex, show his chicken wings, and he'd just dodge at them and just start tearing them up, dude. That's redneck right there, baby. That's redneck, I'm telling you.
You know what, guys? I'm going to have to go to the store here, so I'm going to have to get off of here.
Okay.
Yeah, because Jessica's going to sleep and blah, 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 blah. I just typed the wrong thing. Okay.
So
and I got to use her car, so I don't have to take my RV.
So tomorrow is how long I gotta wait for the YouTube video. That's what I usually let it do, a process through YouTube. Then I download it and I'll edit it out to where all of the like live with Roger Hanson and everything is out of there. Now I'll send you a copy of that with just your face on there. If you want Mark Edworthy on there too, I can put him on there because he is a sexy man.
Whatever.
That's up to you.
Whatever is easier for you is fine.
Now, what I usually do is I edit it out and then I send it to whoever wants it through Google Drive. I'll just send you the link. Okay. You click on it, and then when you click on it, it just takes and gives you the option to download, and you download it. So
yeah, I'm familiar with working Google Drive with files and stuff.
All right, and that's what I'll do there.
You.
And it'll just.
That's so sweet. Thank you. You're so kind. Ever so kind.
You are welcome.
You are.
You are welcome.
Oh, hugs. Oh, air hugs. Oh. Okay.
I can't.
You too, Mark. Oh.
I can't do that.
Double hug.
Apparently, I got a little bit too close to people, and they got nervous.
Who are you talking about, Mark?
Mark, both of them.
Look at his face.
Both of them.
He's like, what the fuck are you talking about? That's what that look said.
I told them that they were like a beautiful man, and they're like, oh, I don't swing that way.
Yeah, some people just can't take a joke, kind of thing.
Well, it wasn't really a joke, dude. I mean,
right, or a compliment, right? Compliment too, right? Some people can't take compliments either.
It's just
he's right, Mark. So there you go.
It's just horrible how people respond to things in negative ways like that. You know what I mean?
I just like it when Mark blushes. He does too. You could totally tell. It's so easy to tell when you blush.
I'm going to hide behind these monitors now.
That's funny. Okay, well I'm outie. Bye, guys. Love you guys. Bye.
I will see you later. So yeah, we can go ahead with this if you want, but I mean it's up to you.
You want to finish off these last two topics?
Well, I can just finish off this with Epstein if you want. We can be done with it.
Okay. In fact, you've got 3 topics there. Yeah, I think we've already gone over what 5
Well,
hours? Oh,
5
4 hours in this section. Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, 3.5 after the interview.
Yeah.
So, but my whole thing about what we were talking about, okay, the one thing that really sticks out to me on a lot of the stuff that they're talking about has to do with being subservient, and it's not just like in a way that that makes you freaking, where you're punished. You know what I'm saying? It's not just about that. Like they do different areas about how you can make just regular individuals subservient to like a group, a social group of people, or just even individuals. I thought that was really weird whenever I saw that. That's really what stood out to me. And Epstein was funding this program. He was given complete and open access to the facilities as well as to freaking like networking and allowing people who are other intellectuals come in and be a part of their events, things of that nature. I find that very, very weird. You know what I mean? And then he ends up getting suspended, or he ends up leaving without pay, I guess. I don't know how and in a year or 2 years later, he gets to return to his education, basically with supervision. I think that is what's really the messed up part about it, And then when I started reading this stuff that like studies about tit for tat and prisoner dilemmas, that sent shivers down my back. You know what I mean? And this is supposed to be evolutionary strategies, that are supposed to be around like generosity, how people would retaliate, and then they also had something in there about self-sacrifice. Just
But that could mean anything, couldn't it?
Yeah, especially in this context. You know what I mean? That's
It seems to me it's all very vague.
well, yeah, exactly. I would really like to be able to get my hands on some of the freaking scientific papers involved in this and actually look at what's being said there. I've been into reading scientific papers for quite a while. I tried to find out if I could get a hold of them, and so far I haven't been able to find the right places to do that. But that's something that I really think I want to be able to check out. But this Novak, he any way you look at it, man, I mean, he looks pretty suspicious when it comes to that. You know what I mean? And the way that the scientific community did his
Sorry,
punishment.
just one point. I hate that phrase, the scientific community, as in everybody. Yeah, the entire community. Then, yeah. But anyway, that's just a personal bugbear.
Well, I mean, it reflects badly for especially Harvard. You know what I mean? Like, if you look at the way they dealt with that was a real big ethical failure, dude. When it comes to ethics, I mean, the way they reprimanded him, and then 2 years later just let him come back to his work with like all they're going to do is, is super.
Again, the devil is in the detail. We haven't got the detail.
You know. Well, I mean, you know, and don't get me wrong. There's no direct evidence that the program was ever used to like promote or study control or subservience. You know, that's just my personal take on it.
Studying the concept of subservience is not the same as promoting.
Right. Well, I mean, you know, it does leave a lot of lasting questions when it comes to things like, you know, how science, money, and influence kind of intersect. You know what I mean? And
Yeah,
how,
to your point, we should not come to conclusions when we've got so little information.
well, when you look at what was given, the privileges that were given to Epstein, I mean, you can't tell me that freaking that the whole educational institution there was exploited through money. You know what I mean?
Well, what is an exploited through money?
And this actually goes back to, well, subservience. You know what I mean? They bowed to Epstein's demands for the money and the power that he wielded. You know what I mean? He was the one that was bringing in the paycheck, paying the program. So they just let him come right on in and move in. Gave him an office, gave him a security key, gave him everything that he wanted. You know. And this was after he was in trouble with the law and had a criminal background.
You know, you've got to be very careful and not add 2 and 2 together and come up with 5.
Did I really come up with 5 though?
You are, like I said, you're coming up with conclusions with very little facts, with very little details to back those conclusions up.
Why would Epstein be granted access to it? He had no educational background whatsoever. And the only people that are allowed to visit campuses like that are people who are qualified in some kind of educational background, okay? Some kind of training.
You have talks provided by people with little educational background.
I'm talking office space, dude. Talking
he could have been aiding in, like I said, financial administration. For all we know. Yeah, I know that sounds a bit incredible, but again, we haven't got the detail to come to a conclusion.
I mean, the study, okay, was called adaptive dynamics of extortion and compliance. You know, it's
again, you know, what he's suggesting is, well, our best speculation at this until further information.
Think about it, dude. Like adapted dynamics.
Yeah, relevant. I can.
He did like a study where, I mean, he literally named the freaking study "Adaptive Dynamics of Extortion and Compliance" in game theory.
Okay, yeah, I can see. Again, further detail is needed, less to say.
Now, what it basically was is he wanted to explore like how certain individuals in a population would adopt extortion strategies and stuff. And basically what it comes down to is like these extortioners would force others to like comply or like risk losing, access to like resources or even social standings. You know what I mean? So this was the kind of research.
Is the study of that aspect not valid in itself?
Well, he actually wrote the study. You know what I mean? And I'm in the process now of trying to find it. It's called the study's called Adaptive Dynamics of Extortion and Compliance. And if I can get a PDF of it, I'm gonna actually read it and get more into details on what that's about, because that sounds pretty serious to me, especially with it being game theory.
No, I can see where you're coming from, but again, further information.
And right there, it has subservient behavior just written all over it, in my opinion. Okay.
To use a different example, just because you study the effects of genocide, it doesn't mean that you're going to start committing genocide.
Well, I mean, I would agree with you on that if Epstein wasn't in the picture.
Okay.
I mean,
let's just say that does muddy the issue a bit.
Yeah.
I'll agree with you on that point.
So, I mean, it's like, because, the thing of it is, and again, they're talking all this extra other words, and they don't want to say subservient, but you look at it, okay? It does, like, it does mirror, the subservient behavior. You have yielding, you accommodating, people who avoid conflict for the sake of survival. You know what I mean? In order to survive, they're willing to avoid conflict, so they'll freaking take the brunt of it, and just things like that. This kind of thinking nobody really ever thinks about. But if you're trying to be methodical and learn how to manipulate people, that's the kind of stuff you would want to research and find out about.
But if you just want to study human reactions to within this context, you would still want to look at that aspect.
Well, if you're in a situation where it's
from a scientific point of view, from a sociological point of view.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, if you look at it too, like if it could be an advantage too. It's a strategy that has advantages to it too. Like if you're in a situation where, like, if you resist extortion, it might lead to like some kind of punishment. You know what I mean? So, or exclusion from something.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? That then being subservient might actually be like a freaking a positive advantage to it, or it could appear to be that way to the person.
But my point is that it's still a valid point of study within sociology. Mm-hmm. It might, again, the entire Epstein thing does muddy the issue, but if you're looking at it from, say,
it's actually ironic. To be honest with you, if you stop and think about it, it's actually ironic.
Yeah.
It's not just muddy in it, it's actually kind of ironic that they're doing this study and it's being done to them. You know what I mean? Like the imbalance of power, for one thing. You know what I mean? You got somebody who has money that's throwing his influence around with his cash, and he's getting away with it. You know what I mean?
But people throw money all the time to provide them or to gain influence. I mean, look up as an example, U.S. Presidential elections or U.S. elections.
Right.
There's no cap on what can be spent.
You know, and I'm pretty sure that that's the kind of stuff that they were doing research on. But my whole point is here comes Epstein, and he's the ironic part about it is he's basically doing the same exact thing they're doing research about. You know what I mean? He's basically exploiting them through freaking his use of his money because he's rich and he's powerful. You know, that's how I'm seeing it, as being not just like muddy in the water, but freaking it's kind of ironic that he's doing to them the same things they're doing research on.
I mean, the concept of advertising, you throw money at to make adverts for the purpose of influence somebody to buy your product.
Right.
That's the same sort of argument, is it not?
I wouldn't go as far as like as advertisements and everything, but I could tell you that like with what's going on there, you got to take a look at like an individual. Okay, now usually an individual will adjust his or her behavior, you know what I mean, to align with like what's normal, what's expected, and usually what's dominant. You know what I mean? So in that situation, you have to look at it like that. You know what I mean? Yeah. Whenever Novak was doing his research, I'm pretty sure he wasn't stupid. I'm pretty sure he knew exactly what was going on. And he knew that freaking he was being taken advantage of. But, you know, the thing of it is it was either he had to freaking put up with it or he would lose his funding, you know? So, I mean, what would you do in a situation like that?
Well, it depends on the situation. I might just go by my own principles and say, screw it. Yeah, I'm out of here.
See, that would be an emotional response, you know what I mean? Or a moral.
Okay. Yeah, more, yeah.
You know? No, these people.
Some people would call it a principled response.
Well, let's just stick with moral or ethical. There you go. Let's use ethical because that's actually a better word to use. A lot of people don't use the word ethics anymore. And that would be the best way of saying it, I think. You're being ethical when you make that kind of decision, you know. But does this guy, I mean, sound ethical when it comes to the practices that he's been involved in, or he was involved in? That's the one thing that really comes down to play, you know. Or was he just trying to be rational, wanting to, you know, have a rational you know. You know, of course he's gonna let that stuff continue because, like, he, you know, I mean, he's doing research. He's trying to freaking come up with a solid scientific study that he could make a paper out of, and and things of that nature. So of course he's gonna cave in and let that stuff happen. You know what I mean?
So his first motivations, his immediate motivations might not be related to money, but instead for scientific endeavor.
Yeah, could be. It could be. Well, when it comes to that though, a lot of that is basically has to do with yielding under pressure. You know what I mean?
Mm.
Like you're saying that you would take the ethical route, but that doesn't necessarily.
Again, depends on context, but
Well, the individual too. You know what I mean? Like that doesn't necessarily mean he would do it just because you would do it. You know?
yeah, of course. I mean, as I pointed out on previous conversations, morals and ethics can be subjective.
But the crazy part about it is like he was doing research on social behavior. You know what I mean? And a lot of this has to do with like deep reflection and shit. You know what I mean? And and the way people think. You know what I mean? So that's what it, to me seems really really bad. And you know, I mean, we've been talking a lot about this guy, and I probably shouldn't have done that, but the one thing that was really the freaking clincher, the nail in the coffin, wasn't him, okay? But there was another guy who was supposed to be his boss. His name was Lawrence Cross. Now, have you ever heard of him?
That name does ring a bell, but
This guy was a freaking 100% freaking idiot. Okay, he was a well-known theoretical physicist.
it does. It does mean something, or it does fire a nodule in my grey cell.
Now,
Carry on.
the weirdest part about him, okay, this idiot, he's the guy that freaking ended up getting up and talking all that great stuff about well, he was actually the one that was affiliated with ASU, now that I think about it. Okay, Cross was the guy out of ASU, and he was the one who was setting up the program for what's his face, Martin Novak. Okay, and he was really good friends with Epstein, and he, even when Epstein got busted, he would always say all these great things about him and everything. Okay, and he was always standing by him, supporting him and stuff. And even to the time whenever he freaking finally got put away, he was saying all this great stuff. And the messed up part about him is he ended up freaking facing serious allegations of sexual misconduct. Okay. And I believe it was in Australia. And that ultimately just led to his downfall, both academically and also like with his prestige. You know what I mean? Because nobody wanted anything to do with him. They just walked away from him. This guy actually was in the middle of public and freaking groped a woman's boobs, okay, and then tried to say that it was on accident afterwards. And like there was shitloads of witnesses there that sat there and watched him do it and knew that it wasn't on accident. They just come forward and said, dude, there was no accident to that. He intentionally did it. He walked up and groped her boob.
Did she make a formal complaint?
Yeah. That's eventually what was his downfall, because they turned around and she made the complaint about it. And freaking this guy, man, did this stuff after his buddy ends up getting put in freaking prison for sex. Well, they tried to get him on sex trafficking, but you know, ended up getting him for what, soliciting a minor prostitute or something. After, after that is all said and done, he ends up getting in trouble for sexual harassment and losing his job. The people who were affiliated with him no longer wanted to support him. Okay. And what happened was he groped the woman's breast during a group photo at a conference in Australia. Just so he could freaking grope a woman, he freaking on camera apparently, he freaking lost all of his freaking everything because of it. You know what I mean? That is probably the worst part about that whole situation. You know what I mean? He ended up losing his tenure at the university, and it also led to his distancing from several organizations, which included the Bullet of the Atomic Scientists, the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists.
Like a journal.
Yeah, and he had to resign from that. So that's the bad part about that. And he was the same guy that sat up in front of the news people and said that freaking he wasn't ashamed of his relationship with Epstein. It actually made him better or some shit like that. I forgot how the quote goes exactly, but this was the guy who did that. You know what I mean? And then after it's all said and done, he gets freaking everything. He loses everything because he decides he's gonna grope a chick during a freaking conference photo.
Yeah, not the best move in the world.
These are supposed to be intellectuals. They're supposed to be smart like you, dude.
Just because they're intellectuals, they're still human.
Well, I mean, you're not going to grope a woman at a photo shoot, are you? Like,
not unless there's consent and then depend on the sort of photo shoot.
Yeah, I had to stop and think with that. I was like, I should not be asking you that question. Like, I know you wouldn't grope a woman. But like, but you know what I'm saying? That is pretty stupid. If you were a person that freaking were into that kind of shit, you would at least be smart enough not to do it while you're on camera. You know what I mean? So he must have been. I mean, he had to have been drunk or stupid. One of the two. Probably drunk. Most likely.
Maybe.
Yeah, that's basically all I wanted to say about this stuff. Now, we were going to talk about America's hidden secret, and the scientists finally solved the Roanoke colony mystery. I figured we'd do that one, and then there was another one. Ancient DNA reveals mysterious indigenous group from Colombia.
Okay, that's something more related to
Mr.
Yeah, I was thinking of Vixens doing on Wednesdays or Mr. Robot. Yeah.
Now we can actually stop here because this would probably be something that we could do with Mr. Robot later on whenever he's there, because I know he'd want to have conversations about this stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He posted that shit for a reason, you know. He put that stuff up there, so I wanted to bring it on here so that if he has a chance to come on.
I didn't even read it. I didn't even review that stuff material.
Well, I know you weren't going to, but we will eventually have this stuff. Now, if nothing else, I am going to go ahead and just like make a category and call it Mr. Robot's Crazy Shit. You know, because he puts tons of this stuff up, and that was only 2 topics that I wanted to do tonight. I wanted to do at least, and I was thinking small because we had the interview with Sonia, and I was like, well, you know, let's do something with maybe about a couple of things on there, you know. So I wanted to do Epstein, and I didn't really think about it too clearly because Epstein is actually a pretty big topic to be honest.
Yeah.
So
as well, the majority of the second half has been related to Epstein.
Well, see, the thing I'm wanting to say is like there was a lot of shit that went on with Epstein that is actually open to the public, and it's stuff that people don't even know about. This is stuff that the media doesn't really ever bring up, but it's 100% fact. All you got to do is find out for yourself. Okay, you don't have to do very much to find out about the stuff that I talked about tonight. You know, no, just from my point of view, okay, Epstein was in a lot more crazier shit than freaking what people believe. It's not just a open and shut case, you know what I mean? And this is just a big conspiracy. There was some pretty freaking interesting connections there, you know. And most of the people that I've ever heard who had this conversation, they get a little bit caught up in the conspiracies and everything, but I wanted to make it to where it was as little conspiracy as possible, you know, and still be able to talk about it. But the whole thing with what's his name, the dude from Heart to Heart and his wife, that kind of leaned into it. You know what I mean? But it is odd that Robert Maxwell died that way. You know what I mean? And I have noticed that a lot of people who have died mysteriously die because they fell off of a freaking boat. You know?
Again, there was a lot of speculation at the time. I remember a lot of speculation being spoken about. But it's one of those things that we will never know the truth about, I think.
And that's the Cold War and espionage and all that stuff, you know. So before we take off, go ahead and let everybody know where they can find you, Mr. Edworthy.
What? Yeah. Okay. I'm at minds.com under the username Medworthy.
All right. And you can find me on minds.com as well at Roger_Hanson. We will be streaming, or we have been streaming on Rumble, YouTube, DLive, Kick, as well as Twitch. So if you guys want to check out any of our streams, you can check us out on those channels. I go by Roger Hanson at Infamous OG 1973 on Kick, or on Rumble, and then on Kick and DLive I go by Roger_Hanson, and of course you can find me on YouTube at Roger Hanson, and that's at Roger Hanson at Roger Hanson 2731. So you got a lot of places where you can find us. If you like this video, please like, subscribe, share, make comments. Give some comments down in the comment section. Let us know what you're thinking. Give us some feedback, or just say hi. You know, either way, it's greatly appreciated. With that, I'm going to go ahead and end the show. We're at 5 hours and 58 minutes and 49 seconds. We are so cool, dude. That's a really good security measure. It starts right there with you.
Yeah. Security should be the users, or the administrator's responsibility. User administrator, whatever.
But what do? They just go on and they just click that thing and they never forget. And then there's an option too to where you can see the hidden information because they always like to hide it. When you click on it, it shows you the advanced freaking information. They don't want to do that because that takes too much time. You know what I mean? When all you got to do is click on it and read and uncheck the marks or undo the check marks to say freaking add the extra stuff and it won't come on there. But most people don't do that. And then they wonder later on why their computer has spam and it's been hacked. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that to me is really the weird, the bad part of it. And that was one of the things that really gets to me when it comes to that. That was one thing that I wanted to bring up when it came to that with the alternate, the alt tech platforms and the Mint Me, because to this day, man, just because I put Mint Me in the description and shared it on X and Facebook, to this day I still get freaking spammers coming onto my comment sections saying, "Oh, you know what I mean?" In my videos, dude, saying, "I have an issue with freaking so and so coin. What's your thoughts on it?" And the video is not even about cryptocurrency, and you know what I mean? And just because I put their freaking link in my freaking description, now I keep getting those, and I have to freaking go in there and take them out of my comment section.
Okay.
So that's another aspect of the scam. You know what I mean? The internet is a big freaking scam, dude.
The internet itself isn't a scam.
You know what's next, right? Next, we get into the big dog. We get into CDK Global. You
again?
Yeah, that's the reason why we were doing it again.
Do we have to?
he ran away. Well, I knew something was happening to his network, so he started fading in and out of there. I know he has to freaking go out and come back in, but yeah. Now that I've started up that sends us down the path of a current event that happened concerning CDK Global. Now, that is something that really stuck out to me. I've been wanting to do something relating to major hacks that took place in the world, and this is one of the big ones that took place concerning car dealers here in the United States and in Canada. And I started doing research on it, and I found out that CDK, which is a organization that organizes and secures documents for a lot of car companies in the United States, was actually hacked, and their data was held hostage, and it caused a significant disruption for car dealers nationwide here in the United States. This actually led to shutdowns of systems and forced many of the dealerships to like go back to their manual processes where they actually had to do the process manually. So that's basically the gist of it. Hello, are you back?
Camera's not working, but no.
Yeah,
Man.
I knew something was happening. I ended up yeah, you're bouncing in and out. There you go. You're back.
Yeah.
You've been kind of getting bouncy back and forth. I went ahead and kind of explained what the whole situation for CDK Global was. Now, before what I was bringing up, and I brought it up on another series that we did with the DMS. Let's get that right this time.
Document management system.
Yeah, okay. Because
document management system.
Me and you like had this huge conversation, and you misunderstood what I said because I forgot what.
Yeah, I thought you meant domain name system.
Yeah.
Domain name system. Yeah, you the DMS without any.
We were by the time it was done, I was like, "Hold on, dude, what the hell are we talking about?" You know what I mean? It was like,
I was thinking.
Now, see, with me, my whole theory is a DMS, which isn't new technology. This is stuff that they've been talking about since like the 1970s. Would have been perfect.
Document management systems have been talked about. Filing cabinets have been talked about for hundreds of years.
Well, I mean, the actual,
the principle. But yeah, filing cabinet is the principle of, isn't it? It's just an electronic filing cabinet.
Right. Now, it organizes and it secures documents, okay, and it makes it easier to find and share information. You know and they've been talking about this stuff. They've actually had seminars in different states here in the United States where people would get up and talk about this stuff for hours and just literally make you fall asleep and shit. Like, you know what I mean? But it's been around forever. And my whole take on it was, well, the whole thing about CDK, let me make a point of this. CDK apparently didn't have backups available for these files and everything when it came to freaking making sure that these car dealerships could still function. You know what I mean? And what happened was these hackers, okay, or actually I should be like I was the last time because I know you get upset when I start using the word hacker too much. But what was it? These computer fraud, these people who were committing computer fraud, what they basically did was they turned around and they freaking stole this information and held it by using ransomware. It was a ransomware attack on CDK Global. And they wouldn't give the information back until they paid the ransom. And this has been going on with other corporations too. It goes on all the time. Matter of fact, Mark can tell you all about it. He's a pro when it comes to that stuff. You know,
actually, I've not read any recent reports in the last couple of months. I've just ignored reports. But did have a figure on the amount of US ransomware for last year, and I think it was something like about 2,000 convictions.
2,000. So you're telling me that in modern hacking, it's gone from a handful to maybe the low hundreds to 2,000 hacking
in the US convicted
alone. That's not globally.
Yeah.
All right.
No, that's just in the US. I would have to have a look at. Yeah, I would have to search for figures on that one.
Well, it's like I said before, this is a conversation. You don't have to get all technical if you don't want to. We're just having a conversation hanging out. So,
But yeah, let's say 2,000 last year in the US.
all right. Now, see, the fact that they didn't have backup, that tells me that they could have at least had a freaking DMS that organizes and secures
Did they
documents.
have paper-based? Did they have paper-based documentation?
That's what they ended up having to do it all by. And see,
Okay, prior to.
now with filings, though, okay, they have deadlines for this stuff. You know what I mean? Like whenever frickin' they make a sell on a car, they can't just let it sit for frickin' the longest time. They
2 months,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's a deadline that they have to have this documentation turned into. And that's what the big issue was really when it came to it, because they had to take this freaking information after selling a car. They had to do it manually, and then they had to be able to turn it in according to a time limit so that they could freaking do it legally in the right way. So there was a big rush. It became more of a problem for the freaking people who were in billings than what it was for the actual people who were out selling the vehicles. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it became a basic nightmare for these people. They probably actually haven't really done real work like that in decades, and then all of a sudden, they're having to freaking go back to the old ways. At least that's my interpretation of it.
Okay.
You don't have anything to say about that? You agree? You agree with it?
Yeah, I agree with they needed to. Did they employ more people for the sort of administration rush?
Well, see, that's the whole thing about CDK, though. They're so shifty. Okay, the story doesn't really match up. Like that, I couldn't find anything out like that whatsoever. You know what I mean? And then when I found out about their freaking parent company, that got even more crazy. It makes me think that this was like maybe a freaking.
It was an asset stripping company anyway.
Yeah.
Just not.
Yes, it was.
We had a long discussion about the reason why CDK is or was in the situation it was, because it was its owners was an asset stripping company.
And see, this still doesn't go against what I was trying to say. I personally think that if they used DMS and they used it with data visualization tools, it would have helped them out with backing up their files, and it would have also helped out at least a little bit when it comes to security. You know what I mean?
Well, I don't know about backing up the files. That's just a system administration thing. From a sort of end user sort of response of being able to see each individual document,
and like collaborating on projects. You know what I'm saying? If you have people collaborating and working on files together, then each of them would be able to have their own backups for those files, because they're actually interacting with one another with those visualization tools. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It would have helped them out with better insights. The whole 9 yards. I mean, it would have been more efficient. Even they would have been able to manage.
But it sounded like it was a lost cause company anyway, because they didn't have many many sort of disaster recovery sort of.
That's where
services.
That's where it gets. Let me make sure that the audio is working, because I'm really suspicious. Yeah, there we go.
Okay.
Because this is where I started saying some shit. People don't like hearing shit on YouTube, but I think it was an inside job. to be honest with you. This was freaking a high price freaking theft, if you ask me. It still goes back to these people can't interpret frickin' the Indus Valley civilization's texts or understand their language yet. So that kind of doesn't make sense, you know what I'm saying? So I think that's kind of a rash statement to be saying. It's kind of premature, considering they first have to figure out what it was that the Indus Valley spoke and be able to interpret them, you know. So recent geophysical research suggests that unlike the Sarasvati described in the Rigveda as a snow-fed river, the Gagar was a system of perennial monsoon-fed rivers which became seasonal around the time that the civilization diminished, approximately 4,000 years ago. Alright, so this brings me into the issue about them having to be dispersed. Okay, this civilization had to be dispersed because of lack of water that had happened over time, and then you hear what I just mentioned too about the Rigveda, and how could they be able to really interpret what was going on there, you know, when they don't have the information to really back those claims up, because they can't interpret the freaking text, and they can't interpret the language, you know what I mean? So they really have nothing backed up. And the Indus civilization had to migrate out, according to their research, to the east, and it was because of lack of water and frickin' well, basically, you know, global warming, I guess, if you want to call it, which was regional in that area. You also see this in the Fertile Crescent. Now, right there, since we were talking about the Sumerians, right there where the Sumerians were, and eventually the Babylonians and Assyria, all the way up to the Levant, this was referred to as the Fertile Crescent. And in this region, it was a fertile crescent, you know. They have stories of wild lions that used to run loose in the Fertile Crescent, which used to run wild within this region, and kings used to hunt them and take freaking and have them sculpted onto freaking concrete, so that frickin' it would be shown how great of a hunter these kings were. Then you had the cedars of Lebanon, you know, which everyone in the known world back then would travel to just so they could get this lumber, so that they could build with it. now they're all gone. You take a look at you take a look now at the Indus Valley, and the Indus Valley apparently went through that same kind of situation, causing the Indus Valley or the Indus civilization to migrate eastward or wherever they went. All right. When this happened, anything could have happened. These people could have ended up in frickin' America. These people could have ended up in India. They could have ended up in Mongolia. They could have ended up in all of those places altogether, or maybe they went to one of them. I don't know, you know, but that could have been the case. Now, even though that's a good topic, I want to get focused on this same thing that happened there, that happened in the Middle East, about everything turning to desert and drying up. Now, there's a deity within the Hindu religion, and this deity is known as Surya. Now, Surya is the sun god as well as the solar deity in Hinduism. Now, he is traditionally one of the major 5 deities of the Smarta tradition, all of whom are considered as equivalent deities in the Panchayatana Puja, and a means to release Brahma or Brahman. Okay, and other names of the Surya in ancient Indian literature include Aditya, Arka, Brahma or Brahnu, Sevatar, Pushan, Ravi, Murtanda, Mitra, Mitra. And Mitra is interesting to me because I've also done research with Mithra, and I'm not talking about Mithras from Rome. I'm talking about Mithra from the Urartu civilizations and things of that nature. And then you have the Bhaskara, the Prabhakara, Kathiravan, and the Vivasvan. Now, these are all words I'm not really good with. I'm sorry if I messed them up. But those are the names that this deity went by. Now, Surya is the one that I'm going to go with because it's the easiest one to say. And the reason why I bring this deity up is because this deity had control over a Brahmastra. And a Brahmastra was these weapons that were supposed to be used by the gods, and certain deities would have a Brahmastra weapon which they could use. And this deity was one who possessed a Brahmastra. So with that, I'm going to continue on. Now, the iconography of Surya is often depicted riding a chariot harnessed by a horse, often 7 in number, which represent the 7 colors of visible light in the 7 days of the week. During the medieval period, Surya was worshipped in tandem with Brahma during the day, Shiva at noon, and Vishnu in the evening. In some ancient texts and art, Surya is represented syncretically with Indra, Ganesha, and others. Surya as a deity is also found in the arts and literature of Buddhism and Jainism. In the Mahabharata, in the Ramayana, Surya is represented as the spiritual father of Rama and Karna,
protagonists of the Ramayana and the Mahabharata, respectively. Surya was a primary deity in veneration by the characters of the Mahabharata and the Ramayana, along with Shiva. Now, Shiva is also a very interesting character. I do want to talk about her later on in Everything About Aliens, because Shiva has this really, really weird connection with the Naga. She wears a Naga on her neck, or him, whichever one, but Shiva wears a Naga on his or her neck and also sleeps on a bed that is a Naga. So that is something that's interesting that I do want to come back to later on. Now, Surya is depicted with the chakra, also interpreted as Dharma Chakra. Surya is the lord of Simha, which is Leo. Now, that is one of the 12 constellations in the zodiac system of Hindu astrology. Surya, or Ravi, is the basis of Ravivara, or Sunday, in the Hindu calendar. Now, major festivals and pilgrimages in reverence of Surya include Makar, Sankranti, Pongal, Samba Dashami, Ratha Saptami, Chath or Kath Puja, whichever way that's pronounced, and Kumbh Mela. He is particularly venerated in the Saura and Smarta traditions found in Indian states such as Rajasthan, Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, Bihar, Maharashtra, and then Uttar, and then Pradesh, and then Jharkhand, and Odisha. I really wish I was better at these words. I'm sorry if I am tearing them up, guys. I apologize, like I said before. Now, having survived as a primary deity in Hinduism longer than most of the original Vedic deities, the worship of Surya declined greatly around the 13th century, perhaps as a result of the Muslim destruction of sun temples in North India. Now, new sun temples virtually ceased to be built, and some were later repurposed to a different deity, which was common in it was common in other cultures too. I'm really amazed with the freaking the Great Pyramid, to be honest, because a lot of people don't realize that a lot of that shit on the Great Pyramid was taken away and repurposed for other things, and it's still there, so you're not looking at the full, complete freaking pyramid. You're actually looking at what was left after everybody took the shit they wanted, you know what I mean? So that right there is just one thing about the Great Pyramid that is so amazing, besides the fact of how big it is and freaking the mystery behind it. But like, people were actually stealing shit off the side of it, and it's still there, that's pretty cool. So now when like I said, they were repurposing the temples and everything for other places of worship and everything. So they were taking these temples and they were repurposing them. Now, a number of important Surya temples remain, but most are no longer in worship. In certain aspects, Surya was tended to be merged with the prominent deity of Vishnu or Shiva, or seen as subsidiary to them. Now, that's who this deity is. Okay, now he is no longer worshipped, but it's Surya. Nonetheless, the case illustrates how Dyson's ideas continue to shape how we interpret strange astronomical phenomena and what we look for when searching for evidence of advanced technology. Modern searches inspired by Dyson's vision have also begun to consider more subtle and diverse signatures. For example, researchers have proposed looking for narrow-band artificial laser emissions from stars that might serve as communication beacons. Others have considered the possibility of detecting unusual patterns of star dimming and brightening caused by megastructures transiting their stars, much like how exoplanets are discovered. Some astronomers have proposed looking for signs of thermal management on planetary or system scales, where an advanced civilization might be deliberately cooling its environment or moving waste heat into space in ways that could be detected. Large astronomical surveys such as the Legacy Survey of Space and Time, set to be conducted by the Vera C. Rubin Observatory, may offer new opportunities to apply Dyson's ideas. The unprecedented depth and breadth of this survey will produce data on billions of stars and galaxies, enabling scientists to search for subtle anomalies in brightness, color, and variability that might hint at the presence of artificial structures or energy use on mass scales. The concept centers on the idea that a sufficiently advanced civilization faced with ever-growing energy demands would seek to harness the full energy output of its central star. Instead of relying solely on the limited solar energy reaching a single planet, this civilization might construct a vast assembly of structures orbiting the star, designed to capture and utilize almost all of its emitted radiation. This construct would likely not be a single solid shell, but rather a swarm of independent satellites or habitats arranged in dense formation around the star. Each component would collect solar energy for civilization's needs. Because the total energy output of the star would be intercepted, the visible light escaping the system would be greatly diminished. However, according to thermodynamic principles, the captured energy would eventually be emitted as waste heat, primarily in the form of infrared radiation. From an observational perspective, such a system would appear as an object emitting a high level of infrared radiation, but significantly reduced visible light compared to a typical star. This led to the suggestion that astronomical surveys could search for these infrared excesses as potential indicators of advanced technological activity. The idea emerged as a thought experiment aimed at guiding the search for extraterrestrial intelligence by identifying unusual astrophysical structures that could not be easily explained by natural processes. It has inspired numerous investigations to detect stars or galaxies exhibiting anomalous infrared emissions that might hint at large-scale artificial energy harvesting. Over time, the concept has been expanded and refined, giving rise to more complex models involving nested layers of energy collecting shells designed to maximize efficiency by channeling heat from inner layers outward. These multi-layered constructs resemble the nesting dolls of Russian tradition, symbolizing the layered approach. Such structures have been theorized to function not only as energy collectors, but also as vast computational platforms. In a study led by Jason Wright and his colleagues, the team sifted through an enormous dataset gathered by the Wide Field Infrared Survey Explorer, or WISE, which had scanned the entire sky in the infrared spectrum. Infrared light is particularly useful for this kind of search because, according to thermodynamic principles, any large-scale energy consumption by an advanced civilization, such as capturing a star's output via megastructures, would eventually be emitted as waste heat in the form of infrared radiation. Among the hundreds of thousands of galaxies examined, most exhibited infrared emissions that could be explained by well understood astrophysical phenomena. These include star formation regions where clouds of dust heated by young stars glow brightly in the infrared,
or the presence of active galactic nuclei, supermassive black holes at galaxy centers that emit radiation across the spectrum. However, Wright's team found a small number of galaxies whose mid-infrared output was significantly higher than expected, given their visible light and their observable characteristics. These galaxies appeared to be reprocessing an extraordinary amount of energy, with their infrared brightness exceeding typical levels without clear signs of usual resources like intense star formation or active nuclei. This anomaly raised the intriguing possibilities that such infrared accesses could be the result of non-natural processes, specifically large-scale artificial energy use and waste heat emission, consistent with hypothetical megastructures or astroengineering projects on a galactic scale. In other words, these galaxies might be partially or wholly enshrouded by structures or systems capturing and re-emitting energy in ways that do not align with known natural astrophysics. Despite the excitement this suggested, the researchers were cautious. They emphasized that alternative natural explanations could still account for the observations. For instance, unusual dust properties, previously unrecognized astrophysical processes, or transient phenomena might produce similar infrared signatures. The data resolution and sensitivity also limited the ability to distinguish between these possibilities definitively. The development of brain-computer interface capable of restoring speech through direct neural decoding represents one of the most exciting frontiers in neuroscience and biomedical engineering. This technology brings together the fields of neural physiology, materials science, machine learning, and speech synthesis. I will describe in detail the microelectrode arrays that capture neural signals, the neural patterns involved in speech production, the computing systems that decode these signals into speech in real time, and the specific devices and products that enable these breakthroughs. Microelectrode arrays are highly specialized tools that serve as the interface between living brain tissue and electronic equipment. They are composed of grids or clusters of extremely small electrodes, often made from biocompatible materials such as silicon, platinum, and iridium. These electrodes are designed to either penetrate the brain or sit on its surface, depending on the goals of the study or therapy. The size of each electrode is typically measured in micrometers, allowing the array to detect the electrical activity of individual neurons or small groups of neurons. The electrodes can record the electrical
impulses known as action potentials, as well as broader local field potentials, which reflect the activity of neuron populations. The signals gathered are extremely small in amplitude and require amplification and filtering before they can be processed. Some arrays are designed for recording only, while others can both record and stimulate neural tissues. The choice of array depends on the application, the target region of the brain, and the intended duration of the implantation. Perenker in Perikaris was an ancient Near East astral goddess who originates in Elamite religious beliefs. While she is only infrequently attested in Elamite documents, she achieved a degree of prominence in Hurrian religion. So that's interesting. And then Aya. Aya was a Mesopotamian goddess associated with dawn. Multiple variant names were attributed to her in god lists. She was regarded as the wife of Shamash, the sun god. She was worshipped alongside her husband in Sippar. Multiple royal inscriptions pertaining to this city mention her. Okay, so Aya is Sippar's official bride of Shamash, or Utu. Among their children were Ketum. Now, Ketum, also known as Najina, was a Mesopotamian goddess who was regarded as the embodiment of truth. She belonged to the city of the sun god Utu Shamash and was associated with law and justice. The personification of truth, dream deities such as Mamu. Now, Mamu might be interesting. Mamu, go ahead.
No, I just feel like that name is really, really familiar. Like recent, I didn't have my iPad open because I was working on the laptop, but I think we have Mamu in my Firefox. But go ahead, I apologize. It sounds so familiar.
It's fine. Now, Mamu was a Mesopotamian goddess associated with dreams. She was regarded as the daughter of the sun god Utu, and could herself be called the Utu of dreams. References to male Mamu are also known, though it has been proposed that they only represent a late change of gender attestations, I'm probably guessing. Now, she was a dream deity. And then another child of him was Isham. Now, I've heard of Isham. I'm not too much on him, but I've heard of him. Isham was a Mesopotamian god of Akkadian origin. He is best attested as a divine night watchman, tasked with protecting houses at night, but he was also associated with various underworld deities, especially Nergal and Shabula. Now, Nergal is Ishtar's sister, Ishtar and Shamash's sister, Utu's sister. Now, she's evil. She's the bad guy. She's the one that freaking hung Inanna from freaking hooks and killed her.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Remember the story I told about how she had all of her clothes and stuff on that were imbued with powers?
Yeah, she had to wear the layers in order to make it through, and then by the time she got out, she was naked.
Yeah, she was naked, and her sister crucified her with hooks and chains. That's freaking who it was. She was the evil one. Nergal. I believe Nergal was that. Now, as well as the god Isham. Utu's name can be used to write the names of many foreign solar deities. Okay, so we've gone through that. I'm gonna hit Isham, see what we got from him. I want to see how he was associated with the evil one. Now, Isham was a Mesopotamian god of Akkadian origin. And it's like I told you, first there was the Sumerians, and then they were conquered by the Akkadians. The Akkadians actually created the first freaking empire or kingdom. Before them, there was only city-states.
Oh.
So,
every time I hear Arcadia, I think of the Flash. It was one of the bad guys.
Mm-hmm. Now, Isham was a Mesopotamian god of Akkadian origin. He is best attested as a divine night watchman tasked for protecting houses at night, but he was associated with various underworld deities. Now, the ancient Mesopotamian underworld, most often known in Sumerian as Kur, Urkala, Kuku, Urali, or Kigal, and in Akkadian as Urtsetsu, although it had many names in both languages, was a dark, dreary cavern located deep below the ground, where inhabitants were believed to continue. They continued living basically, but dead, something like that. With various underworld deities, especially Nergal. Now, Nergal was a Mesopotamian god, worshipped through all periods of Mesopotamian history, from early dynasty to Neo-Babylonian times. Now, this isn't her. This is Nergal. I believe Nergal was the one I was telling you about that was married to Ishtar, or Inanna, and he got turned into a snake.
Oh, because he had to go back as something. He could only go back as, yeah. You had to go back as something, and they put him as the lowest form because of the stuff that he was doing. He was shady.
He was the one that was sitting up on his throne and just laying
She
back.
was doing all the work, right?
She was dead down in the freaking underworld. Ishtar was, and Anna was, and he's her husband, just chilling out on the throne, being lazy, not doing
not even
nothing.
thinking about it, right?
Didn't even care.
Mm-hmm.
She got pissed off. Said, "You know what? I choose him because she had to replace her soul with another person's soul in order to come above out of the underworld.
Well deserved, if you ask me.
Yep, that's what you do.
Yeah, I mean, like, your girl is dead and you just chilling, you don't even care, and you have a way to be able to assist. Yeah, nah, you're a clown. You go ahead and go turn into a snake. Roll in your belly, brother. Roll in your belly.
See, that's what happened. He turned around and he thought he could, reach out to, not Ishtar, but Utu Shamash, because he worshipped him and asked him for help. Well, he just screwed frickin' Utu's sister over big time, you know what I mean? So what does he do? He freaking turns him into a snake. so he could escape. Or Era. Era is an Akkadian plague god known from an epos of the 8th century BCE era. Now, Era is the god of mayhem and pestilence, who is responsible for periods of political confusion. He was assimilated to Nurgle at some point. So, Ura became Nurgle. And Shubulu. Shubulu was a Mesopotamian god. He was associated with the underworld and commonly appears in association with Nurgle, Isham, Las, and other deities of similar character. He was worshipped in some small settlements such as Sippar, Subala, and Lagaba. Now, he was associated with fire, but was not exclusively a fire god, unlike Gibel. And Gibel, also known under the Akkadian name Gira, was a Mesopotamian god associated with fire, both in its positive and negative aspects. He also played a role in ritual purification. Textual sources indicate his symbol was a torch, though no representations of him have been identified. So he was associated with fire, but was not exclusively a fire god, unlike Gibel. And that's who Gibel or Gibel, Gibil.
Gibel.
Now, while he was not considered to be one of the major gods, he was commonly worshipped and appears in many theophoric names. In bilingual text, he could be associated with Sumerian Hindersaga. But this equation is only attested for the first time in the Old Babylonian period, and the ritual behind it remains uncertain. Both of those gods could be regarded as the husband of the goddess Ninmug. And Ninmug, or Ninmuga, was a Mesopotamian goddess. She was associated with artisanship, especially with metalworking, as evidenced by her epithet, Tabira Kalama, metalworker of the land. She could also be regarded as a goddess of birth and assistant of Ninmah. Now, Ninmah was the one, I think, who was married to Enki. No. Ninmah. Though she was primary, it says both of those gods could be regarded as the husband of the goddess Ninmug, though she was primarily associated with Isham and only secondary with Hinder Saga. So now, let me find. Yeah, there we go. Ninma. Now, Ninhursag, that's her. Yep. Ninhursag. This is a goddess. This is one of the big ones. Okay, Ninhursag is Sumerian, sometimes transcribed Ninhursag or Ninharsag or Ninhursaga, also known as Damgolnuna or Nimma. See right there, they're using Nimma as her name, which they said was a separate entity. So, and somebody say something.
No.
Alright. Now, Ninma, she was the ancient Sumerian mother goddess of the mountains and one of the 7 great deities of Sumer. She is known earliest as the nurturing or fertility goddess. Temple hymn sources identify her as the true and great lady of heaven, possibly in relationship to her standing on the mountain and kings of Lagash. Now Lagash is another one. Lagash is the bad city. Okay, nobody liked Lagash.
Why?
They were warriors and like the only thing they cared about is fortifying their cities and attacking the other cities. Like, remember how I told you they were all set up like city-states?
Yeah.
These were the bad guys. These were the ones that came in to try to steal your crops and freaking bring down your walls.
That's why nobody liked them.
Yeah, they were the bad guys.
Memes.
Yeah. And kings, okay, possibly in relation to her standing on the mountain, and kings of Lagash were nourished by Ninhursag's milk. She is the tutelary deity to several Sumerian leaders. Her most well-known myths are Enki and Ninhursag. Describing her dealings with Enki resulting from her sexual exploits. And Enki and Ninma, a creation myth wherein the two deities compete to create humans. She is referred or makes brief appearances in others as well, most notably as the mother of Ninurta in the Anzu epic. And Ninurta is possible meaning Lord of Barley, also known as Ningirsu in Sumerian, meaning Lord of Girsu, is an ancient Mesopotamian god associated with farming, healing, hunting, law, scribes. Yeah. Now, I believe Ninurta might have been the idiot that got taken down to the underworld. Ninurta. He was the one, I think. Yeah, Ninurta, also known as Ningirsu, is an ancient Mesopotamian god associated with farming, healing, hunting, law, scribes, and war, who was first worshipped in early Sumer. In the earliest records, he is a god of agriculture and healing, who cures humans of sicknesses and releases them from the power of demons. In later times, as Mesopotamia grew more militarized, he became a warrior deity. though he retained many of his earlier agricultural attributes. He was regarded as the son of the chief god Enlil in his main cult center. Yeah, hold up, yeah, Ninurta. That right there. Okay. Let me keep on reading. I know Ninurta now, I think. I think he is, there's a correlation between him and Nana, or not Nana, Sin. You know what I mean? So, yeah. Yeah, it is Nana, isn't it?
Nana, the dad?
Yeah, the one that... Which one was it that was also called Sin?
Yeah, I feel like that's what you just said. Nana is also known as Sin, and that's the moon god.
I don't know how well you can see that, but and where I was talking about is right up here around Huntington and
Huntington, Kentucky, right?
Yeah.
Cincinnati.
And
can you do the satellite one?
I think, oh wait, yeah, you're right. I can do the satellite one. That'd be better. West Virginia. There's Kentucky. Now see, Fort Knox is right here.
That's what we were talking about. Okay, Fort Knox. I thought that was in Texas, but it's not. It's Fort Worth that's in Texas, right?
Yeah. And let me get my... Yeah, see, and like right here would be where I'm talking about. You got Kentucky here, Lexington here, and then right down in this area. And there is a huge ass mountain that is right in there somewhere, and
I'm surprised we're unable to see it because it all looks kind of like it's a plane, a flat plane.
And you got to understand too, this is a freaking nightmare. I mean, traveling through this area in the United States is probably one of the craziest things that you can do.
A lot of back roads and like old dirt road type things, yeah.
You could literally drive yourself off the edge of a freaking mountain and not even know it until it was too late. It could literally just go around a corner and all of a sudden you're over the side and dead. Yeah.
Not funny, but kind of funny.
Yeah. This is the bad place. This is where all the spooky stories happen too, like the Sasquatch and the freaking Wendigo and Dogman. Well, Dogman happen up in Oregon and stuff too, but yeah, it's like right here. And Willow Ridge.
Willow Ridge sounds like some stuff for stuff, and Yaki sounds like some stuff would go down in those areas.
Nah, it could be Mount Tyler or Tyler Mountain. Yeah. Cause wait, let me in West Virginia. Yeah. The tiny West Virginia, no. Sugar Grove Station is a national security communication site located near Sugar Grove in Pendleton County. A bunker at the Green Barrel Resort in West Virginia. Now that is West Virginia, right? I am getting the area correct. Yep, that's in West Virginia. And then underground.
Mink Shoals. I've been there before. What's in Mink Shoals?
Mink Shoals.
That's South Carolina, right? Charleston, South Charleston. That's South Carolina. Or is it West Virginia has parts called Charleston too, as well?
South Charleston, right there.
I thought that was in South Carolina.
Yeah, Falling Rock. And secret bunker in the Green Barrel Resort in West Virginia. Once a top secret U.S. government relocation facility for Congress, the Greenbrier Bunker is now open to visitors interested in learning about blah blah blah. In a town dominated by secrets, untold stories behind the secret military bases. Now they're talking on that one about Sugar Grove. Sugar Grove. Let's see what Sugar Grove Station is. Sugar Grove Station is a national security agency, NSA communication site located near Sugar Grove in Pendleton County, West Virginia. According to a 2005 article in the New York Times, the site intercepts all international communications entering the eastern United States. Activities at the site previously involved the Navy Information Operations Command, Naviacom. In April 2013, the Chief of Naval Operations ordered that the Naviacom support base be closed by September the 30th, 2015, as a result of the determination by the resource sponsor National Security Agency to relocate the command's mission. The naval base is being repurposed as a private-owned healthcare facility for veterans, while the NSA listening station to the south continues to operate. Yeah. So, yeah, you're not getting nothing there. And that is weird to me because I do know that there is a freaking mountain there, and it's not even showing up, not on the topography at all. I mean, do you see it?
Not here. If you can zoom in, does it show more where it usually show?
Let me get more into the area that I know of. Okay, so there's Maryland right here. This is Virginia. It's right around in here. And there should be a mountain in this area. Tyler Mountain.
That's what you're just speaking about, yeah.
Uh-huh.
Oh, Charleston, West Virginia.
And then there's Tyler Mountain Stables. And just Tyler Mountain, West Virginia. I still don't see the actual mountain.
No, it doesn't. It looks like it's all flat. Well, maybe those are trees. Like you see that those are trees, but I don't see to where it's a significant ridge or where you can see the uprising in the terrain. I don't know.
And see, this is a part of the Appalachian Mountains. You know, I mean, it shouldn't be like that.
It should be rigid, more jagged, yeah.
That's just kind of craziness right there when you look at it.
They've been here and we've been doing research and they found out today was conspiracy day. They're not going to add to our shenanigans. So the map will go back to normal at 7:15. Next thing you know, the mountains will reappear.
Mount Olive.
Every church in every area is called Mount Olive. That's why there's always a one Mount Olive church somewhere. Yeah. That's crazy.
Mount Moriah Baptist Church, Harvey Creek Church. They got all the churches right here. Kim's Greenhouse. Now see, I do find that kind of suspicious though that it's like that, because let's see, we can come over here and you'll see what I'm talking about. Come over here to frickin' Illinois-Missouri border. All of this is the Appalachians. You see that?
Yeah.
You see that formation
with the dots and stuff?
Yeah. All of that white stuff is mountain. And then it just kind of dies off there, you know what I mean? Like, and then it becomes cities and stuff like that. But that's pretty strange how it does that. Louisville, Kentucky. Now this right here looks like it's all one big mountainous area, right near Lexington. And Sterling.
I know Sterling. I don't know if it's in West Virginia though, but I heard of Sterling.
We can find out real quick. No, it's near Lexington, Kentucky. But then, like, all this area right here to West Virginia and even beyond just becomes, like, flat. And I know that terrain's not like that. That's pretty interesting. Supposedly ends right here. Owensville. Around Winchester. And then it just kind of bottoms out and flattens. So that right there is interesting all by itself. Now this Sugar Grove is the one they were talking about. It was just a naval, secret naval communications. They were basically spying on everybody's conversation. So, you want to go on to the MK Ultra?
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, so, yeah, did I give that copy? Did I post that up?
No, well, this is the only thing I have.
Okay,
Is the one with the
I
military.
got you. I've seen it. There we go. There's MK Ultra if you want to check that out, and I will change the view on there to where it'll be on
Oh,
here.
it started raining. Oh, I want to go outside now.
Oh man.
It was pouring down rain. We took a walk, and it started pouring down rain. Cause like to go get coffee is literally right down the street, and I was gonna take a car, but it's a waste. And when we on our way home, it started raining, and we're like singing with our mouths open, and it just felt so freeing, like so refreshing. Like everyone else is like running for cover, like the Wicked Witch of the West. I'm melting, and our asses are out there.
Here on the wonderful world of weirdness. My name is Roger Hanson, and today I will be going farther into what I've been discussing in previous episodes. First, when the season first started, what I did, I was discussing. Discussing the files that had been released from JFK and the disclosure and all that. After that, I wanted to go farther and discuss what is pretty much the modern version of what we call the New World Order, because there is a difference. Now, when I started doing that, what I did is I went right into the banking system. I started, or actually, yeah, I did. I went into the banking system and I started discussing some of the players that were involved there, and I did come up with some good stuff going on there that was important to bring up. I did research and found out new stuff as well. Before I'd said that it was the Warburgs and Jacob Schiff and everything that was really the players behind a lot of that. But, and I've been saying that a lot of people have been saying that the Rothschilds were these, overlords that were in control of everything, which I still say they're not. I believe that they're a part of a bigger group that are involved, which do involve the Warburg family and Jacob Schiff. But I also found out that with that with that part of history that involves Jacob Schiff and the Russo-Japan war, that the Rothschilds were involved in that. Because you have to go back before the Russo-Japanese War and look at Japan, and you'll find out that these big banking corporations
and engineers were involved in industrializing Japan during the early part of the 20th century. And a lot of these corporations were from Europe, England, for example, the Bank of England, the Bank of Rothschild was involved with a lot of these banking corporations, and the Reich Bank. So there are connections there with the Rothschild family that goes into the industrialization of Japan before the Russo-Japanese War. And then later on, that's when Jacob Schiff and the Warburg family started getting involved with things like the Russo-Japanese War and also the Federal Reserve and things of that nature. So that was something that was pretty cool that I was able to figure out in doing this season of Conspiracy. I went in and I did some research and pulled it all up. So that was a good thing. And now I want to go even further because the story doesn't end there. The story actually gets kind of complicated because I was talking about the restoration of Germany, and I was talking about the Warburg family, particularly about Max Warburg, who is, by all definitions, a World War One war criminal. Basically, he was allowed to leave Germany when the Nazis came to power, and just enter the United States after being the main financier to the German Emperor during World War One. Now, if anybody knows anything about history, World War One is the reason why chemical warfare was abolished when it comes to world conflicts and stuff of that nature. And it was done for a reason. There were a whole lot of people who died from that. And Max Warburg was personally responsible for making sure that finances were supplied to those people who manufactured those chemical war supplies, those chemical weapons, and all of that mass murdering that took place was because he was the one who actually was in charge of all that on the financial side. Well, lo and behold, he gets in trouble with the Nazis during the interim between World War One and World War Two, because the Nazis were rising in power, and he flees from Germany. He goes to the United States and he joins up with his brother, and nobody ever paid any mind to that. That was perfectly fine to him. And the reason why they did that was because of money and influence, because his brother was here in the United States, and he had already established the banking that they had here in the United States before Max even showed up. So basically, they were pretty powerful at that point. And also enters Jacob Schiff. Now, Jacob Schiff was the only person ever to be tutored into the banking industry by the Rothschild family. The way the Rothschilds usually conducted their business was that they always kept it in the family. If you were outside of the family, you had no business connections with them directly. You know what I mean? Now they with customers and stuff like that, that's one thing. But getting into the offices and actually doing the work, that is something they had always kept within the family, and managing money.
So Jacob Schiff was the first person, probably the only person who had ever been taught how to learn the business of banking by this family. And the reason for that was because he grew up close to him. He was a young kid who came into the office and they became attached to him, and they grandfathered him into banking, basically. So that's how that happened. Fast forward, he turns around, he becomes an adult, he moves to the United States, and he becomes affiliated with the Warburgs. He becomes pretty powerful as well, and he ends up financing, in the end, the Russo-Japanese War. And he did that because he had issues with the Russians and the way they allowed pogroms to take place against Jews during the time that the Russian Empire was going. And don't get me wrong, Russia was a pretty brutal place even before socialists took over. It was the royal families weren't very, very nice. But it also caused instability in the region because that war was won by the Japanese, and it demoralized Russia. It caused their economy to fall. It caused a lot of problems internally. And eventually, the revolution broke out. Now, the first one failed. But as a result of that first one, the second one came around, which eventually led to the Soviet Union. And all of this was a result of economic instability in the area after the Japanese and the Russians went to war with one another. So that's the basic thing of it. So you had the collapse of the Russian Empire, and then the creation of the Soviet Union. And from this point on, I'm going to go even deeper in it. We've already talked about the Jewish bankers. Now we're going to move on to the other side. Now we're going to look at it from a different perspective, because I'd love to say that it's just these horrible, horrible bankers that are responsible for all this, but it's not. It's very, very complicated, actually. If you really don't sit down and do the research on this stuff, you'll never understand it. And I encourage everybody, even if you're listening to me and you're wanting to hear what I have to say and stuff, do the research on this stuff, okay? Don't just listen to me. Go off of your own research if you have the time to do it, because it's really, really important to understand this stuff. And when you research this stuff, be open-minded about it. Don't have your own ways of looking at this, because it's a whole lot of different facets going on when it comes to all of this stuff. So just keep that in mind. So with that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk about the Red House Report. Now, the Red House Report stands as one of the most fascinating and shadowy accounts related to the end of World War II. Allegedly based on intelligence gathered by American operatives, it describes a secret meeting held on August 10th, 1944, at the Meissen Rogue Hotel in Strasbourg. Now, this clandestine gathering reportedly brought together leading figures of the Nazi Party, German industrialists, and financial magnates to discuss strategies for ensuring the survival and resurgence of German power after an expected military defeat. According to the intelligence documents, the participants recognized that Germany was likely to lose the war militarily. Rather than despair, They viewed this looming defeat as an opportunity to rethink their strategy and shift their focus on economic and industrial domains. The plan as reported was to prepare for a Fourth Reich, not one built on tanks and guns, but one grounded in economic influence, covert financial networks, and international corporate power. Assets were to be moved abroad to safe havens, particularly in neutral countries like Switzerland, Spain, and South American nations. Corporations such as Krupp, which is spelled Krupp, and that's an important name. So if you guys do want to do a research, you need to remember that name. It's very, very important. Okay? Krupp, IG Farben, Volkswagen, and Messerschmitt, which is spelled Messerschmitt, which you won't find very much information about them, but you will find information about them. Now, they were implicated in being involved in this strategy. Senior management from these companies were allegedly instructed to prepare to act as the economic vanguard of a future German revival. They were to transfer key technological knowledge, financial resources, and personnel out of Europe, positioning themselves to continue their influence in post-war global markets. Now, I also want to mention, too, that I mentioned IG Farben before with McCloy. McCloy also had interests with IG Farben, and there was ties with him, and he also prevented bombings from taking place in areas where this company actually was manufacturing weapons and using Jews as slave labor. So keep that in mind. Now, part of this strategy included the establishment of companies in neutral nations, basically. Hold on a minute, I'm having issues here with my computer. So, give me a moment. Yeah. Okay. There we go. Okay, part of this strategy included the establishment of front companies in neutral nations, the fostering of relationships with sympathetic foreign governments, and the development of covert channels for the transfer of capital and goods. By embedding themselves in global trade and finance networks, these corporations would be able to influence foreign economies while retaining their ideological cohesion. After the war, many individuals and corporations implicated in the Red House report not only survived but thrived. Companies like Volkswagen and Siemens became cornerstones of the post-war Germany economic miracle. While some executives were tried in Nuremberg, the sentences were often lenient, and many reintegrated into the business world with remarkable speed. That would be Krupp and IG Farben. The strategy outlined in the Red House report finds parallels in other post-war phenomena, such as the Rat Line, the secret route used to smuggle Nazi officials to South America. Argentina, in particular, became a haven for many former Nazis. The evidence shows that German wealth and technical expertise helped to modernize parts of South America's economy during the mid-20th century.
The Red House report also highlights the complexities of post-war geopolitics. With the advent of the Cold War, Western powers shifted their priorities from punishing former Nazis to containing Soviet influence. Consequently, economic pragmatism often triumphed over moral influence. Uh, Consequently, economic pragmatism often triumphed over moral reckoning. There you go. Now, many German scientists, engineers, and businessmen found themselves welcomed into new roles, particularly in the United States, under programs like Operation Paperclip. While the authenticity of every detail in the Red House report remains subject to debate among historians, its broader implications are difficult to dismiss. The remarkable resilience of German industry power after the 1945 and the survival of many corporate entities that had been pillars of the Nazi war machine suggests that significant preparatory work had been done to mitigate the impact of defeat. The involvement of prominent German corporations in the meeting also cast a long shadow. I.G. Farben, for example, had been deeply involved in wartime atrocities, producing synthetic fuel and rubber, and even operating factories at Auschwitz. Yet after the war, its successor companies became integral in the rebirth of German industry. Similarly, Friedrich Flick, a major industrialist who supported the Nazi Party financially, was convicted at Nuremberg but later released and resumed business activities, eventually becoming one of the wealthiest men in Europe. The financial strategies discussed at the Red House meeting were deeply sophisticated. By moving assets to neutral countries, these individuals ensured that their economic base remained intact despite military collapse. Swiss banks, in particular, played a critical role, offering a shielded environment for German capital. These financial lifelines helped to fuel the post-war expansion of German economic interests abroad. Moreover, the development of European integration in the post-war era culminated in the formation of the European Economic Community, but can be seen in part as an avenue through which former German industrial and political elites reasserted influence within a new framework. This is not to suggest that the European integration was a Nazi project, but rather that elements of the former Nazi supporting economic class found ways to thrive within these new structures. The Red House report fits into a broader pattern of how certain elites adapt to and survive systemic political collapses. In Germany's case, the defeat of the Third Reich did not completely dismantle the economic and industrial foundation that had supported it. Instead, through careful planning, clandestine networks, and a shift from military to economic dominance, many of these interests survived and even flourished. In South America, the impact of these networks was profound. In Argentina, for example, German businesses and engineers contributed to technological and industrial development. The legacy of German investment can still be seen in parts of South America today. Ultimately, the Red House report offers a compelling insight into how power can be preserved even in the face of overwhelming defeat. It also serves as a reminder to the deep entanglement between state, industry, and finance, and how those relationships can be leveraged to sustain influence across radically different political regimes. The post-World War was shaped not only by the victors of World War II, but also by the survivors among the defeated. Clandestine strategies outlined in that Red House report, whether fully realized or not, reveal the depths of planning and resilience among German industrial and financial elites. Understanding this historical episode is crucial for comprehending the complex web of political and economic relationships that emerged in the latter half of the 20th century. In the immediate aftermath of World War II, the world witnessed a chaotic reshuffling of political powers, ideological alliances, and national priorities. Amidst the rubble of war-torn Europe, certain networks emerged to assist former Nazis and other Axis collaborators in escaping justice. One of the most controversial of these was the so-called rat lines, an informal yet highly effective system of escape routes that led many high-ranking Nazis to safe havens, primarily in South America. The involvement of members of the Catholic Church, and particularly certain officials within the Vatican, in facilitating these rat lines has been a subject of intense historical scrutiny and debate. In the term rat line, it refers to the web of clandestine pathways, safe houses, false documents, and logistical support that allowed Nazis to flee Europe. These escape routes primarily led from Germany, Austria, and Italy through neutral or sympathetic countries like Spain and Switzerland, and then onward to destinations like Argentina, Brazil, Chile, and Paraguay. The main hubs of these operations were located in Rome and Genoa, both under significant Allied occupation, but with enough chaotic conditions to allow clandestine operations to flourish. At the heart of many rat line activities were certain members of the Catholic clergy who, driven by a mixture of ideological, humanitarian, and political motives, helped facilitate the escape of war criminals. Chief among them was Bishop Alois Hudel, an Austrian cleric stationed in Rome who served as a rector of the Pontifical Teutonic College of Santa Maria dell'Anima. Hudel was an open admirer of National Socialism and was deeply concerned about the spread of communism across Europe. He justified his assistance of former Nazis as a form of Christian charity and as a part of a broader effort to bolster anti-communist forces in the looming Cold War. Using his influence, Hudel reportedly secured false identity papers, often through the International Red Cross and, in some cases, via Vatican channels. These documents were crucial for Nazi fugitives, enabling them to obtain travel visas and immigrate to countries that either sympathized with their cause or were willing to overlook their past in exchange for their technical and military expertise. Among the notable figures believed to have benefited from the rat lines were Adolf Eichmann, the architect of the Holocaust logistics, Joseph Mengele,
the infamous Angel of Death from Auschwitz, and Klaus Barbie, known as the Butcher of Lyon, for his role in wartime atrocities in France. These men, along with countless less known officials, found new lives in South America, often under assumed identities and with the tacit approval or indifference of their host governments. Argentina, under President Juan Perón, became a particularly welcoming destination for Nazi fugitives. Perón himself, an admirer of fascist regimes and a staunch anti-communist, saw in these immigrants an opportunity to modernize Argentina's military and industry. Through secret agreements and discreet arrangements, Argentina issued visas and facilitated the arrival of thousands of Europeans, among them a significant number of former Nazis and fascist collaborators. The Catholic Church's involvement in the rat lines has been a subject of extensive research and controversy. While the Church as an institution never officially sanctioned such activities, the participation of individual clerics like Hudel and other sympathetic priests suggests a degree of unofficial complicity. Some historians argue that the Church's primary concern was the preservation of Western Christian civilization against the perceived threat of Soviet atheism. In that context, aiding anti-communist elements, even former Nazis, was seen as a pragmatic, if morally questionable act. It is important to note that the chaotic conditions of post-war Europe created an environment in which many organizations, including humanitarian groups and even intelligence agencies, found themselves making morally ambiguous decisions. The International Committee of the Red Cross, for instance, has faced criticism for inadvertently issuing travel documents to war criminals, often without thorough vetting. Similarly, American and British intelligence agents occasionally turned a blind eye to the past crimes of individuals they deemed useful in the emerging struggle against the Soviet Union. Financial support for the rat lines came from a variety of sources, including sympathetic businessmen, secret funds, and contributions from pro-fascist organizations. In some cases, assets looted during the war were used to finance escapes. The network was sophisticated, involving bribery of local officials, the establishment of safe houses in monasteries and convents, and the use of underground communication channels. The existence of the rat lines became more widely known in the 1980s, particularly following the capture of Adolf Eichmann from Israeli agents in Argentina in 1960. Subsequent investigations revealed the extent to which Nazi fugitives had been able to rebuild their lives abroad, often with the assistance or at least the acquiescence of influential institutions. The Vatican's precise role remains a matter of debate. Some scholars argue that Pope Pius VII himself was unaware of the extent of clerical involvement in aiding Nazi fugitives, while others suggest that higher levels of the Vatican hierarchy may have at least tacitly approved these activities in the interest of preserving European Christianity from communist expansion. What is clear is that the geopolitical realities of the early Cold War led to a reordering of priorities in which the sins of former enemies were sometimes overlooked if they could serve a new strategic purpose. Beyond Argentina, other South American countries also provided refuge. Brazil, Paraguay, and Chile, each for their own reasons, became destinations for former Nazis. In Paraguay, the regime of Alfredo Stroessner provided safe haven, while in Chile, groups of former Nazis established colonies such as Colonia Dignidad, which later became notorious for human rights abuses. In Europe, the existence of the rat line has also been linked to the broader phenomena of Operation Gladio, the NATO-sponsored stay-behind networks designed to resist potential Soviet invasion. While distinct from the rat lines, both operations illustrate how the fear of communism led to alliances and decisions that, under different circumstances, might have been considered unacceptable. The long-term consequences of the rat lines are still felt today. The survival of many Nazi war criminals allowed ideologies of hate to persist and evolve. Moreover, the moral compromise made in the name of anti-communism set precedents that influenced international relations and domestic politics throughout the Cold War. In recent years, declassified documents and new research have shed more light on the rat lines. Investigative journalists and historians have pieced together the routes, the key figures, and the institutions involved. While some mysteries remain, there is now little doubt that networks operating with varying degrees of clerical assistance enabled thousands of war criminals to escape justice. The rat lines also raise profound ethical questions about the nature of justice and forgiveness. Should institutions devoted to spiritual salvation have intervened to save men responsible for some of history's greatest atrocities? Was the fear of communism a sufficient justification for aiding mass murderers? These are questions that continue to haunt the legacy of the post-war era. Ultimately, the story of the rat lines is a reminder of the complexities and moral ambiguities of history. It reveals how institutions, individuals, and nations grappled with the challenge of rebuilding a shattered world, sometimes making choices that blurred the lines between pragmatism and complicity. The rat lines serve as a cautionary tale about the dangers of allowing short-term strategic considerations to override the demands of justice and morality. In the end, the true scope of the rat lines and the full extent of institutional involvement may never be completely known, but the evidence that has emerged paints a picture of a vast clandestine operation that played a significant role in shaping the the post-World War world, ensuring that the shadows of the Third Reich would stretch far beyond its military defeat. Okay, so now we go into Operation Paperclip, and after that I may be able to go further with that, but right now I'm hearing noise outside the door, so there might be some interruption. I am going to go ahead and continue though. and hopefully I won't be disrupted. After the conclusion of World War II, the war found itself divided into two opposing superpowers, the United States and the Soviet Union. In the aftermath of the war, both nations sought to gain a technological and military advantage over the other, particularly in fields such as rocketry, nuclear weapons, and intelligence. One of the most controversial and secretive operations of this era was Operation Paperclip, a covert U.S. initiative aimed at recruiting Nazi scientists, engineers, and military personnel to bolster the United States' efforts in the early stages of the Cold War. This operation, which began shortly after the war, had far-reaching consequences for the geopolitical landscape and raised serious ethical questions that remain relevant today. At the close of World War II, both the Soviet Union and the United States recognized the immense value of the scientific and technical expertise developed by Nazi Germany during the war. The Germans had advanced in several key areas, including rocketry, jet aircraft technology, nuclear research, and biological as well as chemical weapons. These advancements posed both an opportunity and a threat, as the US and the USSR feared that the other side would gain access to this knowledge. In particular, the US recognized the potential for German rocket technology to enhance its own military and space exploration programs. In the early years following the war, the Soviet Union aggressively moved to secure these scientists for its own purposes. At the same time, the United States recognized the need to prevent these key figures from falling into Soviet hands. The U.S. Army's Joint Intelligence Objectives Agency, which is JIOQA, the Office of Strategic Services, which is the was the OSS, the precursor to the Central Intelligence Agency, commonly known as the CIA, and other military and intelligence agencies began a covert operation to bring these scientists to America. This operation would come to be known as Operation Paperclip, which was intended to recruit German scientists and engineers who had worked under the Nazi regime to continue their work for the U.S. government instead. Many of the individuals who were brought to the United States under Operation Paperclip were rocket scientists, aerospace engineers, and chemists who had worked for Nazi Germany and their V-2 rocket program. One of the most famous individuals associated with this operation was Wernher von Braun, a German rocket scientist who had developed the V-2 rockets for the German military during the war. Von Braun and his team of engineers were brought to the U.S. in 1945, and they became instrumental in the development of the Redstone and Atlas rockets, which would later be used in the U.S. space program. Von Braun's work in the U.S. contributed to the success of the Apollo program, which ultimately sent American astronauts to the moon in 1969. Von Braun's legacy in the U.S. space program is celebrated, yet it is important to recognize the controversial nature of his past. Von Braun had worked closely with the Nazi regime, and his rockets were used to bombard civilian targets during the war. Despite his involvement in war crimes, von Braun
was allowed to continue his work in America, primarily because of his technical expertise and the perceived necessity of advancing U.S. military capabilities during the early years of the Cold War. In addition to von Braun, numerous other scientists were brought to the U.S. under Operation Paperclip, including Arthur Rudolph, another German rocket engineer who had worked with von Braun, and Kurt Blom, a physician involved in Nazi biological warfare research. Those individuals, along with hundreds of others, contributed to the development of U.S. military technologies, including chemical and biological weapons, jet propulsion, and rocketry. The OSS, the precursor to the CIA, also played a significant role in organizing Operation Paperclip. The OSS had been established during World War II to gather intelligence and conduct covert operations, recognize the importance of securing German scientists' knowledge for the U.S. war effort. The OSS, which had been established during World War II to gather intelligence and conduct covert operations, recognized the importance of securing German scientific knowledge for the U.S. war effort. In the early stages of Operation Paperclip, the OSS worked closely with the U.S. Army and other military intelligence agencies to identify key German scientists and bring them to the U.S. After the formation of the CIA in 1947, the agency took over much of the responsibility for continuing the operation. The CIA, as the U.S. government's primary intelligence agency, viewed the recruitment of German scientists as essential to maintaining American technological superiority during the Cold War. In addition to the recruitment of individual scientists, the CIA sought to prevent the Soviet Union from gaining access to the scientific knowledge that these individuals possessed. Another important agency involved in Paperclip was the U.S. Army's Joint Intelligence Objective Agency, which is JIOA. The JIOA was tasked with overseeing the recruitment and processing of German scientists. In many cases, these scientists were brought to the U.S. under false identities, and their past affiliations with the Nazi regimes were deliberately downplayed or ignored in order to avoid public scrutiny. While the technological benefits of Operation Paperclip are undeniable, the operation was also fraught with ethical and moral dilemmas. The individuals brought to the United States under Paperclip were not just scientists. Many of them had been involved in Nazi war crimes, including the use of forced labor, the development of weapons used against civilians, and the participation in the atrocities of the Holocaust. Despite this, the U.S. government chose to shelter these individuals from prosecution, prioritizing their technical expertise over the pursuit of justice. One of the most significant ethical concerns surrounding Operation Paperclip was the decision to ignore the war crimes of the scientists involved. Many of these individuals had worked directly for the Nazi regime, and some even had been complicit in the development of weapons used to kill civilians.
Kurt Blom, for example, was involved in Nazi biological warfare research, experimenting with toxins and pathogens that could be used to kill large numbers of people. Despite his involvement in these atrocities, Blom was brought to the U.S. to work in biological weapon research. Another ethical issue was the secrecy surrounding the operation. For years, the U.S. government kept the details of Paperclip hidden from the public, and many of the scientists involved were granted American citizenship without the knowledge. No, American citizenship without the knowledge of the public. The operation was only revealed in the 1970s when declassified documents brought the full scope of the operation in light. The ethical concerns surrounding Paperclip also extended to the broader question of U.S. foreign policy during the Cold War. The U.S. government was willing to overlook the past affiliations of Nazi scientists in order to advance its own military and technological interests. This decision raised questions about the balance between moral responsibility and national security. The scientific expertise provided by former Nazi scientists was instrumental in advancing U.S. technology, particularly in the fields of rocketry, aerospace, engineering, and weapons development. The work of Wernher von Braun and his colleagues laid the foundation for the U.S. space program, leading to the successful launch of satellites, the first manned spaceflight, and the eventual landing of a man on the moon. The development of rockets capable of reaching space was crucial, not only for military applications, but also for the Cold War competition with the Soviet Union. In addition to space exploration, former Nazi scientists also contributed to the development of U.S. military technologies, including the Redstone and Atlas rockets, which were used to launch nuclear warheads. The recruitment of scientists like von Braun also helped the U.S. maintain an edge in the arms race, particularly in terms of missile technology and nuclear weapons delivery systems. Beyond the realm of technology, the scientists recruited under Paperclip also played a role in shaping U.S. intelligence and military strategy. The Cold War was in many ways a battle for technological and scientific supremacy, and the recruitment of Nazi scientists helped the U.S. secure a leading position in these fields. The benefits of Paperclip were particularly evident in the early years of the Cold War, as the U.S. sought to counter Soviet advances in space and missile technologies. Operation Paperclip remains one of the most controversial aspects of U.S. post-war policy. While the operation provided the U.S. with critical scientific expertise, it also raised profound ethical questions. The decision to protect and employ former Nazi scientists, many of whom had committed war crimes, had been widely criticized by historians, ethicists, and human rights activists or advocates. The legacy of Operation Paperclip is complex, as it highlights the moral compromise made by the U.S. government in the pursuit of national security. The Cold War was a time of intense competition between the U.S. and the Soviet Union, and the recruitment of Nazi scientists was seen as a necessary step in securing U.S. technological and military advantages. However, the moral cost of this decision remains a point of contention, particularly in light of the scientists involved in Nazi war crimes. The full context of Paperclip's impact on U.S. technology and geopolitics is still felt today. The space race, which was initiated in part by the work of Nazi scientists, ultimately led to the creation of NASA and the exploration of space. The U.S. military's technological advances included missile defense systems and nuclear weapons, and they were also shaped by the work of former Nazi scientists. Now, after that, what I really wanted to get into too, and this is the reason why I wanted to start early, was because I want to be able to get into IKEA. And like I said, I do want to eventually make it to Operation Gladio, which is something that I know a lot of people are aware of, but they don't really know the full extent of it. Okay, yeah, Operation Gladio was a stay behind operation in Europe, but it's more than that. If you actually go through and do the research, a lot of the information that's out there is hard to find. I've noticed that a lot of it's disappearing. So it's a little bit harder to find the truth when it comes to that operation. And that's because it is riddled with a lot of controversy and things of that nature. So don't get me wrong when I say it. I mean, there are some things that are being said about it that just aren't true. But there's also a lot of it that is true. So keep that in mind, when you do check all that stuff out. You have to kind of sift through it basically to find out what's real and what's not. I'm going to go through and reload everything. See, that's why I am so nervous about not doing audio tests before I start my streams, because you never know what's going to happen. So, yeah. I have to hit refresh and make sure everything is up and running before I get started. That is something that is really a big deal for me. I really do care about my audio to make. Yeah, I heard my voice on X, so I know that's good. Okay, so it does sound like I am coming through, but I'm also making sure my streams are still running on Kick as well as YouTube. And to be honest, I didn't even check to see if YouTube was even streaming, but it looks like it is, so I'm good to go. Now, with that, I'm going to get into IKEA. Ingvar Kamprad was the founder of IKEA, and he is renowned for building the world's largest furniture retail company. But his rise to global prominence was marred in a controversial aspect of his early life that has garnered attention in recent decades. Kamprad's involvement in pro-Nazi and far-right nationalist groups during the 1940s, particularly his connection with Sweden's new Swedish movement, has become a subject of much discussion. Despite the success of IKEA and Kamprad's later attempts to distance himself from his youthful affiliations, his early political leanings have continued to stir public interest, especially as the company grew into an international business empire. Kamprad was born in 1926 in Sweden, and by the early 1940s, he was already developing the ideas that would later shape his business endeavors. During his teenage years, Europe
was embroiled in World War II, and Sweden's political climate was heavily influenced by the ongoing conflict. The country remained officially neutral during the war, but it was not free from political division or the influence of fascist ideologies. Kamprad's personal involvement in these far-right movements was significantly shaped by political affiliations, although he later regretted these actions and attempted to bury them. In the early 1940s, when Kamprad was just a teenager, he joined the New Swedish Movement, a pro-fascist organization led by Per Engdahl, a man who was sympathetic to Nazi ideology. The movement advocated for a nationalist, authoritarian vision of Sweden, heavily influenced by fascist leaders such as Adolf Hitler and Benito Mussolini. It was an extremist faction that sought to promote Swedish unity under a totalitarian government, rejecting democratic process in favor of a centralized dictatorial regime. While the new Swedish movement was not the Nazi Party itself, its ideologies was in line with the broader European fascist currents of the time. Kamprad's involvement with Engdahl's group was not just nominal. He actively participated in the movement's activities, engaging with its literature and attending its meetings. He also exchanged letters with Engdahl's, expressing his support for the organization's vision. At the time, Kamprad was young and impressionable, and his enthusiasm for ideas espoused by the movement reflects the allure of fascist ideology for certain segments of Swedish society during the war years. As a young man trying to find his place in the world, Kamprad was influenced by Engdahl's rhetoric, which included a strong anti-communist and anti-democratic sentiment. Kamprad's ties to the new Swedish movement were not limited to passive support. He was an active participant in its efforts to spread its fascist ideology. He believed in the group's anti-communist agenda, and like many of Sweden during this period, he was eager to distance himself, like many in Sweden during this period. He was eager to distance himself from the growing threat of Soviet influence in Europe. The ideological support was not without its consequences. Although Kamprad would later distance himself from these views, his involvement in such groups would come to haunt him later in life, particularly when journalists uncovered these past affiliations decades after he had become a global business leader. Swedish political climate during the Second World War played a significant role in Kamprad's early ideological leanings. While the country maintained its official neutrality, the rise of fascism across Europe had a notable influence in Swedish politics. Sweden had a strong nationalist tradition, and as the war intensified, many Swedes found themselves being torn between maintaining neutrality and sympathizing with either the Axis or Allied powers. In particular, Sweden's leaders had to balance their relationship with Nazi Germany, which controlled much of Europe at the time, while still attempting to protect the nation's independence. During this time, there was a small but vocal segment of the Swedish population that aligned itself with fascist and Nazi ideas.
These groups were primarily motivated by their hatred for communism, and they saw the Nazi regime's success in pushing back Soviet influence as something worth emulating. Kamprad, like many young people in Sweden, was swept up in these ideological currents. His personal political beliefs were undoubtedly influenced by the prevailing fascist sympathies in parts of Swedish society, particularly among right-wing nationalist groups. The new Swedish movement was part of this broader political environment. It was one of several organizations in Sweden that admired Nazi Germany's methods and goals. However, it is important to note that the movement was never as large or as influential as the Nazi Party in Germany. Still, it played a role in fostering pro-fascist sentiment in Sweden, particularly among younger individuals like Kamprad, who were seeking answers to the turmoil of the world around them. In 1994, Swedish journalist Elisabeth Asbrink uncovered documents that revealed Kamprad's past involvement with the new Swedish movement. These documents, which were found in the Swedish National Archives, included letters and other correspondence between Kamprad and Engdahl. When this information became public, it caused a scandal, particularly in Sweden, where Kamprad had become a well-known and respected business figure. Kamprad, at the time, the head of IKEA, issued a public apology for his past political affiliations. He admitted to his involvement with the fascist movement and expressed regret for his actions, describing them as a mistake of youth and as a result of his ignorance. He wrote a letter to IKEA employees in which he acknowledged that his early political beliefs were misguided, that he had learned from them. Kamprad's apologies was seen as sincere by many, though it did not completely erase the strain on his reputation. While Kemprad's early political affiliations had been a point of contention, what became more alarming were the allegations regarding his use of forced labor after the war. In the years following the conclusion of World War II, many companies, including some based in Sweden, were accused of employing former Nazi collaborators or utilizing labor from concentration camps for production. IKEA, under Kamprad's leadership, was one of those companies under scrutiny for its labor practices, particularly during the early years of its growth. While there is no direct evidence to suggest that IKEA itself employed Nazi war criminals or forced laborers directly, Kamprad's early actions in post-war Europe had led to accusations that he indirectly profited from Nazi-era exploitation. Now, before I go on, what I want to kind of elaborate on is after World War II, there were more concentration camps that were set up, and these weren't Jews. What had happened is these Nazi war criminals were placed within these concentration camps, and they were forced into forced labor by a lot of these corporations and by a lot of these governments who were rebuilding Europe. And that's something that you're not going to hear in the history books. People aren't going to teach that to you. But they took the same people who put the Jews in the concentration camps and placed them into concentration camps and made them do forced labor, just like what was done before with the Jews. So that's what's going on here. Okay, so when they refer to concentration camps, they're referring to that. And there's also war criminals who weren't prosecuted, you know what I mean, or were later released, and they hired them. They're also referring to them as well. Well, there is no direct evidence to um, um, okay, hold up. I think I scrolled off. Yeah, here we go. Now, IKEA, under Kamprud's leadership, was one of those companies under scrutiny for its labor practices, particularly during the early years of its growth. While there is no direct evidence to suggest that IKEA itself employed Nazi war criminals or forced laborers directly, Kamprud's early actions in post-war Europe had led to accusations that he indirectly profited from Nazi-era exploitation. In the immediate aftermath of the war, many industries across Europe faced the challenge of rebuilding. Much of this reconstruction was driven by state-sponsored enterprises, including those in Germany, where former Nazis were integrated into the workforce. Some reports suggest that Kamprud, in his early years, may have benefited from business connections with individuals or entities linked to Nazi labor exploitation, or even organizations that had ties to wartime economic arrangements involving forced labor. As with many companies during this time, the lines between war profiteering, labor exploitation, and rebuilding efforts were often blurred, with some companies profiting from the chaotic Reconstruction period without facing the same level of scrutiny as the government-backed efforts. When confronted with allegations of this association with Nazi groups in his youth, Kamprud was initially defensive, but later acknowledged his past affiliations. In interviews, he stated that his support for the Nazi regime was rooted in youthful ignorance and naively, and that he regretted his involvement with fascist groups. He claimed that he had distanced himself from these ideologies over the years, focusing solely on building his business. Kamprud also mentioned that his later political views, were shaped by a desire to help people through economic means, although the damage done by his early actions could not be erased. In the 1990s, when Kamprud's Nazi ties resurfaced, he made a public apology expressing deep remorse for his past actions and describing them as a youthful mistake. Despite his apologies, many critics remain skeptical of his efforts to distance himself from his early political affiliations, especially in light of his past support for fascist ideologies. As IKEA grew into a global brand, its success came at a price. The company's supply chain, which spans the globe, faced criticism related to the exploitation of cheap labor, particularly in developing countries. This was not unique to IKEA, as many multinational corporations have faced similar accusations. But it is important to consider how Kamprud's early involvement in Nazi-era groups might have influenced his views on labor and profitability. While there is no direct evidence linking IKEA to the use of forced labor in the post-war period, the company's business model, which emphasizes low cost and high efficiency, has raised questions about the conditions under which workers in its supply chain operate. Over the years,
reports surfaced of poor working conditions in factories that supplied IKEA with products, particularly in companies where labor laws were weak or poorly enforced. While IKEA has made efforts in recent years to improve its labor practices, the company's early reliance on low-cost labor from countries with less stringent regulations mirrors the kind of business approach that Kamprad in his earlier days may have been influenced by. Ingvar Kamprad's legacy is undeniably complex. On one hand, he revolutionized the furniture industry and built a global brand that is now one of the largest retailers in the world. On the other hand, his early association with Nazi ideology and the subsequent revelations about his business dealings and labor practices complicate the narrative of his life. Kamprad's story is not just one business success, but also one of ethical contradictions, where the pursuit of profit intersects with the darker aspects of history. As IKEA continues to grow and evolve, it is important to recognize the full scope of Kamprad's past, including the political ideologies he once supported and the labor practices that the company adopted in its earlier years. While Kamprad may have distanced himself from his earlier political affiliation and expressed regret for his past mistakes, the impact of these actions remains a significant part of the broader conversation about corporate responsibility, ethical business practices, and the consequence of historical actions. Let's see how much time I got here. I should be okay. So I'm going to go ahead now, and I'm going to go ahead and get into Operation Gladio. Now, this is where we get into the bread and butter of things. So after the conclusion of World War II, again, I'm going to say that, the landscape of Europe was drastically reshaped, leading to the emergence of two superpowers, and that would be the United States and the Soviet Union. And they were locked in like a fierce ideological and geopolitical struggle. And this is known as the Cold War, which, if you don't know what that is, then you're stupid. So, just putting it out there. Now, in this context, covert operations and intelligence gathering activities became like a cornerstone in Western strategy. Now, as the West sought to contain the spread of communism while leveraging former adversaries to strengthen their own defenses, two prominent operations that arose from this environment were Operation Paperclip and Operation Gladio. Now, both of which had connections with Nazi officials and their subsequent involvement in Western intelligence networks. Now, Operation Paperclip is probably one of the most well-known covert operations, which was carried out by the United States after World War II. The operation's primary objective was to recruit former Nazi scientists, engineers, and military personnel, particularly those with expertise in rocketry, aviation, and other military technologies. And that was to work for the U.S. government. Now, this was driven by the realization that the Soviet Union was also attempting to recruit top Nazi scientists and engineers as well, leading to the United States to act quickly to prevent this expertise from falling into the hands of the Soviet regime. Now, the operation's name, Paperclip, was derived from the paper clips that were used to attach the names of the recruits to their files. Okay. Under this program, more than 1,600 scientists, engineers, and technicians were brought to the United States and employed in various governmental projects. One of the most notable figures, of course, brought over under Operation Paperclip was Werner von Braun, like I'd mentioned before. He was a Nazi SS member, a rocket scientist, who later became instrumental in the development of the U.S. space program, particularly the Apollo missions that put a man on the moon. However, Operation Paperclip was not limited to scientists working in technical fields. Many former Nazi intelligence officers and operatives were also recruited to work for U.S. military and intelligence agencies. These individuals had deep knowledge of Soviet military and intelligence operations, making them valuable assets for the West in the early years of the Cold War. The CIA, the U.S. Army, and other agencies made extensive use of these former Nazi officers, who were often placed in key positions within U.S. intelligence and defensive structures. One of the most notable individuals recruited under Operation Paperclip was Reinhard Gehlen, a former high-ranking officer in Nazi Germany's military intelligence service, the Abwehr. After the war, Gehlen was brought to the United States by the CIA, where he was instrumental in the establishment of West Germany's post-war intelligence service, the BND. Gehlen's deep knowledge of Soviet intelligence operations made him a key asset to the West, and his recruitment under Operation Paperclip was part of the broader strategy of leveraging former Nazi officials to strengthen the West's intelligence apparatus. While Operation Paperclip focused on leveraging Nazi expertise for technological and intelligence purposes, Operation Gladio was a secretive NATO initiative aimed to establish covert stay-behind armies in Europe. These secret resistance movements were designed to operate behind enemy lines in the event of a Soviet invasion, ensuring that Western forces would have a presence in occupied territories and could disrupt Soviet military efforts. The operation was initiated in the late 1940s and was implemented in a number of European countries, including Italy, France, and Belgium. The purpose of Operation Gladio was to create an underground network of military resistance that could be activated in case of the Soviet Union advanced into Western Europe. These networks were composed of both military personnel and civilians who were trained to engage in guerrilla warfare, sabotage, and intelligence gathering. The program was a response to the growing fears of Soviet expansion, as well as the increasing influence of communist parties in Europe after World War II. In many countries, these resistance networks were maintained in secrecy with little to no knowledge of their existence by the general public. These stay-behind armies were often linked to far-right political groups and used covert methods to influence the political landscape of their respective countries. The operation was closely tied to the CIA and NATO, which provided financial and logistical support for those networks. While the primary purpose of Operation Gladio was to resist a potential Soviet invasion, there were allegations that it also played a role in influencing European politics, particularly in countries where communist parties were gaining influence. The connection between Nazi officials and Operation Gladio lies in the recruitment of former Nazi military officers and intelligence agents to aid in the establishment of these covert resistance networks. Following World War II, many former Nazi operatives were recruited by the CIA and other Western intelligence agencies to provide their expertise in covert operations and intelligence gathering. These individuals having been trained in espionage, subversion, and sabotage during the Nazi regime, were seen as valuable assets in the context of the Cold War. Reinhard Gehlen, for example, who had been recruited by the CIA under Operation Paperclip, played a key role in organizing West Germany's intelligence service, the BND, which was closely tied to NATO's activities, including Operation Gladio. Galen's background in military intelligence, particularly his knowledge of Soviet operations, made him a natural fit for the covert nature of Operation Gladio. It is likely that the intelligence network he helped establish in West Germany were involved in coordinating activities related to the stay-behind armies operating in other parts of Europe. Furthermore, many of these same individuals who had worked for the Nazi regime in military intelligence or other covert roles were also involved in setting up the clandestine resistance networks that would become part of Operation Gladio. These individuals brought with them years of experience in operating behind enemy lines, making them invaluable assets in the context of the Cold War. The use of former Nazis in these operations raised significant ethical concerns, particularly when it was revealed that some of these individuals involved had been directly responsible for war crimes during the Nazi era. The legacies of Operation Paperclip and Operation Gladio are still felt today, as both operations were central to the formation of the Western intelligence network that would shape global geopolitics throughout the Cold War. The recruitment of former Nazi officials who had deep knowledge of Soviet tactics and military operations helped the United States and its NATO allies maintain a strategic advantage over the Soviet Union. However, the use of such individuals raised ethical questions that have lingered to this day, particularly in relationship to the involvement of Nazi war criminals in post-war intelligence operations. Operation Gladio had a particularly controversial legacy, as it was revealed that some of the stay-behind networks in Europe had been involved in activities that went beyond simple resistance to Soviet occupation. These networks were alleged to have been involved in influencing elections, supporting far-right political movements, and even engaging in acts of terrorism. The full scope of Operation Gladio activities remains unclear, but its exposure in the 1990s raised important questions about the extent to which Western intelligence agencies were willing to go in order to prevent the spread of communism.
Moreover, the involvement of former Nazis in these operations created a paradox for the United States and its allies. While these individuals were seen as necessary for the success of the Cold War strategy, their past associations with the Nazi regime left a stain on the moral integrity of the operations. The use of such individual reflects the complexities of moral compromise that were made in the name of national security during the early years of the Cold War. The recruitment of former Nazi officials and intelligence operatives through Operation Paperclip and their involvement in Operation Gladio highlights the complex and often morally ambiguous decision made by Western intelligence agencies during the Cold War. The need to contain the need to contain Soviet influence and protect Western interests led to the collaboration with individuals who had once been part of the very system that the West had fought against during World War II. These operations played a crucial role in shaping the post-World War, but they also left behind a legacy of secrecy, ethical questions, and political ramifications that continue to be examined to this day. So with that, man, I am finished. I went through that. I covered it. Now this is the other half. Okay, we got to hear about the freaking bankers of Europe. We got to hear about the JFK assassination. Now we hear about the rat lines, which is something that me and Mark Watashik has always, or we've actually started talking about it. And he's always bringing it up, and it's a good point because it's a part of all this. So without mentioning this aspect of what was going on, it wouldn't fill in the gaps. You know what I mean? So you had two factions right there, and they were all intertwined, and it had to do with technology, it had to do with intelligence, and it had to do with industry. You know what I mean? It had to do with basic corporations and stuff of that nature. People who were war criminals were being released and set free because it would affect the economy. You know, people that had committed atrocities would later be able to get away with it, go back to their lives, and make their companies stronger and more powerful. Then there were affiliations with the rat line where they don't have proof, of course, right? But there could be possible implications that the Catholic Church was involved in smuggling Nazi war criminals out of Europe to South America, you know. But that's all hypothetical, right? You know. Then after that, we get into it deeper and we start looking, and we find out that IKEA, and the founder of IKEA, at first believed in fascism, which I've mentioned this a few times. Fascism is nothing more than freaking socialism freaking turned into a monopoly. You take socialist programs and you monopolize them. That's fascism. Just so we make that clear. And these fascist groups, they aren't far right, they're far left, because socialism is a left-leaning political group. I also want to clear that up because that's not my. I hear that far right thing all the time, and everybody tries to pin it to the far right this, far right that. Fascism and Nazis, they were all freaking associated with the far left. I mean, the Nazis were actually the German National Work Party. That's what Nazis is. It's an acronym for that party. So, and that's far left. So, But anyhow, after that, what happened is the founder of IKEA supported the Nazis, but then afterwards used war criminals that were Nazi war criminals who were being used as war criminal for slave labor in order to build his empire. So he went from being a Nazi supporter to using Nazi war criminals as slave labor so that he could uh, get rich off of it. So this is the kind of environment we're talking about, you know. I mean, so you got to kind of keep that in mind. You know, these people didn't care about ideologies or anything else. It was all about making a profit, and you know, human life didn't mean anything to them. So just remember that when you go in, if you want to do research on this stuff. I've done it, and it's not a pretty story. I'm going to tell you that right now. You're going to run into things that are going to freaking change your whole outlook on life and the way you perceive things. The way that you were taught in school is going to change as well. But you know, that goes back to what I've also said. You know, a lot of people don't want to hear the truth. That you hear people talk about the truth all the time, but the truth is something that people really don't want to hear because it's not pretty, and it usually doesn't agree with the way we see things. You know, it usually goes against a lot of the things we believe. So just keep that in mind if you decide to go down this path and find out the truth. And like I said, you know, if you don't believe anything that I'm saying, this stuff is freaking documented. Search it out, find it. If you have a problem with spelling something properly, put it in my comment section and I'll give you the proper spelling for it and things of that nature, because I do believe that research is very important. Don't listen to these supposed media outlets or these old media sources. I love that term, you know, alt media sources. They're just as bogus as the frickin' mainstream media is. So just do your own research and find out for yourself, because these people are not going to tell you the truth. So just keep that in mind, because it is true. You're not going to find any of this stuff out by listening to other people. It's just not going to happen. Okay. Um, with that being said, I think that I am done. I want to actually go back into my YouTube, make sure that people are on there, um, and make sure that it is streaming. Yeah, it got the whole video. Well, I am, like I said, I had to do this early today. Later on, if things work out, I'll be going on Censorship Sucks and hanging out with those guys and talking. Hopefully, they don't ask me anything important, you know what I mean? Because I don't know shit. And I just hope I don't have to talk about politics. You know, that's all it is, because you know, those guys are pretty hardcore. Now, if I get to talk to Willie about his worm farm, that's cool. But I don't know about all this politics stuff. So everything looks like it's good on YouTube. Nobody made any comments. Everything looks good so far, except for yeah, there we go. It looks good on D Live too. So with that, if I would like to say, if you liked what you saw, please like, subscribe, share, make comments. Please make comments, seriously. I'm pandering to you guys every day to make a freaking comment, okay? And the reason why is because I like comments. I like to talk to people down in the comment section. The chat's cool too, but down in the comment section, leave a comment for me, you know, so that I can freaking talk to you, have a conversation. I enjoy doing that. Thanks for watching. I hope everybody enjoys their day, their night, evening, whichever part of the day it is for you. I hope you have a good day. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and end the stream because I have got to go to the bathroom.
Look at this. This is crazy. This is like the same place. And you have this in here, and you put this in here. And then,
Oh wow, we've been on for an hour and 45 minutes.
we're really over time. Yeah, we've been doing that a lot lately because it gets so good. You might have to start extending your show.
I have no problems with it. Being honest with you, it's all right. We can do it, but I just didn't realize it was that far over. Heck, we've gotten into a lot of good stuff.
You always do, and you teach me so much because it's stuff that I probably am guided to for a reason. And I mean, there's a reason that your show is the only show that, like, when you popped up, that ever since that first day, I've been hooked. It's like a drug. You take one hit and you cannot stop. Hopefully you can, but I mean, most cases, you see the difference though? Look at the picture. You see what I'm saying? If you look at, that's the obelisk. Right? That's a picture of the obelisk, but then look underneath it and look at the picture of what Atlantis is to look like.
Yeah.
That's crazy. That's mad wild. Oh my gosh.
Now, the whole thing behind all that is this outline is described in Plato's description of what Atlantis looks like. That actually is true.
Yeah, but okie dokie, and that's what you're saying about the obelisk because we kind of discarding that. What if it's all connected? Like, what if that is Atlantis, or if it's not Atlantis?
It's a matter
of
coming up with evidence, okay? And
yeah,
my
that
is,
part.
Like okay, let's go back to Graham Hancock, okay? He loves to talk. That's all he does. He's just a news reporter. He loves to talk. And when he talks about having evidence, you know what that consists of? That consists of him being in a freaking pair of shorts, in a scuba freaking outfit, diving off the side of a boat, and showing that on video. That's all the evidence he got. Look at me, I'm diving in the water. That's all you get from him.
And he's a British writer.
He has never produced any kind of freaking solid evidence. He's never produced any tablets. He's never produced anything whatsoever that confirms any of his ideas are true. Nothing, ever.
I never even heard of him until today. Now I'm gonna have to do some more research.
You know, and he's the one that pushes these ancient civilizations theories. And before that, he was doing the freaking Planet X catastrophe back in the early 2000s, where people believed that a freaking planet was going to crash into Earth, and like.
But isn't that end up being serious, V? Like, isn't that what they regarded as Planet X ultimately, or no? Am I confused?
It never happened. Okay, and when it never happened, Graham Hancock disappeared from the freaking scene with that group of people. You see what I mean? He just vanished.
Yeah.
And then he came back, and that's when he started discussing freaking lost civilizations, and then he started getting in with Randall and doing the early Dryas and everything. But even then, I still believe that the reason why he wants to hook up with Randall is because if Randall proves his theory, then freaking it makes his ancient civilizations theory more reliable. You know what I mean?
More reliable, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Because Randall is the actual scientist. He's the
Explorer.
one. You know, he's the one that goes out and he does all the freaking hard work.
And it's Randall who? What's his last name?
Carl Randall. Randall Carlson. I keep getting the name mixed up. Let me make sure I get it right.
I'll just Google and then, it'll tell me if it's Randall Carlson, yeah. Home of the Renegade Scholar and Master Builder. Okay. Well, he looks like he goes out there and he gets it done. I don't know why I can believe a man in a beard as an architect or explorer before I can be.
Carl Randall. Randall Carlson.
Randall Carlson. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He is 100%. I mean, he's damn good. Now I'm having a hard time. I'd like to say biologist, but he's more into.
Isn't an archaeologist?
No, he is freaking into. He is into freaking or geologist. He's a geologist.
Geologist. That's what I see what you're saying.
Yeah. And he's
and showing where civilizations were located before, or land masses were before, or.
Yeah.
I was just wondering, look, and this has this Graham Hancock. When I look Randall Carlson, I'm seeing Graham Hancock now in relation.
Yeah. See, and that's what I'm saying. He's riding his freaking coattail so that he can freaking put a spin on it. And, all I'm saying is he's legit.
That's what happened with Tesla's. Tesla had like an enemy, not really an enemy, but there was a guy. Hold on, I have his name in my notes. Who basically that they said created the radio instead of Tesla. Tesla had the concept first, and then he ended up promoting it first before Tesla got it out. And he just took all of Tesla's research. Oh, what is this, guys? And he was an Italian. Hold on. I gotta open my notes and I gotta see what his name was. But that's the same exact thing that happened with Tesla. Well, I don't want to say same exact thing. Uncovering truths with Tesla.
Well, see, I got into something back then where I wanted to write about a lot of that stuff because a lot of people don't understand that there's freaking a lot of controversy over that happened back then when it comes to copyright. I mean, scientists were arguing over who freaking invented the freaking hair trigger. Or the freaking spring that freaking worked in, wrist or pocket watches and shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because everyone was kind of jumping on everyone else's coattail, not really doing their own research in order for them to get the credit.
They were constantly using each other's freaking information or using their research.
I wish I could see the name of the guy. I'm gonna have it I'll know the name later and I'll be able to tell you. But it was, and I was reading it, and I was either reading it or I don't remember if it was in a reading or if it was in a documentary. Now I think about it, it might have been a documentary. And you don't know who I'm talking about? The Italian guy that supposedly was Tesla's arch nemesis, and he said that he created the radio instead of Tesla.
I know that there's a couple of stories and everything. I don't
Not
know.
familiar with it.
I can go through that. We could actually start talking about that. That would be something we could pull up and start talking about.
Yeah, because I'll have it if you wanna go further in with our conspiracy, and if you want to do that, I mean, because I'm going to look it up tonight because I'm frustrated that
I've done research into freaking the Royal Society, and
are you kidding? Yes, look, New World Order. I have it right here in my New World Order tab, and then holds the title to the Worldwide Crown Land is private corporation state of London council of 12 members ruled by the Lord Mayor, 13 ruling families including Rothschild, Warburg, Oppenheimer, and Schiff. Holds the title Canada, Australia, and New Zealand, which is wild because we're talking about Australia and New Zealand now. And that's the worldwide crown land and empire of the city, Lexforia. Then hold on. And it's Washington D.C. separation, Vatican, blah 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 blah. Executive members of the Council on Foreign Relations present power began 1921. CFR does not confirm the government policies. Government, does not conform to government policies. Government conforms to the CFR. Blah 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 blah. Dominates the press. The Brotherhood of the Snake, the Brotherhood of the Dragon. That's talking about the 13th Amendment, where it's not in the Constitution anymore, which is another thing that we should discuss because the 13th Amendment is the title of nobility amendment, and it makes it to where the United States president is subject to the British king and is no longer included in the most recent documents of the Constitution. Yeah, hold on, let me just see here.
Well, don't be, sneaking out information on the wrong freaking day, man. I mean, you got
right.
You're like handing out the goodies before it's time to do
it. Yeah, okay. I'll calm down. Relax.
It's like data dumping, I mean, shit. I don't like data dumping, man. Much less.
Right. And I'm just like, oh, listen, I got this.
Got my buddy Detective
Let
Fallen.
me formulate my thought in a more.
Got my buddy Detective Fallen. He's one of these young guys, and he shares his gaming videos with me on Discord, and he doesn't understand the concept about schedule amount to where they freaking post on a daily, on a manageable, fashion or in a manageable fashion. So one day I'll be sitting there and all of a sudden freaking 20 freaking uploads just pop up on Discord and it's freaking Detective Fallen. He just puts that shit on there like freaking it's a good thing. And I finally told him, I was like, you don't freaking data dump. People don't.
In his defense, sometimes it takes forever to upload because like I'll upload my videos for a scheduled time and it'll all of a sudden they'll both be coming at the same time. I've done that recently. Like I'm about giving up on YouTube. It just never works the way I'd like it to.
See, that relates to what we're talking about here then, because it's like you're just wanting to give all the information within a freaking few minutes.
Right.
We
said one thing about the Royal Society and I went off.
Yeah.
It went off.
No.
At least we understand
we can
I'm at with it.
I think that would be
I'll have that for tomorrow. Yeah, so obviously I'll have notes. Yeah. Well, that sounds good then, I guess.
Yeah, I think it's like 3 minutes before, or 2.5 minutes before freaking 2 hours, so we better call it quits for today and come back and do this again.
Okay, yeah, I'm here tomorrow, got you.
Okay. Alright, I will see you later then, okay, Karma?
Yes, have a good day. Thank you for everything. Be safe, okay?
You too.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.